Hello, amigo. Eve Gardens one on Instagram. This is episode 673. Hell yeah. We Nerd World. Hopefully, I've got an itch just get high. Hopefully, you do too. Gardens one. Shut that bar. These are the best years of my life. This is the best years of our lives. Hopefully you guys had a good start to you guys. It's holiday weekend. Might start off okay. Got a bunch of shit to do this evening, but I thought at least get things going for a bit, hang out. I always try to Nerd World isn't me. It's about we nerds. So I thought I'd fucking get it going. See if anybody want to pop in. Hang out, hold it down a little bit. One more size up and that's it. Double zeros. Yeah. These are the best years. Cheers to the two watching. How old you are? Because you ain't said nothing in chat yet. Cheers to you. Chillbird CK Birthdays. How you doing? Camera can look over here. So I should put a box over there. So I'm looking sideways. Cheers, cheers, cheers. What you smoking out, Chillbird? Of course, we're listening to the Slaney's best years of our lives. What's up, let's do first get it ready. 7-10. Cheers. Mike, Mr. Jeff, your mailman grows. What you guys smoking on? It's a great day for recreational. Got a huge itch to get high. Sold to that excellent. Good morning. Buddy, kilowatt. I'm starting to believe this is the best years of my life. These are the best years of my life. Little gesture 420. Cheers to you, Genesis. Smoke pink kush. Sour. It's called sour. Cup of tea. Who are you to wait? This man. I still wish I could have seen me brass against when this chick peed on stage. I hate to say it, but I was like, she's like, fuck this. I gotta go. Voodoo. What's up? Banana glaze. I wonder if she's still, I know I've seen some brass against music after the fact, but I haven't seen her at the vocals. Hopefully they didn't get rid of her. Hillbilly, cheer bro grows. You ready? Yes. Hi. Cottonmouth, cheers. That's what I'm talking about. Next. Here's to you. I think I put you on the list yet, man. I got so many things to do. I need to keep that shout outs to the list. Fucking here's a little something cool. Hopefully that you'll think it is as cool as I do. Starting Bayou 3. of guests. Well, actually, 5. We need greenfinger attempts. It's going to take 15 attempts. Why? It's actually 4. So there's one more that proceeded this that's already packed away. Year one scheduling book. Year 2 scheduling book. We're now starting to crack into the floors. But it's only year 3 scheduling book. Cheers, green fingers. What's up, brother?
Cheers, Eagle.
How you doing today?
What? How am I?
It's
I just ate 3 fish tacos, so I'm fucking full as fuck. And I'm starting to get this heartburn going on, so could be better if the heartburn will go away. Can't complain.
nice. Fucking
Yeah,
fish
salsa.
tacos are always
The salsa was too hot. I fucked up, you know. Should have just left it alone.
yeah.
Too spicy.
I'm a glutton for punishment myself, man.
Yeah, me too. But this was like I messed up. Like even I know I messed up. I'm like, fuck.
I dipped into that area myself earlier today. Fucking same shit, man. Stopped over a friend's house for a moment, and he's barbecuing. He's like, "Hey, man, you want some?" He fucking pulls out. He's cooking brisket and shrimp. I'm like, fuck yeah! I grab me a plate. He pulls out some potato salad, jalapenos and shit in it.
Oh shit.
He's like, "It ain't that bad," and it wasn't really that bad, man. It was nice, you know, but it was fresh jalapenos. And I think they sat in my stomach and just like they went down nice and easy, but once they sat in my stomach and festered for a minute, I think there was a little bit different situation going.
Yeah, tomorrow I'll be in pain sitting on that toilet for a minute, but I do it all the time. That it's habanero sauce was like an everyday thing. The green sauce, the red sauce, both of them together, just fucking where I get the hiccups, and then like, yeah, now I don't do that, so it's like, oh shit. Like, you don't use it, you lose it. Fucking.
That's right. I was talking about that today too. The habanero. That's my favorite. That's the best pepper. One of my opinion, one of the best peppers. I love the flavor of the habanero. It's got that, you know, once you get past that initial bite that numbs your mouth and sweats your face, it's it's flavored country after that.
Yeah, after 5 minutes of the hiccups, I'm like, yeah, this is nice. No more hiccups. But it's nice. It tastes a little fruity on the back end. There's like some little flavors to it. After you and scorching, burning hot fucking fire. Yeah. Complex flavors and fresh pepper, like it's a lot of it. Like just like weed, you know, it's different flavors. Those peppers have different flavors too, but we don't grow them out long enough. So flavor.
And I fucking I've actually felt that. I was telling the guy this today too, man. I've actually felt that shit, man. You know, kind of pass through the system. You know, it's numb to the stomach, but once it moves from the stomach, like you just feel the burn as it goes through the lowers. It's like, oh my God. You know when it's coming. You know when there's no anticipation, you're like 6 inches from time.
Yeah, it comes out of nowhere, but you know that it's coming.
Tissue.
it does let you know, but nobody else knows. So it's like one of those like, get the hell out of my way and be part of the fucking disaster zone. There's a whole different. I don't know. They like hit you inside. The air comes out floors. It's like fuck.
That's another thing I like about it is it opens up your pores, man. I think it takes out some of the toxins with it. You know what I mean? It's just
Good for
good for your
circulation.
breathing.
Yeah. Just blood vessels that haven't been opened up. Fucking open these motherfuckers up right away. But wow. Sweating thinking about it still. I just barely finished, so I'm like, fuck. Left one on the table. Fucking being wasteful. Gotta wrap it up. One fish taco left. Fuck.
Salsa's the worst too when it comes to that. Like a little bit of hot sauce is fine, but salsa seems to be like a dare. That jar's going down.
Yeah, and these were from the real store, like from the Mexican place down the street. Like just 2 little capfuls that I had in the fridge left over. I was like, let me use one of these. And it was so fucking hot. I don't even know what it was made with. That's why I'm like, fuck that shit. Fucking the agua chilies. I don't know if you've ever had that, but look up agua chili and fucking you'll be like, what the fuck? Like if you go have that at a Mexican restaurant, you'll burn your fucking asshole out right then and there. You'll be like, oh, no restroom for me tomorrow. Fucking burn, soldered my asshole shut. Like nothing's coming out of me. Too hot. Fucking literally too hot. And that's hotter than habaneros and everything. I've been like, what the fuck is this shit? Agua chilies. Fuck that. Worst. I thought I was Mexican and Syrian. I can handle that shit. No way.
Watch and chat a little bit. Slow night tonight, man. I
I was
figured
gonna
everybody
say,
be dying to come in. Holiday weekend.
a lot of people jumped over they were watching that, the fuck was it? FCP. Were you watching that earlier? The hell is it called? The seed thing. Fuck, I'm so high.
Fundraiser for Nick there.
Yeah, fuck. I'm way too high to try to explain shit right now. Yeah, I saw a few people in there. I didn't see much of the regulars that are here though. Over there, I saw like 4 people, 5 people. Like, fuck, where's everybody at?
Yeah, I don't watch a whole lot of that channel, the Copycat Project.
I get you. I feel it. Sometimes in the morning, I feel like I have to jump on there to represent our show though. So like, I'll go on to have the Eagle channel on their show. You know? It's kind of like.
Well, I could definitely appreciate that. For sure.
Master. Cheers, Kush Master. Why do I always call you Master Kush, dude? Cheers,
I
Kush.
don't know.
Holy shit! Every time I see you, like,
Yeah.
you might have to switch your handle to Master Kush, dude. It's like fucking really.
I'm the fucking Kush master. That's
You're the
why.
Kush. Now you gotta put the in the front, then I'll get it right. You know. I'm just like,
Master Kush makes me
Hey.
sound like an old kung fu fucking master or something. Master Kush, you know.
Names.
Respect. Cheers. Cheers, both of you guys. But I'm way too high.
Hey, bud, what's up, man?
Myself.
How you doing, Eagle?
Hi. Great. How you doing today, man?
Awesome, man. Very happy to be here. I fucking didn't think you were coming on. No, I've been fucking hitting refresh since about when we had our interview, 11:30. I was thinking, fuck, I mustn't be on today. I thought I must have meant, yeah.
Yeah, usually 11:30 if I've got a scheduled guest. I used to roll either way. You know what I mean? Back when I first started, he's pretty much
Mm,
the tuck and roll. But man, 3 years
yeah.
in, I just don't
I
have
don't
that
know how
much
the fuck
fresh
you did it.
conversation to wing it. You know what I mean? For 4 hours by my lonesome or, whenever till somebody rolls in. So I kind of cut
Yeah.
it back to, no guest to give it, shorten it up a bit, try to keep it fresh and whatever, I guess. So then even at that, I was like holding back. I'm like, man, I got a lot of shit to do tonight. And then a little voice always tells me, it is about you. It's the weed in the world.
Fuck yeah.
So I was like, yeah, fired up, smoke one and kind of blend in the background, get some shit done. And fair cheese,
Mm.
isn't it? You guys good with that? Kind of
Always.
let me.
Yeah. Even though you can't
Yeah,
resist
man.
jumping on with us, because you're like, it's too fun. They're having too much fun without me.
Mm.
That is the problem most of the time. You're
Get to
exactly
work,
right.
Eagle. Get to work. The garden's not gonna look beautiful without you.
Realize the fucking
And if
Totally.
you came on and didn't bring on anybody and spoke for 3 hours yourself, I would be completely down with that and be like, oh, about time I get to hear the deepest parts of Eagle's thoughts.
For real, that would be cool. Once a
Mm.
night, or
that's
like
the way
3
some
hours.
roll right there.
even just a half hour would be cool. Like fucking, could you get fucking deep once a week for a half hour? Just be like, do your little thing. That'd be
Do the
awesome.
rant. Just a
Yeah,
weekly
You
rant.
know,
Rant,
Eagle. So even though the cut didn't get auctioned tonight, it's going to be next week. Duke Diamond, I guess, has this very special cut. I've heard of it before, but it's called the Screaming Eagle. You know about that variety?
I do.
Have you smoked it or? Well, according to Duke, only 3 people had the cut, so I guess maybe there's seeds out there. I don't know the whole story, but
Yeah, it's supposed to be killer. Yeah, Screaming Eagle seeds haven't been available for some time, but it's nice to know, the cut is still hanging out there. Yeah, I'd like to have that. So I talked to him about it when I got him on the show when he got out of jail there. He's a good dude. I'm glad I love the community for, the support they give each other, when there's a genuine need like that. You know what I mean? People come out of the woodwork to help good people. I love that about it.
yeah, it was a few hours. I just watched just because there's so many interesting genetics, and some of it, the people that created those genetics came on to like promote their auction and spoke about it. Me and Gene, of course, he always has a wealth of info to say. And who else tonight? Terp Wizard was on, and different people. It was like a, what do you call it? Yeah, like a community fundraiser for Nick. And there's some killer genetics. Toward the end, I thought some of those went for really good deals, like less than face value, which sometimes in the auctions, everything's inflated because it's, charity. But, well, that's why they wound it down and are going to do more next week because it tapered off. And the last few things, well, somebody got like 4 packs of AK Bean Brains top stuff, 4 different packs, and he always puts extras in every pack and all that. So seed counts not the issue. For like 300 or something, 310. There was like, he had donated 12 different packs or 11, and so there was one group of 4 packs, one group of 4 packs, and one group of 3 packs. And actually, whatever was in the 3-packs, well, I know what was in there that why that one went for $5.50, and it was only 3-packs, where the other ones were 4-packs, because it had an NL. It had some of his strains that are sold out and coveted. Yeah, that depending how you go about those auctions, sometimes you end up overpaying, and other times there's some actual pretty good deals that go down.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing, that the price kind of dropped there. People probably bid heavy in the beginning. You know what I mean? Not enough.
Well, some of it
refresh.
is that they ran out of, it was on Instagram Live, so you only have so many time, right? And then, oh, well, the time would elapse after, I guess, an hour or two. And then if you were really watching it, you would log back in or look for them to go live again. Well, I noticed each time, like there was like 300-400 people at the beginning, but each time they had to reset, yeah, they'd lose 100 people. Then at the end, there was less than 100. And a lot of those people were hoping that Duke was going to sell the Screaming Eagle cut or auction it. But because he wanted to do it with, obviously, with more people on there.
Yeah, that was kind of weird.
Yeah, he held it off for next week. So I don't know. To be honest, I'm not going to comment, but I don't know what to think about all that myself.
No comment.
Yeah.
What are we smoking on tonight, everybody?
Master Kush, funny enough. See, that's why you named me that.
Yeah. I know you're going to be smoking that. You underplay how much good genetics are down there in Australia. I think you guys got plenty of good shit down there.
No, man. I mean, like, I saw Jeff Papela's fucking, podcast and shit. I'm fucking proud of that guy. But honestly, man, if you're not in these sort of circles or messing with guys like you, people don't have any fucking idea. They might have heard of White Widow. That's
Yeah, but you know what? The majority
Jeff
of
learned
people
from
right here in
Jeff learned
California
from
don't have
YouTube.
any idea. So like,
Yeah, I know, and that's what I was saying. Every last night, everyone starts from nothing. We just all gotta. Every country's, just has to figure it out. But yeah,
because
it's just.
Oh, I don't remember all the different names, but over the years, I've been on this YouTube thing and Instagram. Australia's pretty represented.
Man, I mean,
there's a few people.
Like I was saying last night. Yeah, there's guys that grow good stuff, and it's like guys like greenfingers or whatever, the equivalent of him, but smaller scale to here. Like they'll just have one light in the spare bedroom, in a fucking 4x4, and they're killing it. But they don't even know what the fuck they're growing, In
any place there's prohibition, I assume there's a lot of people that just aren't ready to come out under the, not even close to.
Yeah.
Like even when laws start to change, it still takes. Shoot, I remember, and you mentioned this because I was a lurker on the forums, Overgrow and all those way back 2000s or whatever. And I was no way would I make an account or post or like I was like back then I was still in the idea of like, yeah, they were looking for us, or that was like, but I read everything I could, because other than talking to my buddies, which we had a lot of what that early forums were to us, some of the things that we had come across ourselves was like being verified as being like, yeah, that really works, or that technique is like, some of that stuff, I maybe it was word of mouth through the hydro store. I don't know how we used to get the information. It wasn't like much of it. But then when that forums became a thing, I remember staying up all night. Like my wife would be like, "What the fuck are you doing?" I'd just be like, "Oh, I'm reading fucking posts and forums on the cannabis board." She's like, "What's that?" And she she used to go on there too because we were both growing at the time. But yeah, it was like incredible time when all that information was like people were. I used to think, God, some of these guys really have a lot of time on their hand because some of those posts, and you can go back, all that stuff's archived, was really detailed. You know, like they spent time, paragraph after paragraph, you know, breaking down techniques. There wasn't video where it's easy to talk, and talk is easy. When you have to write it all out, you know.
And I mean, most people these days still don't know what overgrow was. So to know what it was 16, 17 years ago, you know, you got to be a real fucking OG to know, you know, and Merck, remember Merck and all that fucking, the black and white, the green and black screen, all that bullshit. Yeah. If someone wants it bad enough, man, you know, like I was talking about Uncle Tripp's prison purse, you know, if you want it bad enough, you'll find a fucking way, you know. How bad do you want it? That's a common thing you'll see in fucking fights in between MMA rounds in the UFC. They'll say, how fucking bad do you want it? And then the guy will go out and fucking knock the guy out. You know, you just, how fucking bad do you want it, man? If you want it, you'll do whatever the fuck to get
a
it.
real fan of watching MMA. I don't know what changed. Maybe just me, but like it's like I can barely stand watching it anymore. It's like I guess I missed.
I like watching it. I just don't
age.
like. Yeah, I just don't like watching the mishaps. Like I'm always screaming, "Stop the fight! Stop the fight!" when someone's getting the shit beat out of them. You know, when it's a mismatch, man, I want to see a guy stop the fight and fight another day. You know.
But that's the line though. When it comes to MMA,
yeah,
that's the line. You know, that's
yeah, it
what
is, man.
separates, you know, fighter from somebody that's just can defend themselves well. It's the, you know, is that line going, no, he's had enough. Unfortunately, they take it to the next level, you know what I mean, and make sure it's an out instead of
that's the
you
thing,
know, just to
man.
fight another day.
I'm
It takes a
talking as a
special
fan.
person
Well,
to
I'm sure
hammer punch
Kushmaster.
somebody on the head when they're fucking
Oh,
laying
you're
on the
muted,
mat.
I
Just
think.
so you know what I mean.
You're muted. No, we still
Yes.
nothing, man. Can you hear him?
No,
Or is it just me?
I hear everybody.
you guys can't. Yeah. All right. You there? Nothing.
Oh, no, we're frozen.
Still frozen?
Oh, I can hear. I heard green fingers.
Okay.
It's all right.
Yeah.
I'm moving.
Oh,
All
well.
you guys are frozen, but
Might just
I
start
think we'll come
choking
back. Yeah, you'll be all right. We'll start
Yeah,
coming
I
back.
know
Soon.
that in my area, a lot of the fighters live and train, like San Diego, Riverside, Temecula. There's a couple of the top gyms around here.
Yeah, well,
I
you're
guess
talking
if you
about
gotta
Gilroy.
live.
You're
Yeah,
talking
that's
about
well, I
Gilroy
live
with
in
a
San Diego, but Gilroy is Central California.
yeah. Fucking what's his name? Daniel Cormier's got a wrestling school there. He's a UFC light heavyweight and heavyweight champ when he
Wait,
retired.
the one guy I drive by his gym all the time, Dan Henderson, is that
Oh
like
yeah,
the veteran guy? Yeah, his
the
gym
H-bomb.
is his gym is shit right across the street from the Costco and all that over there in Temecula.
Right.
Yeah, and I don't remember
Right.
all the other names, but well, San Diego's that in this area attracts a lot of export people or UFC. Hey, if you're going to be training and making money and have to be somewhere, well, San Diego's got good weather. You know, people.
San Diego is very military dominant, isn't it? From the Navy or something? Is that correct?
No, we got everything. We got
everything.
The Camp Pendleton, which is one of the main Marine. So they have boot camp there. So there's massive amount there. And then there's the Navy that has the whole harbor thing. And then there's the Air Force has got a base too. So, and that's why a lot of retired Navy, Marine, military they've done their service, they put in their 20 years and they buy a house or they live in San Diego. So it's a lot of, yeah, it's a
Right.
lot of military in San Diego.
I take it San Diego is kind of like San Francisco price wise, right? Fucking through the roof.
No,
Oh.
not through the roof, but it's always been, I mean, San Diego's expensive, but nothing like the Bay Area. The Bay Area is like some crazy thing because of the .com and like literally like 1-bedroom apartments with no space in San Francisco are like $3,000 a month and shit. Like it's crazy.
Yeah.
But that's changed. That's changed because of this new thing of what people don't have to go to work. So a lot of people are like, well, why the fuck are we going to live in this shithole city? We can live anywhere. So they, you know, but
Yeah,
now
they're
some
moving
of
the
those companies are saying, yeah, that was cool for then. But if you want your job, you're going to have to come back to the fucking office.
Right.
Which, yeah, I can't imagine productivity would really be that high if you just let people fucking work from home. I mean, I don't know how you manage that. I guess if you have so much that you're supposed to get done to to require your job, you get it done, but I don't know.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like, I don't know how that works. I don't ever have a job in my life, so I can't comprehend that. People like working together in a job,
Yeah.
showing up every day. It's the showing up every day part. That's the part. I think I would like a job, but not the showing up every day.
I did that for a while when I was a kid. I was like, you go to school or you go to work. If you're not gonna go to school, you better fucking go to work. I was like, I'll go to
Well,
work.
if you're gonna feed your face in life, you have to work one way or never. So it doesn't, like, you can call it a job. Whatever you do is a job, right?
Yeah.
Man, when I was floor sanding, my boss that I started with, I was like a teenager when I started with him. I just used to work Saturdays and Sundays and school holidays, the floor sanding, that broke my back. And this guy was an alcoholic. And after about 4 or 5 years with him, he would literally do no work, zero. I would do the whole fucking job from start to finish. It'd take me 4 days. And I literally just think, man, I'd do even the quotes and the fucking bookwork for every job. And I'd think, I'm fucking doing literally everything. This cunt's making fucking 70% of the money. I'm making 30%. So I just started my own fucking business, man. I was doing the exact same fucking shit.
A few months ago, I think it was on Facebook. I saw this thing that was like 10, like they're famous beggars from around the world. There's like this 100-and-some-year-old lady that everyone knows from London. There's a guy in India, and these people have been like professional beggars. They would show them on the street. Some guy would get arrested. He's been arrested like so many times for doing it. But then they showed that when they died or what investigations they did, yeah, they were like, the one guy would dress up as this guy and go down to this area and beg 8 hours a day, but he actually had 2 kids and a medium family house, and like it was all
drive
just a
home in a
facade.
BMW.
Yeah, there were stories like that. And these people had
Could
been
rock
doing
up in
it
a
like
BMW.
for 40, 50 years, like professionally. And when they died, like the one old lady, turned out she had like, $800,000 in the bank, and
It's ridiculous.
Yeah. The panhandlers are a big deal around here. Like you see them get out of their car, they'll park way down the street. They'll get out of their car, start dressing into their fucking dirty shit.
Well, I've seen numerous stories that document that, like somebody that is a good panhandler that puts in the hours and works at the right area, yeah, it makes like more money than somebody does that has a job here.
How about all those fucking Elvis impersonators at fucking Las Vegas, man? Would they be making any money? All those fucking all those dickheads up on the street?
Sometimes there's weird clips I've seen
Iron Man
on
and
Hollywood Boulevard where there's a bunch of people that dress up as everything. Batman and
Yeah.
this and that. And sometimes I think it's been on the comedy show, like Jimmy Kimmel will somehow get a clip where Batman and Superman are fucking fighting, like physically fighting, because that's his corner. He's saying, yeah, dude, this is my corner. What the fuck? You can't work this corner. I'm working this corner. And they're like, even though all these people pose with them, they think they're like cool people. They're like actually like a bunch of tweakers and like homeless people that just dress up in these costumes and
Yeah.
hustle people for money when you take a picture with them.
Yeah.
Hey, I got nothing against hustling.
Yeah, but how
That's
far?
like even a panhandler that like works it like a job and
That's a
puts in the
performance,
time. Yeah, I'm not
But on the
against
performance,
that shit.
they dress up
Like,
in the other clothes.
it
They
ain't
put
for
the-
me. I think
they
it's
act
kind
like
of
they
a
have
weak
one
move.
leg sometimes. I've seen that. I've seen a bitch that I've seen a person hop out of a car, put her leg into her sweats, and sat on her fucking foot on a skateboard and rolled across the street, acting like she didn't have no foot or a wheelchair. Scandalous shit.
You
Like,
were right the first time with
bad
bitch.
shit.
You didn't have to excuse yourself.
But yeah, I was so pissed when I seen that. I was like, what the hell, dude? There's actual people out here that need fucking money, and you're out there just acting like you fucking. I confronted the shit out of the person. I wasn't gonna not confront him. I was like, what the hell are you acting like you need that for? Like, gonna fucking sit on your leg and act like you're an amputee and shit, and act like you don't got a wheelchair and you're on the fucking. Yeah, that just pissed me off. Though. That's foul. Like, and then like the stolen valor, like shit. I saw a motherfucker with the hat of a fucking. Yeah, I was just pissed. It was all those things together just made me upset as fuck. I was like, what the hell, dude? None
Well,
of that's okay.
Now
None of
that you
that's
bring that up, a few years ago, a bum here was confronted and it made the news because he'd been working this corner and this whole vet, disabled vet thing that he played, but then it turned out he was, yeah, what you said, stolen valor.
yeah, that shit
and
makes
then-
me angry, dude. My
and,
uncle's fucking-
Yeah, they exposed him on the TV, on the like local news.
yeah, yeah. That's my favorite shit. Watching that shit on YouTube. The fucking stolen valor guys fucking get confronted by like military. It's like,
Well, I tell you, in this town, because there's so much military, if you're gonna try to say you're gonna play that, you better, yeah,
you better-
because those guys will ask you. They'll ask you, and there's like just like deadheads. Like if you try to pretend you've been to a bunch of shows, you don't know the lingo. It's the same thing with the military. You can't pretend, like you got to know. They ask you a couple.
Oh, I
things
wasn't
you don't
fooling
know.
anybody, buddy. I stood out like a sore dick in that crowd. I ain't gonna get
dude, that's fucking a weed nerd at a deadhead show. You're gonna be able to tell. You're like, what the hell?
Well, he fit in as the crossover, meaning like, oh, cannabis crossover. He was a cool soul in the crowd. Like he was saying that he saw people's souls or their spirits or like the good nature. Like it's rare when there's 100,000, 10,000 human beings put together that you get the sense that there's more good people in the crowd than bad. You know what I mean? But at a Grateful Dead event, no, it's overwhelmingly good people. You know, like just people, who cares what they believe in and shit? Just people that are like good natured. You know what I mean?
So even to that extent, buddy, I can at one point I kind of think I
That was me.
seen something like that actually to the like standing out, because as the venue, you know, it all comes around the stage in that arc, right? And we're over on the arc to the right side of the stage, and they were like, there was a nice crowd right there dancing, you know what I mean? They were into it. And me and Marshall kind of wandered like into it, but like in the edge, you know what I mean? And I noticed like fucking 10 minutes later, there was like a buffer zone. You know what I mean? Like they were like, yeah, these energies don't quite match up. We need a buffer zone. I was like,
Well, I know that you didn't appear to anybody as a cop, and that's like the one thing at that place. Oh, maybe not so much anymore, but especially back in the day, there was really cops that were like trying to pretend to be like, they were trying to bust people for sales, and that's how they would start. They'd like pretend to be a deadhead, him and his female partner, but they always stood out, like, like, trust me, a cop in that environment. But they tried, trust me, they tried, but they would be easily, yeah, you could spot them a mile away.
Crazy.
Not
why they get
always.
away with that
Like
shit?
ultimately, they got good at what they were doing too. Like in some places, they would actually like wear tie-dye, face paint,
Coachella Fest, bro.
make a hippie look, did whatever
They
they
fit in
took
at the
to be
Coachella
able to
Fest. Like the
fit
cops,
in and
they fit right in at the Coachella Fest. Like you can't tell the difference because they're not deadheads. Everybody there's like a fucking. They just wear the
Yeah.
fucking.
Well, I've heard
They
at
fit in
Coachella, if you
Fest.
think you
3
can
of
go
my
out there
friends got busted.
and operate any
Crazy.
kind of dope sales, you're going to get busted. They have drones and video and security
Everything.
from
Not
the
even that,
from the
out of
park,
3,
from the time
every
you
3
pull
people's
in
a cop,
to the
dude.
whole event.
Every third person's a fucking
Yeah.
cop or a narc, like ready to rat on you from like a year before they got caught or something, or where they do their fucking time, like they're ready to rat people out and shit. Like they're really working people for like money too. It's crazy. It's like it's crazy.
Well, I remember knowing I didn't have to work for the blue coats, the security, but since I was a teenager and went to concerts, it was obvious that those guys would like confiscate drugs, basically weed, from as many people as they could, and then split it. Like it was like a team effort, and then the people that worked there would split it up. That was like part of their hustle of why they took the job, because they had the power to take shit away from people, and on a given shift you could make an extra shit as much money as you could by pressuring people that, oh, you got to give up your stuff. Which even back then you knew when you were in that confrontation that a person, because drugs are illegal, and that person isn't a law enforcement officer, so they can't take, like, that means once they take it from you, they're in possession of it. So they can't, like, no security is going to tell their people to confiscate the drugs from the person. That's like, if they say that, that's because they're trying to take it from you. Like,
Yeah, there's too
not
many.
the company they work for didn't tell them to do that, because they don't know, they don't want to deal with that.
Yeah, my friend.
If they say, oh, hold on, and they signal and they bring over a cop, well, now you're in trouble. But if the security himself try to like strong arm you for anything, fuck them. No,
exactly.
Call their bluff, because that's all it is.
Yeah, that's what I've learned, because my friends work security, and they would let us in with everything on us, and like other people, they would just take what they wanted. Like if they didn't like the people, they'd be like, fuck that, gotta take what you got. But if they like the people or like got a good attitude from them, they would let them in, like without taking their shit. Just depends on how they felt. It's like it was fucked up too. They still work.
I've noticed one thing. We used to smoke more weed at concerts by far when weed was completely illegal the whole way. Like California, we've had medical since 96 or whatever. So we've going on almost 30 years or whatever. Open-minded cannabis. Less weed is smoked at a show. Like, it's weird. It doesn't make sense to me, but like in the 80s and 90s, when you couldn't smoke weed in a show, holy shit, everyone was smoking weed, and it was like powered numbers. Now, especially because like this, ultimately smoking is smoking. And that's some of it. Like, same reason you can't smoke a cigarette around other people. I respect that, because sometimes a lot of those people have jobs or have drug testing. And yeah, they go to an event, and next thing you know, there's so much marijuana smoke that even though there's mixed science on that, because some science says that no, that you couldn't get a dirty test from a contact high, but then there's others that say yes you could, depending how sensitive the test is. So you have to respect that, I guess. And some people just don't like the smell of it.
Also true.
I think it's bullshit. People test people for what they put in their fucking body, man. Who the fuck are you to tell me what I'm gonna do? Especially for weed. Am I fucking hurting anyone? Like, get the fuck out of here. To lose your job, it's like the most fucking dinosaur shit I've ever heard. Yeah, it's so fucking ridiculous, man.
Yeah. I've heard of people actually taking drugs to get the weed out of their system because it would flush everything out of their system in 2 days. So like they were taking opiates and other shit just to kick everything out of their system as fast as they could to get away with that piss test the next day.
Yeah.
Crazy shit that people have to go use drugs to get everything out of their system real quick to get some weed out of their system for the piss test.
Well, people would tell themselves anything. Like, wait, you're saying they would use drugs to try to get drugs out of the system?
Yeah, use the drugs to get the weed out of their system. Just the weed.
What?
Just
like use what kind of drug?
Like meth or something, and then like 3 days, all the meth is going to be out of your system, or some opiates.
Well,
There's
those
gotta
were
be a
uninformed.
better way.
Right.
Right?
And
Gotta
the
be a better
reality
way.
was that those people were just uninformed.
But the guy got away
problem,
with it for fucking years. He was his PO test and shit. He'd piss in a bottle every
well, the
week.
truth is that unless they are really, I had probation or parole off and on a lot of times, so I piss tested. I have my experience.
I drove them there, so I was.
They don't always test you for weed, even back in the day. There's like 3 panels: the main panel, the speed panel, and then they have to check an extra panel for it to be the cannabis one, which is a much more expensive test.
Yeah.
And why it's really hard to beat that test, and always will be, because they're testing THC level in your fatty tissue, basically, right? And that's why it takes so long for it to come out. But I just read a court case where then in some case they said that form of testing is not going to be, in that particular case, is going to be thrown out and not accurate.
Right.
And even when you were talking about, would you call it, a stick or something that they give
Licky
you in
stick.
the road?
Yeah.
See, I don't know
side.
if they've developed that here yet exactly, because it's not as simple as other drugs to test for cannabis, and also test for like a level to say,
they don't give a fuck here,
impaired.
bud. Yeah, because under the law here, like when I got booked for my first court case, I told them I didn't fucking smoke weed for 48 hours before. Before I got fucking pulled over. Of course I didn't. I just smoked just before, but I told him that, even the judge said it doesn't matter. He goes, what you're getting sent, what the fine is for is traces of cannabis in your bloodstream while operating a fucking thinger. And I said, that's bullshit. I said, the cop even said it can last 5 days to 6 days. And I said, that's like pulling someone over for drink driving on fucking Friday when he was drinking on Tuesday. It's no. And she goes, yeah, that's the law. The judge said, yeah, that's the law. And I thought, well, that's some bullshit. Yeah, so that's how they fine you in Australia. I don't know how
Yeah,
about America.
and like you pointed out, and it's pretty obvious from hearing your story, your country's just like 25 years behind.
Yeah.
Right. And even some states here, they're so many years behind, California or Colorado or Washington, the states that did it first. And a lot of things, even I remember there was a case that someone sued over over whether or not when you have a medical and a doctor diagnoses you with condition and that it expires in a year, right? Because there was a case the guy's card had expired, but then in the defense, they brought up that like no other, like if you were diagnosed with diabetes, it's not like, oh, well, come back in a year because we'll have to tell you have diabetes again, or you follow what I'm saying? And
Yeah, I have to do it every
concept,
6 months. I have to do it every 6 months, bud.
and that in California now, like even if your card, if you had a card, you can argue, and there's been a precedent by other cases that like once you had a card, if it expired, that doesn't mean that you're like that was a concoction that doctors made so they could make money. Like it's completely invented. It isn't like that same doctor could have wrote a thing and it would have been permanent. Like he would have if it was another medical thing. It wouldn't be like, yeah, come back and give me another $100 in a year and we'll sign up again. That was bullshit.
It is, man. It is. But you know,
I
unfortunately,
still have my card. I pay. The lady never makes me come in. She just takes my money and sends me the paper. But I figure, well, I've had one since 1997. 2 different doctors the whole time, and she's dropped her prices a lot to renew. It's like whatever, because she used to actually have an office, and I don't even think she has an office anymore. She just does it from home or whatever. I don't know. But I figure, well, I had it this long, I might as well just keep having it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's a paper and it's got the stamp on it and whatever the fuck. It used to actually mean something. Like you used to have to show that to go into one of the establishments and stuff.
Right. Eagle was rocking out pretty hard before, huh? I saw fucking nearly snapped his neck.
Fucking who the fucking Gary Clark Jr. You guys listen to anybody listen to some Gary Clark Jr.?
Yeah, hey, I just got a video. My friend's in London. Well, he went for the Stones, but he caught Guns N' Roses. And who opened for Guns N' Roses is Gary Clark. But he also sent me a news story. There was like a mosh pit. Okay. A couple days earlier, the Eagles played. And at this point, there's not even an original member of the Eagles. I think one of the sons, well, Joe Walsh is up there, but that's it. But so there's a story. I have the link of it or whatever, that the police had to get involved and like 15 people got arrested because there was a melee between 2 groups of people at the Eagles show during the song Take It Easy. And if you know that song, if you know it all, I mean, everyone knows that song, whether you know it or not. It's that Take It Easy. It's like this very soft song, peaceful as anything. And I guess there was this massive melee during the show and 15 people got arrested. And ironically, like said in the story, it was during the Eagles performing Take It Easy.
Good timing.
Well,
what are you smoking there,
they
bud?
love rock and roll in Europe, except Europe has like this harder edge, like where you have to go to a punk show or pretty hard show to get some kind of mosh pit action in America, right? In Europe, that's like part, even shows that you think, wait, they don't mosh pit at the Eagles. Oh, they do in Europe. Because it's like they like, that's like part of like what's the going, you know what I mean? Like it's part of the, it's not that, oh, they're more aggressive or anything. No, they just like the mosh pit thing, You know what I mean?
What's the best mosh pit any of you guys seen? Mine,
Hey,
really,
when I see that
mine was
shit
at the
going down, I
Coliseum.
get the fuck out of there, dude. I'm
Pain.
not into somebody fucking like randomly grabbing onto me and thrashing me or shit like that. No, that ain't my party, dude.
Yeah, I wasn't in it, but I've seen the best one was Rage Against the Machine at the Coliseum, and I forgot what the tour was called, but it was the last 2 or 3 shows at the Coliseum that they did. Fucking badass.
Yeah.
Hey, friend of Masonics, this guy Potion Man, I follow him. He got famous because the news interviewed him when he was like hitting a balloon, right? And he was so fucking high in this balloon, he said, "Fuck the police" or something, and it became this meme. But he's a cool dude. Wherever he goes, he's got a tank. That's his MO. And he what is it called? Dead City Punk. Like, it wasn't even like at a venue. It was like in East LA in the Wash, where thousands of people just were there, and the band set up whatever, and they were playing. The police tried to come with the horses and break it up. It was like a melee, and there's this footage of like his buddy in the mosh pit where they keep putting an arrow like to point out where he was. And holy shit, dude, it was like the guy went through. Yeah, that one didn't look fun at all. And even afterwards, he got up all dirty. His shirt was all half off. He'd been tossed around by like 20 different people, ragdolled. This is a big guy. And I was like, yeah, I don't get it. I get the excitement of it, but yeah, no, I guess I'm too old for that shit, dude. And I'm sure Cushmaster with his martial arts thing would have a hard
I'd be the
time if
last guy.
somebody, yeah, like
Yeah, I'd
if
be the
he
last guy in the
somehow was
mosh
in a
pit.
mosh pit. Next thing you know, it'd be like a Jackie Chung
Yeah.
movie where he took out all 50 of the people.
Start throwing people over and fucking flicking them, kicking them, and fucking
Yeah,
headbutting them, and need a quick elbow here and there. It's like, yeah,
even from watching Be Real, I guess mosh pitting at certain cities is popular at the Cypress Hill shows. And
yeah,
I don't know, like,
yeah, they do that shit sometimes right there. They get wild, start smashing stuff.
The best one I actually took part in was by far Pantera. I was telling Marshall about that last night.
Nice.
Well, yeah, I've been in a shit ton of mosh pits. I am not afraid to get in. But I was telling Marshall we were on top of the hill.
let's talk.
I was on top. I was fucking on top of the hill and we were looking at the
Listen to
venue.
the comments. That's not a knife handle.
That's a good one. I looked at Marshall. I said, man, one of the best shows I ever seen here was they actually ripped up the hill and threw it into that pavilion. And they did too. Every bit of sod on the hill of Pine Knob got thrown into the pavilion. It was like fucking 93. Pantera, White Zombie, and Megadeth played at the venue. And man, I honestly, buddy, couldn't walk for 3 days after that concert. I just fucking
you can go back
laid on the concert
and
or
find
laid on the couch.
the recordings of these concerts of the Dead in like 1981, 82, 83, 84, where like the reason there's general mission shows is sort of over this era, because previous to that, arenas and anything was seated 100%, seats all the way through. And so when the Dead would start playing back in those days, the fans would just start to take the seats, and then they'd make a pile in the back of the arena. Like literally, the pile would be as high as the upper level. Like it would be in the back, and they would just start tossing chairs on top of chairs, on top of more chairs. Keep all the chairs, just bring them all. Because we're gonna dance. We want the floor. We don't want all these seats here. And so on the recordings, in the first 2 or 3 songs, you hear all this rumbling. Like you're like distracted. It's a killer recording, but there's this noise. And that noise were the venues like that and that was like the people saying, yeah, and then over time, more and more of those places, oh, when there were shows there the next year, no seats. General admission.
You know, people ripping out.
But yeah, Deadheads used to just take them and pile them up in the back. They didn't give a fuck. One thing Deadheads knew is power in numbers. We knew that from like the 70s. And so if there was enough Deadheads, we had them outnumbered. Whether it was gate crashing or whatever we were like, however we wanted it to be, it was like power in numbers. And that seems to be what people forget in the world when we accept all these crazy things that happen that are against the majority, like what's been going on the last couple months. It's like they say that, oh, 85% of people say this, but then they're going to do that. Yeah, that's because people don't realize the power in numbers.
Hey, bud, I've never gotten into the Walking Dead, the Grateful Dead. I tried to watch one of their videos. It just sounded weird to me. I want to watch it because I know you love it, man. So what's one that you would recommend?
I'll tell you, like, okay, you're on Instagram now. I'll send
you only got one
There's
shot, man.
like,
I'll only watch one video.
Okay,
So
I'll send you
one
of the whole shows. You know,
hey man, I friended you on sorry to interrupt you. I friended you on fucking what's it called, Instagram. So just fucking friend me back.
I'll send you a good one. And I advise taking like a little bit of mushroom or a little bit of something, right? When you watch it your first time, because the music will sound like weird to you at first, but then it'll all make sense to you if you were tripping. All right, that's all I have to say.
I don't have access to any, man. I'll just have to make some fucking 2,000 milligram cookie.
Good brownie or something.
2,000 milligrams.
I'm sure Uncle Trip must have a friend somewhere. Mushrooms or stuff is there's psychedelics in Australia. I know there is.
Oh yeah.
Fucking Owsley died there. Okay. Owsley, Stanley Owsley. He lived in Australia the last 10 years of his life. And that's where I think he lived around you, the northern part. And how he died was like his Jeep went off the side of the road and it crashed and he died. But Bear, that's his nickname. But if he was there for 10 years, then
there's acid there.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
oh yeah.
His family is still there. Zane and the kids, like that's where they live home.
Yeah.
He thinks that in the 60s he had an acid trip and said that the whole earth is going to go through this catastrophic thing. The only place that people are going to survive is in Australia.
Yeah, right. Why? Because the
there's
kangaroos there, huh?
Like, there's this story that factual that Bear, who was like the sound guy or main person inside the Grateful Dead family in the 70s, like 75 is when he pulled the whole organization together and told them to sell everything, and we all are going to move to Australia because otherwise we're going to get destroyed.
What is going on? Is that you, Eagle?
Hell yeah.
There we go. Yeah. Can you hear the music anyway? I just want to say, if you ever want to listen to this guy,
Crystal clear.
That's the good part. Good.
Can hear you now.
All right. Yeah, my mic was down. But yeah, this guy plays all kinds of like cover tunes and shit like that. Different guitars, custom guitars, fucking space and shit. But if you ever want to listen to some just like guitar with no vocals, okay, Justin Johnson, fucking amazing. Puff guitars. Throw on some headphones and listen to that shit. The fucking spit mushroom. Always spit mushroom. I didn't mean to interrupt the conversation.
Oh god,
So-
we're like children.
That was a great
Tell
song.
me the
What
name
was
of
that?
that song, because I know that song, but it couldn't come to me.
Can't Find My Way Home is the name of the song. It was original
Eric Clapton.
Steve Winwood, Eric Clapton cover. Yeah.
Hmm.
Good ear, buddy.
You on Instagram, Greenfingers?
Right now, personally, like
No,
watching it.
no. Do you have an account?
I have a green fingers account thingy.
All right, is it
What's
Greenfingers
my
or
handle,
Robert?
guys? Somebody has to know it. Shit. Fuck.
That's all right. I'll find it. I just got on Instagram last night.
RWT green fingers. Yeah, RWT green fingers. Or it might be
RWT.
RW Thomas green fingers.
All right, I don't even know how to fucking search. Here we go. RW what?
T,
T.
or it might just be Thomas.
Oh, there it is. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It should just be the same little purple
RW
icon that I have,
Thomas
but, like
420.
half the size. Just like the eye,
Yeah.
the beholder.
Yeah, it's got to be you.
Like this.
1,500.
It should look like this one. Oh yeah, that one's my old one. But the new one's
Oh.
damn, the new one's not. I don't know what the new one is in. Fuck. Yeah, that's my old one. That's cool. I'll find you. I'll just befriend you on the other one from that one.
Yeah, mine's Real Master Kush
Hell yeah.
or Kush
Yeah,
Master.
everybody never finds my
Real
old
Kush
one.
Master.
That's
I don't
crazy.
fucking
I
know.
remember. Hell yeah, that's cool.
I'm gonna make one for Uncle Trip, maybe. Uncle Trip fucking Instagram page.
Nice.
So he can contact us. Yeah. Bud, what are you smoking there, man? Yeah, he's talking to someone.
Pros? Oh.
I want to
Yeah.
hear about the cannabis cups where Uncle Trip took first, second, and third. Like, how does that happen?
Oh, yeah. Well, it was just Uncle Trip went down with like 4 different flowers, and
Which ones
honestly,
was it?
man, White Rhino, I think Lemon
All right, here you
OG
guys
Cook,
go. Come on.
and what was the other one? I think it was the Northern Lights was the other one. Yeah,
There you
this was
go.
a while ago, man. Like fuck, probably 8 years ago. Yeah, and after that, he just thought this is ridiculous. You know, the guys were nowhere near even on his level. So, yeah, anyone could have fucking handed. Your mum could have handed in her first grow, and she would have came in first. Green fingers. That's how
My mom
bad these.
grew awesome
buds are.
cannabis.
Oh well, yeah.
So
I bet she
we would've
could,
won
man.
anyways. Well, we would have won anyways, but we don't have the money and we're not wasting no ounce or how much we got to put up. I was like, fuck that. I ain't
Yes.
doing that much weed to fucking test or get on a fuck that. Like, I smoke way too much. But
Yeah.
no,
Yeah. No, he didn't do that again.
I did it though, because some places they don't have heart when they grow their shit, you know?
I did it from 2013-14. I entered the Seattle High Times Cup. I entered the
Nice.
Northern California High Times Cup. I entered Southern California High Times Cup.
Itching, dude. Fuck,
And
I'm not fucking giving
and
up money,
in
dude.
Indica in 2014 in San Bernardino, LA.
Yeah.
High Times Cup. There were 64 entries in Indica, 64 that year. And
Right.
yeah, I took third place with
Fuck,
Blackwater.
that's good.
And the
Damn.
first, second, and third is considered a cup win. And even got to, that was the last year that the third and second place people got to give like a speech or whatever.
Hmm.
And I was shocked. I didn't expect, I at that point I'd entered, I got in the top half. I knew that, like in the previous times. And actually, that what was really my focus was those were the first years of wax, like concentrate. And
Yeah.
we were making that. And that's what I really thought we had a
Right.
chance of winning with. But no, I didn't win nothing with that. But, and I still remember like just still being in they already did the concentrate with when they were announcing that, that's what I was hoping for.
And what that was your rock wool
and then
indoors
I
or outdoors?
oh no, indoor rock
All
wool.
right.
Yeah.
Right.
You grow some fire indoor, dude.
I'd been that was like after 3-4 years of like what I don't know what you want to call it, but Swerve's my homeboy, so like pretty much just working gear with him on and
Right.
yeah, actually even in the lineup that wasn't really where the focus was during those years, not on Blackwater. But there when the cut I had like on the overgrow forms, it was a thing. There was actually threads named that where other growers that had been searching through packs looking for what they called the purple pheno. And that was like, yeah, you might, I found it in one pack. First pack, I found number 3 was this purple pheno. And other people cracked a lot of packs and never found it. Then there'd be threads about that.
Yeah, sometimes you get lucky, huh?
Well, all that was Mendo,
Obviously.
Mendo, and SFE. That's what it was.
SFV's fire.
Yeah, literally, isn't it half of fire OG? SFV, fucking OG.
And even at that time, OGs, even in my little thing, I remember saying something about that OG should have its own category, not be in the indica category, especially like in 2014. Yeah, it was like 64 entries and like 50 of them were OGs.
Yeah. Fuck, I love OG Kush.
I used to run.
I said before Jodry kind of started his Golden Tarp Award there that I kind of wanted to see, I would love to see terp cups basically. So not just an indica, sativa, whatever. I want to see a lemon cup. I want to see a pine cup. You know what I mean? To where, yeah. That's all the cultivars being entered so we can find like the best of the best. You know what I mean?
I know if there was a pine cup, you would travel far and wide to be there to find the pine you've been searching for.
We have to put it on. That's the whole thing. We're the ones that have to do it.
Oh yeah.
I've smoked and sold weed that I guess was pine over the years, but I've never grown anything that I would say was pine. Lemon all day long, but not pine. Not me.
I have a pine, but I didn't keep it with the pine that I had. I have seeds from it, but that's open pollinated shit. That's every year, could be different or it could be, you never know. I got the old seeds though, that got the pine in it. So it just depends what I find that I could line work on shit. But I have so much different things that I had crossed in there that I'm like fucking bummed that somebody mixed them all up like to bring them to me. Like, fucking sucks.
What sucks, green fingers?
Oh, having thousands, like hundreds of different cultivar crosses mixed together in one container. It's like,
Okay,
no,
well then put that away for a rainy day and then focus in on one or two varieties and get to know them and work them exclusively. That's what I would say.
Or just do what you said last night, man, and just give them out as freebies, you know, if you
yeah, I was thinking
ever.
about that too. But I was thinking about like where would I do that too? Like we need like Eagle's website or something to give free seeds away.
Ah, yeah, you'll figure it out, man. You don't have to, you know, just.
Somewhere to be able to get them.
No,
Because I'm not
It'll
like
come
fucking,
naturally,
well,
man. You don't just
I'm a
just
fucking
don't rush
lame
here's the
yourself to
thing
do it.
about
That'll be all right.
giving
Wow.
free seeds away.
we need
Okay,
like a place to give them.
that's easy to do at an event where you can just hand them to
Yeah.
somebody.
I
But
don't
once
need
it's
Yeah.
not at an event, then somebody's got to pay for shipping. And,
Yeah.
and even if
Yeah.
you minimize it down to the minimum cost, it's $1 or $2 or at least
Yeah, depending. Yeah, you're right.
every package, and having to collect that information and to actually put things in the package and
The
label.
packaging,
That's
yeah,
all.
it all costs
Fuck.
money.
That's not, yeah, there's nothing
That's
free
why
about that.
That's why I haven't done anything yet still with my shit. Because I'm still wanting to make fucking little, I want to get
Now,
everything made for my
did
fresh
you
shit.
used to go to the events
Do you
when
wanna-
they were
Yeah.
being held at San Bernardino? That's close to your house,
Oh,
right?
no, we had our own here in the Coachella Valley. We had hundreds of fucking different little events that they would hold.
Well, you got the Hall of Flowers out there, but that's like totally commercial and
Yeah, no, I never
legal,
seen any of
but
those. We just went to the
the- you-
local medical shows when we had them.
you
down here
never
in
went to the Orange Show,
I didn't go to none of those ones.
what are they called? Whatever, the fairgrounds at San Bernardino. They
The
had,
Orange Show.
I mean, it wasn't just High Times, because then Hitman Dougie, what was his called? The Chalice. He did that there, and
I just went to one
there's been a
smokeout.
lot of
That's
events.
just a concert. I went to the smokeout once and I hung out in the fucking got pizza and that was it. Watched TV.
Well, you gotta get, at least you gotta be mobile. You can't be just stuck at your house.
Yeah.
yeah,
So
no, it's
even
What's
if
a
you
goal
didn't
for you,
drive,
Green?
it's easy with
like,
Instagram.
if I
though, now.
said to you, oh, hey, there's an event, I'll swing by and pick you up. Be ready at 10 and you'll get home around 10 that night. You wouldn't be able to
Yeah.
do it because you got dogs, you got this, you got that,
Yeah,
right?
I
I
could
reckon,
do it,
man,
but
if
then I
you-
wouldn't-
I reckon if you have an event in California you're gonna go to, or if something comes to fucking where you are close, just fucking then you can take your seeds out. And when you meet all the guys, you just fucking hand the blanket OG, you know? It's fucking, it'll be
That's
legit
what I'm
stuff,
saying.
man. Yeah. And maybe keep 300-400 for yourself in case you ever want to reopen the project, you know? And I don't know how many
Yeah.
beans you got, but yeah,
I
I
have
don't know, man.
hundreds of thousands of seeds that I've made.
What's the go?
I have
What's the
2
goal with you,
popcorn
Green?
tins full of fucking trim that I never fucking got all the seeds out of.
Do you
Just like-
actually breed plants, man, or do you just let them? I mean, like intentionally breed lines, or you
I let
just
them
do
open
the-
pollinate. I let every
Oh,
plant
right.
there open pollinate and do its thing, so I don't pull any males. I don't choose nothing, no keepers, nothing special.
Yeah,
I just let everything, even if there's something special there, I let it get hit with
Yeah.
whatever needs right there. If there's a little guy, a big girl, big guy, whatever wants to go, stays. You know. So
yeah. Would you
Good running.
be interested in doing select breeding, or you just happy doing what you're doing?
I find the best shit that I like out of this shit. Like every time I smoke it side by side next to something else, I go back to mine and I'm satisfied.
Right.
And then I'm like, oh, thank God, I still have a bunch of my old shit that I can go smoke. The only time I was satisfied with somebody else's shit was buds, and like, some of the best weed I smoke
Well, but wait,
ever.
because my advice to you would be like, all right, great, you got all these seeds you've created. Now it's time to become a Sensimilia farmer and get rid of all the fucking mail and all this bullshit and pick a couple varieties and grow them out.
I don't get high when I
Yeah.
smoke. When I smoke a branch of this shit
So,
right here with the thousands of seeds,
gotta-
I get fucking high.
We
I
got
don't
to say hello to somebody that makes seeds on purpose, Mr. Tao. Cheers. How you doing, brother?
What's up, Eagle, Green Fingers, Buddy Kilowatt, and the Kush Master? How you doing,
Hey,
everybody?
Tao. Hey, man.
to see you
Is this
all.
Vin
Good to hear
Diesel,
from you,
man?
Tao.
Is Vin Diesel here? Oh, shit, Vin
Fuck yeah.
Diesel. I met Vin Diesel, man.
You, you know,
NYC
I
in
got-
the house.
I've got something I want to see your thoughts on here as soon as I can find it again. I was blown away, Tao, but I want to see your thoughts as soon as I can find it.
All right,
We're gonna fuck.
but yeah, there's never enough room to grow all the seeds that. But then when you start making your own, then you're really screwed because then you just have so many, and then yeah.
Is there Hermy dominance in any of those green fingers, or are they pretty stable? Like they'll.
I've never had a Hermie once.
Ah, well, you're good as gold then, man. Yeah.
Yeah, not once.
Oh,
No,
right
only
here.
once.
Here we go.
Once
what's-
a long time ago.
And
Once
what's the
a long
end
time
goal
ago.
with you, man?
I didn't keep
Yeah,
those
what's it?
seeds.
And what's the end
Good
goal with you?
towel.
Do you want to?
Sorry, guys.
So it's,
Yeah,
I got it.
Sure.
Tao, what
I'm good.
what are your thoughts on this? All right, what are your thoughts on this? All right. Screen share, sound.
ผมเห็นหุ่นวิดีเซลครั้งแรกผมก็อยากได้
There's the fucking
ชาวบ้านในเชียงรายหรือจังหวัดเชียงรายนะครับเพราะผมออกไปไหน ทุกคนเขาจะรู้จักผมหมดในนามวิดีเซลเมืองไทย เขารู้จักผมมากจริงๆครับ นักแสดงที่ผมชอบหลักๆคือวิดีเซล และก็มีอีก 2-3 คนเจสันสเตตัมบูวิลิสเดอะล็อกพวกนี้แสดงเก่ง แล้วก็บุคลิกเท่แล้วก็หัวโล้นด้วยครับ
เขาช่วยในเรื่องด้านชื่อเสียงของเชียงรายค่ะ เพราะว่า
เดี๋ยวพี่วินคะขอถ่ายรูปได้ไหมคะ
ดังมากเลยอย่างเงี้ยครับรู้สึกทำตัวไม่ถูก
ไอดอลของหลายๆคนนะครับ ที่ทั่วโลกชื่นชอบ
Look at that.
วินแพทรอลญาติของพี่วินดีเซลจากเมืองไทย
จะพูดถึงวินดีเซล คือแกเป็นไอดอลที่เปลี่ยนชีวิตผมมากวินดีเซล ถ้าคุณดูอยู่ ผมอยากเจอคุณ ผมจะเลี้ยงเหล้าคุณ I love you
Get on that. That's what I want to know. You shouldn't even be on that screen. You should be on the Vin Diesel screen. Is that not what you guys are looking?
Yeah, I couldn't see nothing, but what are they? They're sending my movies into other countries, aren't they?
God damn it. I must have been screen sharing the wrong screen. Let's try
Yeah,
this
you are.
again. There,
Yeah.
there he was.
Me-
There he is, right there. You see?
เมื่อก่อนผมทำอาชีพเป็นวงดนตรีครับ เป็นหางเป็นเครื่องเป็นแดนเซอร์อะไรอย่างเงี้ยเต้นตามผับตามบาร์ครับ
He's got a fucking.
ผมชื่ออาทิตย์ดวงศรีเป็นคนเชียงราย อายุ 38 ปีครับ เมื่อก่อนผมทำอาชีพ
He's got a
เป็นวงดนตรีครับ เป็นหางเครื่องเป็นแดนเซอร์อะไรอย่างเงี้ยเต้นตามผับตามบาร์ครับ ก่อนหน้านั้นที่ผมความมั่นใจในตัวเอง
We gotta
ผม
get
ไม่รู้ว่าลุก
Captain
ผมจะไปทางไหนดีตอนนั้นสับสน ผู้หญิงก็ไม่ชอบ ไว้ผมทำไมผมถึงดูไม่มีเสน่ห์ไม่มีความมั่นใจอย่างเงี้ยครับก่อน
I just wanted you to know there was an imposter. running
Another
around Thailand.
imposter. I better look out
Yeah.
for him. Did you just see what his last thing said? He said because of his long hair, he thought he was unattractive.
Nah. That's
It
not
looks
why I
better.
cut mine.
Well,
It's good to be bald. It's
it
good to be
works.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry
dude, that
about
looked,
that.
and he had the American hat and a motorcycle too. That guy.
Trying hard. It's not just a resemblance. He fed right into that, don't you think?
Yeah, yeah.
All right. I'm back to work.
Hang out for us a little bit.
I'm within shouting distance. I'm
Hey.
listening. I'm here. I'm good. No? See, my dog's already claimed my chair and
Already got your
everything. Look at
chair.
that.
Yeah, we saw that.
Did you answer the question, Tal?
What did I think of that? I
Yeah,
think there's a
'cause I
lot
think-
of Vin Diesels out there.
But there's only one tower.
Only one.
As far
Yeah.
as we know, there's only one. Yeah, this whole abortion thing. What about the dudes that want to have the kid?
What
Well,
about
what about
them?
the dudes that don't want to have the kid?
What? Just kidding.
Isn't it half theirs, kinda?
I have no opinion.
That's what I say. Like I told you guys, right? The one woman,
I gotta tell you,
she's like,
I'm 60 years old and I've heard this fucking the pro-life thing my whole life, and I never really ever thought there'd come a day where they would like it just didn't seem like common sense. Like what? Like, and now that they did that, I'm like, holy shit, it's like, yeah, I just kind of just always thought, yeah, that issue was there and they would just keep going back and forth, but they would never like reverse it. I never, like, it's crazy to me.
it is
Like,
crazy.
principally
World's
and
crazy.
so many things. I mean, ultimately, like, if I was trying to talk to somebody like that was for it, I'd be like, yeah, but you want to go back to what orphanages, and there was a point in time not that long ago where like I think it's like 1 out of 5 kids was raised in like an orphanage or foster care, whatever, however you want to describe it. Back then it was called orphanages, and they were ran by the church. And that
There's a
was
lot
like
of
where
good
some
movies came out of those. We got Annie and
yeah.
Oliver Twist.
Yeah, but like, I mean, ultimately that's, and oh wait, the church used to pay for that or whatever it used to be, but like,
Yeah, but they
How could-
didn't illegalize. They didn't make abortion illegal. Now it's just up to the states, like cannabis. And I never
Wow.
thought cannabis would get this far when I was. Yeah, I didn't think cannabis would get this far.
that is one thing. It is up to the states and all that, but yeah. So
Yeah, I don't understand
guess-
why both sides got their panties in a bunch over this shit so bad, because but certain states, I guess, are really trying to be crazy oppressive, where like it's a felony and $100,000 fine and this and that. But yeah, I don't have.
Well,
I
regardless
put
of
on-
which side you're on, a healthy democracy has to have like both sides having like a healthy debate and some getting their way and whatever. The
Right.
Supreme Court being 6-3 for looks like the next 30 years, that's a problem.
Yeah,
It's not about what cases they're going to rule on. It's, you got to remember, they get to choose what cases they even take.
that's
And
a,
it costs
that's an
a
issue
ton-
right there.
Ton
Yeah.
of money to even take a case there. Like, so unless it's a millions of dollars, you don't
Like
get
they
to
would-
the Supreme Court. And it's what cases won't even be brought because legal people aren't idiots. If there's
If they know it's not
no
going to go their
chance
way.
of like
Yeah.
your case having any merit or platform, then you're not going to spend millions of dollars and argue it. And with a 6-3 court, either way, the worst would be if it was the other way. As much as I'm that way, oh, if you ever gave us like a majority, we're kooky as fuck and like put in all kinds of crazy shit. So there has to be a balance,
No, but that, like the New York one that they ruled on right before this one, that was like there for like 5 years or something like that. So yeah, even the ones that they do pick up take a long time to get through and looked at even.
Well, I
¿Qué
watched
pasó?
that guy, LMC channel, the guy that has cannabis channel, and he did one of his
Big
little
channel.
shows on New York and like
Mhm.
the licensing and the different things
Yeah.
going on in this place called Empire, that all these cease and desist orders, and But then when they showed the list of the 10 licenses that then got the medical, but then in the medical bylaws, they get like first chance to expand and get all the other licenses, right? Oh, it's a lock. It's already like it's all these people scrambling to be part of what New York is. No, that those 10 companies have a lock on it.
The ones who were growing hemp here first got the first recreational licenses. And maybe the only ones, maybe, yeah.
Well, that list of companies is like, yep, that's those corporate names that they've already consolidated. That's the bad mamma jamma list. You know, like, oh, it isn't called Canopy anymore. Canopy got bought up and then got bought up but when you looked at that list, I can't quote the names, but I recognize them. I know that those are the
ones in other states already,
stock investment behemoths that are in every state, and somehow before the licensing period in New York is even open,
right? They're already picked.
They have a lock. It's beyond a lock. Like that's what that show showed. The guy quoted or put the print of the law, and it says right in there that yep, those people are going to get first option, and they can have up to 5 places and whatever. And then there's no vertical. So like they're saying that the retailers are going to control everything. So the grow and the wholesale and the packers in New York, the way it's set up in the law, the stores are going to have all the power.
Right.
In the market.
Like in most places, it's like that anyway.
Yeah. Well, but some of the numbers, like New York will be the highest, like even California's millions of people we have. New York and the 5 boroughs consume more cannabis per year in tonnage than anywhere else in the world per capita by far.
I believe that.
Some think tank has done like estimates. That was on that report, and even pre-legal times, like dating back.
Yeah, we were
like
smoking.
Whatever.
We were smoking more than the West Coast already.
Yeah.
I believe it. There's a ton of people in New York.
I got this little girl back here that came up fucking dog. Back here, I threw a seed. You probably heard me talk about this. Threw a seed in the pots. One of them, I had one come up with a little male. I didn't actually notice it, but I had one that came up that was a female. I thought it was actually part of another plant when I cut it down. I just thought it was like some of the lowers down there. Then I got further down the plant. I was like, holy shit, this is a whole separate plant. And I chopped down the other plant and I just left it. It grew up in 12-12 the whole time. It germinated, it vegged, it grew up all under 12-12 when I just threw a seed in there. So I let it continue after I fucking took down the other plant. That little fucking thing stinks so bad and it smells like fucking BO. Terrible. So terrible. It made me take it. I was sitting here the other day. I'm like smelling myself. I'm like, holy shit. I went and fucking took a shower and came back in here. I'm like, God damn. God damn, it ain't me. But it's that fucking plant. Yeah, it's loud too. The other day, man, fucking I had the fan off for a little bit. And it was just pungent. It was like fucking a locker room in here and shit. It's all from that one plant.
What seed do you think it was? Do you have a clue?
It's I'm guessing it's the 6-shooter times the chilumbium is what I think it is.
Okay.
But
obviously you don't have a clone, huh?
No, I'd have to re-veg it. I've got all the seeds I can work my way through and see which one it is. But man, that thing is
Re-veg,
stank.
re-veg.
I'll show you guys here. Here, let me fucking log into
Yeah.
the Zoom.
Does it have some side branches or what? Take some cuts.
Yeah, hold on. It's
Monster
only
crop,
like
you
a
reckon?
fucking maybe 16 inches tall at best.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
And it stinks that much?
Fuck yeah, she's covered in sugar. And just
Damn.
fucking, and she's still got a long way to go. I mean, fucking.
Well, that's how it happens.
Yeah, I reckon
Some,
re-veg it,
like,
man.
all the controlled popping and keeping track and this and that, and then some random act is where the super dank pops up.
Man,
There's-
Uncle
all
Trip
right.
Uncle Trip has never had a fucking girl that he's never cloned. That's how much he fucking respects his genetics. He's cloned every fucking plant, and he's always had 3 fucking clones of every fucking pheno of everything, you know.
Usually, if I wasn't moving, I'd be, fuck.
Yeah.
There's a lot that isn't going on right now. Usually they're all fucking 8-10s, all full,
Yeah.
4x8.
Tent City, baby.
Fuck yeah. This is let's see if we can get a better look. Fucking shitty.
Well, I guess don't they call what we're talking about Murphy's Law?
Oh
Right?
yeah.
Things just slip. Like if it's inevitable that when you turn your back, or when you're caught with your pants down, or you know what I mean?
Can you see that, bud? Go to Eagle's phone camera. Show him the plant.
Oh, here we go.
Either highlight it or keep talking.
There you go. We could highlight them.
Yeah. HPS, is it?
Yeah.
Nice.
That little girl right there. Hey, look, there's already, all right, there's the tail from the one I cut down. Here's some more seedlings that are already going with another round. And here's the volunteer that came up in that pot under the 12-12. Obviously looking a little janky, but man, sugary as fuck all the way down.
That thing got probably shaded from the other one too.
Yeah. But man, does that little fucker stink? I ain't even bullshit. This one here is was Kazoo's Kusk, the Steve that I just threw in there just to grow something, man. We talked about, this is fucking these are what we got here. Those are the DOA. Okay, these are the Red Dragon Brothers. I forget which strain. I'd have to look it up. These back here are my cross of the DOA. Back there, I need a little extra food. These here are the Columbium.
What do you put 3 in each one?
That I bred out there. And back there is another Red Dragon Brothers. That's the Stroop Waffle. These are under, I just got this fucking light today. I'm still hanging lights, guys. I'm not even fucking, not even down. I'm still hanging lights. And then, of course, this is a larger version right here. I fucking never.
Damn, you knocked that one down.
Yeah, that's a Stroop Waffle right there. That one back there, the first one that I showed you, is like the runt. That thing, these plants right here, the Columbium, them Red Dragon Brothers, and the DOA back there,
it's 3 in 1.
All like fucking 3 weeks to a month younger than that girl. Right there.
Damn.
You know what I mean? Let me see. Yeah, that girl right there.
Mm-hmm.
So
And this one came up, were dropped at the same time. Interesting. God damn it, I hate this camera. There we go.
And that's soil, right?
Yeah,
Or-
soil, 18-gallon air pots.
Right.
And then here's some babies right here. These are in veg. This is the lime Steve from Kazoo. Here's some this is some Kazoo Kush, I believe. All of that schizo from Kush, Kazoo.
Mm-hmm.
413, that's kind of re-vegging or had re-veg, so coming back through. Milkman. But yeah, I still got a few things kicking back here behind me. Yeah. This
So
one
yeah,
right here, I just
Eagle, there is 3 of those, right? There's at least 3 in those.
What's that?
3 Colombians, and then 3 of the, there's three plants in those, right? Those aren't single plants.
Oh yeah. Right here in the Colombian, there's 1,
Or
2,
more.
3, 4, 5 in this 18.
Oh, fuck. I thought it was 1 and you bushed
No,
it.
I could tell there was at least 3 in that one.
And then same thing in here. There's 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, yeah.
There's 18-gallon pots. I don't think it's gonna hurt them at all.
No, there's gonna be some boys, right?
Yeah, there should be. They were regular seeds.
Okay, yeah.
But looking good so far. I'm really got some. These look all pretty consistent for F2s so far. I think these girls are just held back from a little lack of light. These big old leaves hanging over them.
Yeah, they're real consistent, aren't they?
Yeah. Mars fucking Hydro sent me this. I hung it today.
Right.
I was actually fucking surprised how bright this motherfucker was. I couldn't even look at it when I opened it up and fucking turned it on.
What's the name of that one?
This is the FCE 6500.
Okay.
Hey, what's funny about this is I looked it up on the website. They're saying it's a 730 watt light US or 650. I think it was 650, and then it says 730 US. I don't know what the fucking difference is. How watts can differ.
Yeah,
like
watt
that.
is a watt. I thought. Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah. All right. So that's just kind of what's going on behind me here. But man, I missed my garden full force, man. But I'm starting to like a little bit of the travel. The freedom, the little bit of freedom that the soil is offering, and the lower numbers, that's for sure, make travel a little bit easier. All right, I'm gonna shut this one off and go back to the other place. I'll be back.
Yeah.
Guess
Still
what,
waiting for the
pal?
fucking.
You getting them wet right now, buddy?
Yep, I've had them sitting on my table instead of putting them in the cabinet because I know that I'd get motivated one moment, and it finally happened. I realized.
Are you germinating seeds or about to take some acid? I don't know what's happening.
I took acid earlier because tonight was like an epic night of music. That was like at 4 this afternoon because they were in New York. There was 2 shows on at the same time. Yeah, I like the idea of putting a little bit of rice in there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's
knock
nice
on wood.
touch.
A lot of people, everything that I've sent out has been pretty much 100% germination. And so I was packing up those time right by blueberry seeds, and they were just so little. And I was like, man, they're so little. And I didn't remember if I did a germination test with them or not. So I put like a whole bunch in a paper towel and threw water on it. And yeah, they all cracked. And then when I was showing them to the freaking boys over in on the 420 grow room show. I was like, so yeah, what are you gonna do with them? They're like, oh, you should eat them. I'm like, nah, I went and planted them. And that's what that last time I did a germination test, I did the same shit.
Tao, with your new legalization in New York, do they have cultivation in the bill, or is it just
They have
medical? It's not medical, it's recreational, isn't it?
Well, no,
Sorry,
they had
brother.
medical. They had medical thing here, but it was fucked up. And for the longest time, there was no flower, and so they had to get. They actually make it into vapes, yeah. But now, since when they decided to go rec, it's a big long story. It was Governor Cuomo was in when they announced that they're going to go legal with the rec. And then he got kicked out because he was, hitting on all the girls, and they got mad at him. So I guess did he resign? Yeah, I think he resigned. I don't think they kicked him out. I think he resigned. But the new chick came in, and the first thing she did was like, if you have a medical card, you can grow plants. So that was like the first thing, but no one else can. So before she became the one running the show, they're not going to allow recreational grow to be really legal until the dispensaries are open or at least a year, probably 18 months. But tons of people in New York are already growing the shit everywhere, and smoking it everywhere.
Well,
what's the plant count, man?
I heard that basically all the bodegas have they've always had it, but now it's like publicly available, and they have like Jungle Boys Mylars and Cookie Mylars, all the brands.
Oh yeah,
whether
you get
they're
those on
knockoffs
Amazon.
or real, that's another story. But some of the bigger ones got cease and desist orders recently. But New York, I've only visited there, but I know it enough to know. License or not, all those, like.
But you know what it is, buddy?
You're not going to be able to keep people from just doing what they do.
Right, but these people actually opened up strictly retail shops for marijuana. So like there was no other business. There wasn't a bodega before. They just opened up like an Apple store with weed in it. But they got around it by saying, no,
well, the one lady that has
buy the t-shirt
the
and you get the ounce
place,
for free.
Her argument on the TV, because she's been on the news, her lawyer says that it's a club and you pay membership, but they do not make any profit off of the cannabis, right? And since they're not actually profiting on the cannabis, they're not breaking the law, and they're ignoring the cease and desist orders. And she has 3 prominent stores, or whatever, they're stores, and 2 more opening up as they're showing a cease and desist order from the city and all this. But even part of that story was that the people that are doing this are going to force their way to be licensed or taken serious, where if you're just on the sidelines thinking you're going to get a fair shot and be able to get any kind of license, you're not.
Oh yeah, you're not getting a license, no. But other than square pocket shit, I showed the clip here. I think that they actually had plants on the table, and the cops were there, and the cops didn't do nothing. They just walked away. So yeah, if you think about how big New York is and how much it would take to like enforce that kind of petty kind of law stuff, it's just ridiculous. So if they're making a shit ton of money and they could raid them and take their money, that's what they'll do. That's what they do everywhere. Like Canada, I was reading even like years ago now, they stopped arresting people. They just go into the grow, take all the shit, take all their money, take all the plants and whatever else, and then they would leave. And that would fuck the people over enough, instead of paying for the courts to go through all the shit and then just get out. They're just like, fuck it. We'll just do that instead. And then we save a lot of money and we stop them temporarily. And Yeah, that's how they were doing it in Canada. But if there's a particular place that they know is making a shit ton of money, then they get them and they take the money.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the oldest game in the book.
Yeah, it's like it is true. The police is just a bigger gang, the biggest gang there is, you know.
Mm.
Ultimately, anywhere that there's cash change in hands or assets, you need the police to protect it. And so ultimately that's where the racket will come in once retail stores open. Even in LA, these warehouses, no matter what they do, they get robbed.
Right. Yeah, you get robbed
from the inside or the outside.
Mm-hmm.
Like whatever, their story like bank robbery style, where they tunneled in, which must have taken them a week, and came in up through the concrete.
That's the best way to do that.
So I think I told you guys fucking a
It's
week or so
420.
ago.
I'm hitting it.
Cheers, good call, fucking Tal. Fucking I had a buddy of mine that I took some clones over to and fucking stashed a little bit of shit over there. And he had always told me he had grown before. He's like kind of setting up. I gotta quit. I got LEDs. And he told me they got fans in them. And as soon as he told me that, even like then, I was like, yeah, okay. I know what you got. You got some old shit there. But I never said that to him. You know what I mean? Just let him. He wasn't growing. No sense in bursting the bubble. So I go over there, right? And I dropped him off the clones. I thought everything was going outside. I had them all hardened off for him, sun ready, full sun ready. And he's like, oh, those, me and the guy across the street are going to split them. His is going outdoors. I'm going to take some indoors and I'm going to throw them under them lights and LEDs. Remember I told you I had some LEDs? Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. And I left. And then fucking I come back like a week later and he's like, yeah, I got that. I got them under them lights. And he had like, they were like maybe 10 inches by maybe 14-inch units. The blue and reds. Both of them pushed together. And I'm like, holy shit, man. He actually fucking, yeah. Then even at that, it was like a little small circle. I'm like, yeah, I'll see if I can't find you something a little better. So I ended up taking him over. I had some of them Bloom Plus, the 400 watt panels. I took him over. Well, actually, I took him over the Mars Light first. A Mars Light, the TS 2000. And he had that one. He's like, holy shit, that's a lot brighter. I'm like, yeah, and it's probably running half at least, or if not quarter, what those two lights right there are running. You know what I mean? So he threw up the Mars Light, and for some reason or another, he threw the blurple, one of the blurples, next to the Mars Light, same height, and he said that and I seen it when I was over there briefly. He said the lights had just come on, but you could already see the lean. Yeah, they were going for the
stretching
blurple.
for the bloopers. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, they said I read what they're saying in veg that those shitty old blurples are the best lights for a veg.
I always liked them for veg. They kept short, squatty plants with short internodal spacing.
I just can't take that light spectrum on my eyes.
My phone room was full of blurple. I had a little single individual lights you could put in any picture.
You always have to take the plants out. You always have to take the plants out into natural sunlight or a fucking what's it called? fluorescent just so you can see the deficiencies, you know, because in that fucking light you don't really know, like, is that lime green? Is that, you know, you start fucking
Yeah,
second
these
guessing
didn't
yourself.
ever know.
Yeah, you
Hey,
got to pull the
my
cuts out and you're
buddy,
like, fuck. Sorry, buddy, go,
my
man.
my buddy's warehouse, he's over the last year. I mean, first he did one section, but now he's done the whole place where he's taken double-ended, put every one of them. It's a warehouse on light movers and been able to lower them down to 2 feet canopy, right? Because they're moving, right?
Yeah.
And ultimately keeps the plants the right height where, yeah, there's no lowers because it's just the light penetrates that, but they're moving and it doesn't burn any of the tops. But he's had that running, got rid of half the lights and higher yield overall. But then in some of these like empty, or they're not empty spaces, just a few spaces, he put up 315s, just like not on light moves, just in a couple spots.
Yeah.
And even though there's 1,000-watt blasting on the plants in both sections that I saw where the 315 was there, they were going toward the 315. They weren't going toward the 1,000.
Yeah,
like,
because the 315s were stationary and the 1,000 kept moving, so the plant, you know, terminals
but
couldn't focus on
I
it.
would have to have him refresh me on the actual numbers, but this is like a, I don't know, 60 light thing where he took like almost half the lights out by putting them on movers and been able to lower the canopy, which if you know anything about double-ended, that's not easy to do. And his yield went up like a third overall, like getting basically 5 pounds per light. But one light is handling this amount of space. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah. Even though it's a pain in the ass getting them all synced up on these old ass light movers and shit. And yeah, I've watched it over a year and I'm like, yeah, that's the best way I've seen that utilized.
Yeah. That's what Uncle Trip does. HLGs on a light mover.
Well, you put a LED on a light mover.
Yeah. Whoa, not me, sir. You're talking crazy.
No,
now.
Uncle Trip. I get it.
Yeah.
But his method is
I'm only joking.
to take like the panel of an LED and move it.
Yeah. So it's in the HLG 600
on like a
reds.
light rail, the old light rail.
Yeah. It's like I don't know, some fucking $300 fucking light rail, and it's like the tent is so the HLG 600. Uncle Trip says that does a 5x5, so he's got it in a 5x10 tent on a light mover. So rather than using 2 lights, he just uses that one, and he's dropped it like halfway closer than what it should be as a stationary light. So it's about, I don't know, maybe just under a foot off the terminals, and
I
it
had
only
my own
stops.
experience with light movers years ago, where I didn't keep them in flowering, but I kept them in veg and used light movers. But I remember when I learned about it and stuff, and even the amount of seconds. That's why those little light rails. There's actually a dial how fast, or actually, it's not how fast.
How long the pause is.
How long the pause
The
is.
pauses.
But there is this certain thing that I guess is proven scientific, that the plant, that if it's a short enough time, it doesn't know that there's no light. It's not like the light's back before it notices it's gone type thing.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You know, like a second or 2 seconds or something like that. But why I didn't keep it in flowering? No, I mean, unless you're trying to save power, which that's something. 2 lights are going to be better than one, but that's maybe not always true.
Yeah, well, it's just situational now because trips in the trying to do a build out, so it's just like a periodical thing for him right now. That's what he told me. So yeah.
Well, my experience with DEs is that, yeah, so now you raise them up higher because they do need like a 4 or 5 foot canopy, right? Definitely not like the old HPS where you can bring it down, especially if you had cooled hoods, you could bring it down like, 18 inches to 2 feet. Can't do that with the double endeds, right? But then I've realized that, okay, so they're up as high as I can get them. That's when they have the best spread. But plants just stretch. The higher you put the light, the higher the fucker's going to stretch to it.
Yeah, and
So
also you
some
got
of
to
that,
run
like
ducting
keeping,
and shit too, don't you? You got to run ducting.
well,
and
not with
shit
double
on those.
ended. You don't even bother
right.
pulling those. And I my room is sort of like half where everything used to be air. I just moved air, but global warming changed. Like I remember 10 or 15 years ago realizing, oh, it's more than a couple weeks every summer that it's too hot, or it's more than so then, oh, everything's under split minis and sealed, which to be honest, I miss moving air. Like that was always better because I always felt like my plants got some of whatever the natural environment was. The dry air a little bit, moisture air or hotter air, cooler air. Where once I have split mini and CO2 and the environment never changes.
Well, you can make it change if you want to.
Well, right, but I just have it set, and that's where it stays, and pretty much stays where it stays. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Where when I used to just move mass air, that was my thing. I used to move so much air that I didn't need to worry about filters because if you move air fast enough, it hardly smells. Well, like that, and so like even in what would be just a regular, I don't know, I guess like typical bedroom, I would move like 2000 CFM in and out, like the 12-inch extra, like the 12-inch has 2 models of the can fans. There's one that does 2000 CFM or 1900 and something, and one that does like 11 or 1200.
Does that sound like a fucking airplane taking off?
Well, when it first starts, it's like it runs at a whole other RPM. It's really at that point the efficiency of those blades that make it. It runs at a slower RPM, but because the blades are more engineered, it pulls more CFM. But as long as it matched, like when you're doing that much air, it can't like, oh, if one went off, trust me, if the exhaust stayed on and the end went off, either way, you couldn't open. Well, the one way you really couldn't open the door. Like you'd have to fight the pressure of the door because it was being like
sucked in so hard.
Yeah.
They have I call that in a restaurant where they got the exhaust hoods for the line where it's so hot. You need makeup air to make up that the air is getting sucked out so hard. And the kitchen doesn't have that. Yeah.
And it was tricky, but I always kept it at like slightly negative pressure. That was important. And when I first was learning to do this, there would be times I was positive pressure and plants they wouldn't like that. Like over a period of time, I realized, the reason the plants weren't standing up or weren't right. Yeah, because you had like positive pressure, even if it's just like point whatever positive. Yeah, that's putting pressure on the plant, actually.
Do you use CO2, bud?
Yeah. CO2
Yeah.
generators. I'm not a guy that pushes it. I have them like set at like around 750 to 850.
And how much yield do you see difference from using it to not using it?
Well, sealed
15%?
rooms, you have to use it, right? I mean, I know one thing, when my tank goes out, how I know is my gauge will be like 75 parts per million or 100 and something parts. Like the plants will suck whatever CO2 is left in there out. And there'll be none or next to none.
Right.
I mean, 400 or something is average. So if you come in your room and it's the gauge is saying like 100, yeah, but I found that when I kept it at 1500 or 1400 parts per million, yeah, that was pushing it. I'm not a pusher. I don't push the food. I don't push the CO2. I don't push the watering cycle.
Right.
My friend does everything I do because he worked for me for like years and years and mimics what he learned, other than he pushes everything to the max, like ppms of everything. He gets his shit, same strains. We share strains. He can get his stuff to finish in 4 to 7 days sooner than I can and get better yield. But then,
But I bet it doesn't taste as good.
that's it. And or it's not as like not as stony. It's not like, and
Yeah.
I don't. Hey, what he does is a whole on a no whole other level, and it's all about numbers. And I get it, right? It's not like, oh, my way's better than his way. No, but it's an example of that. I can see, like, because sometimes I check out his thing and like, wow, so you're getting this much? What are you guys doing? Oh, well, yeah, I don't. Even this year when I got given a buckets of Athena to sample, yeah, that stuff you're supposed to, it says trust the system or trust the fucking program. And all right, I did. That was like at 3.0 EC, where like I've never run anything above like 2.0 would be like, oh my God, that's way too high. Like maybe 1.4 to 1.6, right? And when I ran their stuff, I started there and it wasn't that effective. It was like, oh, it's not working that good. And then I was like, oh, trust the system. Yeah, I read all this shit and they're like, yeah, put a bunch of it in there, run it at 3.2, 2.8 to 3.2. And yeah, okay, yield, solid buds at the end. But like at week 3, the plants were like already like going, wow, you've given me so much food, I'm just gonna like yellow and die. You know what I mean? Like that's what I saw. The plants weren't happy, right? But the buds were getting big. You follow what I mean?
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, I still have like 3/4 of like these jugs of all this shit. Cause I was like, I did a whole run and then like a quarter of the way through the next run, I abandoned. And I'm like, fuck that. My plants look like they're like unhappy. And I put it right back on my recipe, which is either cutting edge 3-part or a lot of times my favorite, because it's simple and I get good results from it, is Flora Nova and Floralicious, right? And fucking I put it back. I had that. I put it back on that. And like within 3 days, the plants were all green again, back to being fucking happy. Maybe it was going to take a few extra days to finish. But in my mind, I always think, well, if these are such great genetics, let them express themselves. Like give them a chance to like do the extra work rather than force them to do that work.
Yeah.
If you have shitty genetics, well, then maybe you're going to force it to do something more. But if you really have good genetics, just running it like a baseline. That's in my lingo. I have like a baseline. And I've spiffed up my recipe every which way for years, cut back, got rid of this, still went back to that. A lot of times just the basic NPK, a basic simple
Yeah.
is all
Do
they
you use
want.
any additives,
A
bud?
lot of time I
Do you
use
use any
everything.
additives like silica,
Yeah.
mammoth P? What do you use?
No. I use
mammoth?
sometimes I use micro products
Yeah.
in veg. I use with bioag, what's fulvic.
Fulvic acid,
I
yeah.
use
Power.
Floralicious. I use Budswell, even though it's a ripoff. I like the liquid guano. I've used it for 30 years and I get results from it.
I like them bottles, the most heavy duty bottles that I've ever gotten.
Sometimes I like Power SI when I get it free, which I have a bunch of bottles I got from events. So I see that it works. But then if I didn't have it, I'd be like, well, that's fine.
And it ain't
It's
worth
expensive,
the money.
Yeah, it's expensive. And
that's why I love the
I have
shows.
to
You
then
get
fuck
free
with my
shit.
pH, like meaning I just have a recipe that I could get 4 days in my reservoir steady. And if I put Power SI in, the next day I got to adjust the pH. The next day I got to adjust the pH. And that's
got
fine.
silica
But
in it, huh?
yeah, and there's other products that you make it that you have to adjust the pH. Yeah, I kind of got down to like the base simplest shit. It fucking works.
Hey,
Even
Bud,
I used to spend money on veg food and use cutting edge, right? Because I like that guy and he's a deadhead. And all
dude, that shit's old. Is that the magazine too? Cutting Edge?
No, it's a company that makes Hydro Nude. It's basically a knockoff of the Florist series of General Hydro, and it's up in Santa Rosa. But like some of his foods are called Sugary, Uncle John's Blend. It's all deadhead names. So, and 20 years ago, I was like, oh, if somebody's going to name their foods deadhead names, I'll support their company. And they make clean food. They're just food, right? But for a long time, there's a company in Torrance that is actually the company that produces a lot of the weight. It's called Growmore. And they've been around forever and ever as a nutrient company. Even why salts are color coded a certain way is from there. They designed that like in the 50s when they started developing different blends of salt NPKs. And so what color it is like how it's identified. But like you can buy 25 pounds of their basic mixes, salt, for $50. It used to be like $35, but now it's like around $50. But like 3/4 of a cup will make 100-gallon reservoir. So it ends up being like maybe $1 or $2 for 100 gallons worth of nutrient solution. Yeah, once you start making 50-gallon reservoirs and 100-gallon reservoirs every 3 to 5 days repeatedly and have multiples of those, and then like what nutrients you use and what I call the pour rate. Like even my gripe with Dr. Faust and Bioag, that shit's killer, right? But it's like 20, well, it says 10 to 20 mils per gallon, right? If you make a product, you control how many mils per gallon. So a lot of products are like 1 or 2 or 3 mils per gallon, right? So that's a fair pour rate. But when something's 20 mils a gallon and you have 50-gallon reservoir, you're like, going, 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 going. Like that's the noise of the fucking bottle going, 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 going to make like 50 gallons of water. That seems unreasonable to me. Commercial or not even commercially, just on a home level, a little large home level.
That was the bioegg stuff.
Yeah, full power. It's
all right. So
you have to use a lot of it. Now
you don't have to use
I've
a lot.
asked him that, and he's like, "Oh, well, that's why we say to use it foliar." Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not a big foliar person, and
right,
I just added to the reservoir, and it works great.
Just add half. Add half of what they tell you to add.
Well,
That'll be helpful.
even 10 mils a gallon is a lot.
It adds up.
Right?
Okay.
Trust me.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like some of why I use certain products is because I feel like they give a fair pour rate. And maybe that's the wrong term.
But you said it's worth the money.
You know, regardless of what they say you should use, I don't ever even pay attention to that, right?
Right.
So whatever it is, the amount you do use, how much is that for how much gallons, you know?
Yeah.
And some products is like, yeah, fuck, it's just not, you don't
use it full straight.
When it used to be 4,000 a pound, you didn't think twice about any product. You just said, yeah, let's do it, whatever it was. Because it was built in the price, easy. But each time, like how I got to this baseline was like 3-4 years ago when it finally went into the teens per pound. I was like, well, then this is out, this is out, this is out, this is out.
Yeah, and as it kept going down.
Guess what? For the most part, no one could tell the difference. I could maybe a little bit, yeah, but nah. Like a lot of that shit's bullshit. The basic whatever is all the plant needs, and it'll grow fine if all the environment's right and it's good genetics. Not saying that those things all don't do a little something.
I'm telling you, if you guys are going to use powders or whatever salts, you could just go to the ag freaking supply store, get like 50-pound bag of the shit, and it'll have, you could get it the same ratios that would be if you used like a grow A.
It's weird. So I've been using this grow more stuff.
Yeah, it's like grow
30
more.
years.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
And I finally met this rep about 5 years ago at the hydro store. He was there for some event because they changed their business model. They used to make like this catalog where they listed about 100 different NPK foods. You could order any of them. But then they still make all those foods, but you'd have to order a pallet or have a pallet made. And they just basically have on hand like a dozen recipes, NPKs. Well, I've been using this one called 10-7-16, right? Because when I first got into using Grow More stuff, it was because the only hydro store in LA was this place called Molson in Burbank, right? He's since sold and died, or he was old even then. But he had his house brand of food. And that's what we used to buy. And after a while, he finally hipped us that, oh, you know what? You could just buy this whole bag here. My stuff is just this stuff. Because all he was repacking was Grow More stuff, right? Which a bunch of different companies have done that over the years. And that's when I started using Grow More stuff, like in earliest 90s, right? I used to have 5-gallon buckets with like every one of their NPKs, 6-30-30, 14-4-4, all these ones. I'd have them marked, but like after a while, I know the color codes. I know 14-4-4 is this light shade of green. The 10-7-16 is like a root beer color. The 6-30-30 is blue. Because that's the way they keep track of them. But way back in the earliest 90s when we were just figuring this shit out, 1444 was the standard veg food. And that shit used to stretch like you would not believe. Like it was the craziest fucking stretch you could ever create in the 90s. And there used to be this catalog pamphlet from Growmore that had like each recipe and like a little description of like what that recipe would be good for. And I knew nothing, like understanding like which NPK, what I didn't, we were too new, or we didn't know. But somehow when I went through that catalog, I started using this one called 10716, which is actually a Rockwell formula. And I'd have to have it pulled up, but it has a crazy amount of calcium in it, right? That none of the other blends in those NPKs have. And then when I met, to shorten this because I'm talking too much, when I met the Growmore guy who was like a real scientist dude and explained I was using this stuff and why did they pull it off the thing, and I don't need to buy a pallet, and this and that. And I told him the amount that I used per the gallon. And he was like, well, you realize you're using it at like less than half strength. So you're not even using 10716. You're getting away with it because there's so much calcium in it, right? But even why I use this stuff for all these years is it creates short internodal spacing and keeps it like a food that actually does help with like keeping things from stretching, right? And I got fancy for a while and used all these other foods that were more expensive in veg for years.
Yeah.
Because like I didn't think using the salts, I was like, yeah, well, bottle. Well, guess what? A bottle's no different. It's just liquidized salts, right? But it felt better to use cutting edge. But each bottle was $30 a gallon, and you go through a lot of it. So a few years ago, after like 15 years of not using Growmore, I was like, you know what? Food's food. Let's not be bullshit here. Like, you can read what's in it. Just because it looks like whatever salts, it's not salt. It's salts. It's mineral salts, but it's good quality stuff. It's not like straight garbage synthetics or anything like that. After all these years of cutting edge, growing great veg, when I switched back to that, it was like, why'd I ever go away from this? This was, and I think I've had this bucket that basically is a 25-pound bag for like 6 months, and there's still plenty of it there, and it works great. And that's all. Like I use that and a tablespoon of pH down for every 10 gallons of water, and that's it.
Yeah, the shit that I was talking about, you got to add calcium because, like, yeah, there's certain things that they don't mix in a bottle. So, and I guess they don't mix in powder either, because that's one thing. It says you got to add Epsom salt and calcium nitrate to that. I put that in both the chats. The shit that I was talking about. Like, if you just, it's the same nutrients that is getting supplied, just in a different box, different container. But, and then, the reason I was checking into that one too, it says all the parts per million when you make it. It says the parts per million and what gets
you know
added.
I just realized what led me to going back to buying Growmore was after using the Athena Pro line. And I was like, wait, this is just fucking salt. Like, most likely Growmore is making their salts and just calling it this recipe. Like, because ultimately there's only certain big commercial companies that make these salts. It's not like, Athena itself manufactures any of those salts. Right, they just they send their formula to somebody and they get it.
Yeah.
Like a company like Growmore, because that's what Growmore does. Like they have a retail thing but they're really like about formulating mixes for companies.
Wholesale. All right,
Yeah.
Eagle. I know you're trying to kill it at 420. So I'm gonna drop out, boys.
Well, it's good to talk to you, Tal.
It's always good talking to you,
man.
boys, and seeing everyone in chat. And yeah,
Cheers, Tal.
finding out
Happy
there's more
4th of July.
there's more than 2 fucking Vin Diesels in the world.
There can't be. There can't be. There's only one. Tal.
Only one. But
Cheers,
yeah,
brother.
I forgot the 4th is Monday.
Yeah, and if
I
I
did
crack the
too.
siege tonight, there's a pretty good chance there might be showing tails by the 4th, so they'll be born on
yeah,
the 4th of July.
They will be for sure. Knock on wood. Don't
There
blow
you
up your
go.
fingers, anybody. But yeah,
Good days.
did I
Oh.
read correctly in Chat Eagle that perhaps Mother Nature is going to do the interview with you tonight?
Where I'm hoping it's
scheduled?
kind of basing on, yeah, she's scheduled, but she had just
Penciled
gotten
in?
a job. Yeah,
Oh,
so hopefully
okay.
if everything works right,
That'd be cool.
she'll
She's
be
cool.
here. But if she doesn't, you can't, you
Right.
gotta help. Everybody's
We
got
don't-
to make that living. No hard feelings. We'll reschedule. But
And I've
yeah,
been
she is
telling-
scheduled. Hopefully,
I've been trying to tell 420 he's got to come on and do a show. I think he ignores
yeah,
me.
it'd
I
be a
missed
good
it.
episode.
Yeah. All right. Well, whatever. I'll hang out and chat for a while. But as always, Greenfinger, Buddy, Kush Master, it's always good talking with you. And Eagle, it's always fucking awesome fucking talking shit with Eagle.
See you,
Cheers,
Tal.
Tal.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you for popping in, brother.
And yeah, you know
So
what? You're
since I've
right.
got-
We shouldn't talk you into the 1500, committing to the 1500. We should just make you commit till the day you die.
Yeah, there you go. So, Tal, you want to see
yeah.
something funny before
Sure.
you go? Since he's right here.
I'm
All
right
right,
here.
let's see if I can find this song right quick. I tried. I think at one time I tried to send Mendo Dope picture of this, but I think I sent him the wrong shit. But so
Dude,
this
speaking
is,
of songs, that
you
420
remember-
Weedcore has the Eagle Weed Nerd song that I like. I like that. All right, but anyway, I'm sorry to interrupt.
oh, you didn't. I actually have to look that up. I see what. So, all right, where'd you go, Bubba? Come here. So, since he's here, this is Bubba. I think we've where'd he go? Oh, come here. Come here, over here, Bubba. Come here. Come here. Right here. Maybe I should switch cameras.
Oh, look,
Yeah,
now
see
he's like,
this.
you called me over here. What are you doing?
Right there he is. What's up, Bubbers? All right, now watch him as this song starts to play. It's Mendo Dope. Where the fuck is it? Why doesn't it come right up? It should be the first one that comes up when it.
We're all stuck in that Murphy's Law still.
Oh,
By the way, what's up, Cheecha?
there you go.
Good morning.
Hey, Shia.
There we go.
Hey,
Bubba, just watching. This
Let's see it. Let's see it.
uncoerced. It's uncoerced. You know what I mean?
What I want to show you good, you know what I mean? Just want to call me for the Mendoza.
Yo, what's up, Dread Days?
I mean, that 101 minutes ago.
Can't believe he's that.
He starts eating his minutes.
He's like, yeah, I ain't showing off.
That's Murphy's Law right there.
He just starts eating his
Whatever you're trying to get me to do, I ain't doing it.
I know. I still think. Usually he fucking sings along. Now he's like, what? You want me to sing?
Nope, not today, Dad. Not today.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, no. Oh, it's like, oh wait, I know the song.
Big weed over 30 grams, six bubble hat, in the honey oil chips. 101 Six glass flow, LA, Mendo, that's the best.
You know that song? Never mind. I'm gonna count this one to the you're missing.
Classic.
I've seen it before where you just sit there and start howling.
Well, I'm gonna honestly, I'm gonna put it down to the missing ear. I honestly don't think he can hear much anymore.
Oh,
Fucking at one point he was in a dogfight with the other two in a moment of heat, and his son and grandson actually got a hold of him. And when I found them, they each had a fucking, you see, ear one. There's just a piece of that one left.
oh.
You
Oh
can
my
see it.
gosh.
It's half gone. They each had fucking an ear in their mouth and were like pulling him.
Oh shit.
Poor guy.
And the fucking his son, Bubba or Buddy, bit the fucking ear right off. Just bit the fucking ear right off him.
He's like, fuck you, Dad.
So
He's a
Taking your
Tyson.
ear.
He was a Tyson fan.
Oh man. So yeah, he's been a little his hearing hasn't been as good since. So I'm gonna put it to
Poor puppy.
You need some CBD. I've been giving my dog some lately. It's fucking work like a charm. Shit's expensive though. It's only $50 a pill. So it's worth
Dude,
it.
it ain't gonna grow his ear back though.
No,
Yeah.
but my dog acts like he's a
No.
baby again. So like, I'm like,
Man,
9-year-old
that'd
dog.
be a
acts
hell of
like
a
he's
claim.
How much a
that-
pill did you say?
I know, right?
50
Why don't
cents
you
a
get some
pill?
Hey, my
why
dog
don't you
only
get
has
some
one eye.
CBD? Why don't you get some CBD genetics, green fingers? I'm sure someone in the chat or fucking someone will have some pure CBD, man. Just grow it out. Give
And
it to
I
your
should
dog.
have some sent to me by one of the, or I should have had some. Forgot what the hell, how much CBD they might have.
In other words,
Yeah,
though,
well,
it's coming. It's on its way to you.
Yeah, but it's from
I mean,
Canada.
there's shit like what's that fucking one? The
Charlotte's
one that
Web.
was made, yeah, the one that came after it, Sub had a pheno, and I think it was like 28% CBD or 26.
Pennywise?
Remember? No,
Is
no.
that-
The ACDC he used to have.
Yeah, there's a AC and the other one. What?
It wasn't Pennywise.
fuck.
wasn't it?
The tsunami ones is
I've got a
right?
brain fart. Sorry. Yeah, but it was 0 THC. It was like 0.3% THC and some like 26% CBD. Not Money Penny, not fucking ACDC, but I think it's a pheno of ACDC. It had a certain name. I can't remember. It was like the 27. Yeah. Anyway, you'll come back to me. Eagle, you probably remember.
What?
What was the name
Right? That's why I'm like,
of that CBD fucking pheno? Oh,
But so
fuck,
cool
man.
was
Okay.
gonna work with.
The ACDC was the one he was working with.
Yeah, but he had like a special card that was named something. And anyway, fuck, I can't believe I forgot it. Yeah, but I mean, you can buy those seeds
Yeah.
easy, man. Just
Harlequin
super
was
high
a
CBD.
fucking his other
All
That's the
CBD that
one.
he had.
Harlequin. Yeah.
There
I was
you
gonna say clowns or some shit. Harlequin. Yeah. That's the one.
All right. Well, peace
Yeah.
out again,
So-
everybody.
See you,
My
brother.
bad for keeping you over to watch my
No,
dog go
no.
down on himself. Stop.
No worries, Eagle. That was
That's
classic.
cool.
It's like the dog
Yeah.
talks, and then you get someone. It happens to everyone, especially with their kids too. Do what you did before. The kid's like, what? Yeah. All right. Peace out, everyone.
Peace
See you, mate.
out.
Cheers.
Did you just wake up, Cheecha?
Yeah, pretty much.
Goddamn. What time is it there?
5:05 a.m.
All right.
Early.
7:05 here, PM.
Oh.
Saturday, I think. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
Weird.
You're like in the future.
Whoa, man. Yeah, I am, eh?
Well,
What day is it?
technically, I think I'm more in the future than all of you because I've actually went to sleep.
Right.
I'll
No,
buy
it
that
don't
too.
matter.
Because you
when
guys
you
are
get
like
up.
still on like Friday, right?
No,
Yeah,
it's Saturday.
you're in the Saturday realm
Oh yeah, that's right.
already.
Because you like 2
It still
a.m.
says Saturday on my thing, so I'm saying it goes by Saturday to me, whether I slept or not. Sometimes I might not sleep for 2 or 3 days. I don't know.
Oh,
Yeah. That's
I don't
gangster.
know. if I
That's
sleep or
I
not.
don't know if that's
terrible on your
good.
health.
I don't know when
Terrible on your
I take a
health.
lot of weed naps, bro.
Take a lot of weed.
All I
Mm.
do, I'm on one show and I'm like, another weed nap, guys. Then I wake up, another weed nap, guys. Wake up, another weed nap, guys.
Yeah. You much of a cook, Eagle? Yeah?
Oh yeah, I can cook. Oh yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
How about you, green
Well, I
fingers?
cooked
No, I don't
Mexican
cook,
cuisine for quite some
I
time,
can't
some
do it.
Italian food. I cooked as a, professional Greek cook for a while. So
Right.
yeah, I can cook some good cuisine.
That's cool.
The extent of my cooking. That's the extent of my
Cup of
cooking.
noodles.
That's the extent of my
So-
shit. I don't know nothing else besides that, guys.
I bet your mum can cook the shit out of anything, but
Nah, that's all I do is cook up, actually. So it gets boring sometimes.
your mum's a good cook too, I bet, huh? Being fucking Mexican.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
It's in her DNA, man. She's got no
I
choice.
don't know. I don't know. I've been cooking for myself since I was like a little kid. So she taught me how to make breakfast. So she like make breakfast for me while I go get ready. Like
Mm.
so, and then after that it was like regular shit. Like go make yourself whatever you want to eat. All right. I make a big ass mess and then she have to clean it. She get all pissed off. Don't make whatever you want to fucking eat no more. Just tell me and I'll show you. And then you do what I show you. So,
Yeah.
then you
I
clean up
like
after.
it when you
Yeah.
see influencers and shit, on YouTube or whatever, like health influencers, and they're in their mansions in the brand new kitchen, and you can tell they've never cooked one fucking meal in that kitchen, It's all just been Uber. They just got a spotless kitchen. There's not even a fucking, you know what I mean? It's just all like Instagram kitchen, I call it. So, yeah.
I want an Instagram kitchen. At least it's clean.
I
Yeah,
just
I
take
mean, I'm
one
just
little
saying,
picture
like,
in my
yeah,
kitchen.
most
when
girls
it's
probably don't know
spotless
how to
for a
cook.
second. Cover
Yeah.
up the background with some paper towels and shit if you have to. Do what you gotta do. A paper bag works fine. You just cut it and cover everything up. Backgrounds are really good for Instagram. Just making a little setup for that shit. A black background, something like that.
Right.
Works easier. I don't like to show off the kitchen too much. I don't have much of it no more. I used to. It was brilliant. Big ass gas stove and fucking. Oh, I love that shit. Now it's all electric and gay. Not gay. What's the word? Weak. Shit.
Mm-hmm.
Myself.
Yeah, I don't like electric. I
The weak.
prefer gas.
The weak electric doesn't boil water ever. I'm
Welcome
like,
back
"Why isn't it boil, dude?"
to us, Wince.
Yeah, I don't know. I've first time I really started cooking on an electric stove, I was like, yeah, this isn't the same. It's just not. It's just not the same.
It's a long time.
I need my medium heat, okay?
It takes forever, right? I don't know.
No,
Gas
it's
is
just
fire.
it's uneven. It's uneven and
Gas is instantly fire though. It's like right when you turn it on, click, 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 it's hot. And you put your hand there and be like, holy shit, it's hot. Put a pan there and
preheat.
melt the butter and you're like, oh, I'm good. I don't know. Never had
Yeah,
that
you
for
don't
a
have to
year now,
preheat
so.
your pan.
starting to feel it when I cook every time.
See, on my stove, my burners are like uneven, so I like put the pan on and it's all like leaning. So I use my stapler for the handle and it's perfect. You're like,
yeah, I have a flat top thing and it's still uneven. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? The whole thing should be fucking even because it's flat all the way across, and it's still my eggs go to one side of the pan. I'm like, motherfucker, uneven eggs.
The pan's probably warped.
then it's the whole stove. It's not just like the circle.
And
it's the whole stove now.
I'm like,
gotta
everything.
Has those little.
The
I
world
think they come with those little.
You just got to beat the pan a bit with a hammer on the backside. Dunk, try get it fucking so it's level again.
Seriously, I just need a good walk. Somebody wants to send me a walk. Just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding. I like to get my own.
All right, I'll send you one. Just kidding.
No,
I want
I like to get my own shit like that. It makes me feel like then you season it and then it's yours forever. And it's my walk. Yeah, I love that shit. I used to have like 5 of them. Got one every year for Christmas for a long time for my grandma. Miss
yeah,
my
they're
grandma.
good.
She was cool.
Yeah.
Very cool.
She lived close by?
I used to take care of her. I used to be her caregiver, like grow weed for her and shit. It was fucking cool.
Awesome.
Well, it was cool. I got to grow in her backyard, live in her shed, like in my grandpa's shed too, but he died early, like way too early before her. Like she lived like 5-6 years after her. Like, what the fuck?
Right.
She was going to die first. It was crazy. She'll be dead in like 2 years, less than a year, the doctors were saying. And nope. Got her on cannabis and she just kept living. Living. It's crazy.
How much longer than the 2 years that they gave her did she live for with cannabis?
She lived like more than 10 years after that.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Cool.
Smoking and strong and ornery as fuck. Like, yeah.
And how are you giving it to her? With edibles?
I think the mushrooms would have helped her brain more, but like we didn't have no mushrooms back then. It wasn't like legal and all that shit. You know, like, but like we had enough cannabis and she loved the gummies. She'd go buy her own, but she like wanted me to grow and make her butter and shit. So I just made a bunch of butter. It's all on my Instagram. It's all on my Instagram. I have pictures of my grandma on there and shit, just sitting there. I'd be like trying to pass her the bong or the pipe, and she just like put her hand out like, no,
awesome.
Take it away. Like, a lot of pictures of the back of her head, like of her denying my smoke. You know, she's like, no, what the hell? I don't want to see the camera. Put the camera away. Like, oh, no, I don't look good today. Like, grandma, what the fuck? She'd always go get her hair done and her nails did like twice a week and shit up until the day she died, like pretty much.
Yeah.
So she had to keep that up or she would have died earlier. Like if she didn't have a routine to do something to go look forward to.
Yeah.
Big deal to her. Just getting her hair done, talking to her hair person. It was like her best friend for 15 years. So big part of her life. Going out and seeing girlfriends, you know.
Yeah.
Good shit.
Yeah, that's cool, man.
So my dad told me one day he was sitting out, I was watching the sunset. All of a sudden he looks over and he sees a couple of teenage boys on the lake with a bong, and the guy dunked the bong in the lake. He used the bong water. Have any of you use bong water or lake water for bong water?
I've done that from the stream we have in the Whitewater.
I've done it from a waterfall when I was at an ocean
waterfall
park.
I would.
Yeah, that'd be cleaner, but I've done it from Whitewater to Rapids, where we live. It's not really rapidy when they don't let the water down. It's like a little dam that they built.
Cheech, if I was somewhere with a bong and I didn't have liquids, I'd put fucking my piss in it to fucking have a bong rip.
I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one.
I ain't gonna do a dry bong rip.
I've been tempted,
I'll get
but I
a
didn't use
puddle
it.
or something, some dirty brown water from a puddle in the Of course, I wouldn't use piss, but I couldn't do a dry bong, man. Fuck. I guess you could, but
I
God
would.
damn.
I'd
I
say
use
fuck
real,
it. Break
I
off
use old water,
the bottom and turn it
really
into a
old
steam
water,
room.
just super old water. I've used recycled water for like months. Been like, I'm not gonna clean that. It's got too big of a bubble.
Nah.
Like, why am I fucking wasting this much water when the bubble's this big? And I should just get a
Man,
small bong with a beaker, so it's got this much
if I
water
don't,
instead of that much.
if
I'm
I
like,
don't, if I don't
fuck.
change and clean my bong out every morning, it's literally fucking blocked the next day. Like the stem is just full of just resin and shit, you know? And
Yeah.
it's a pretty big
It
fucking thing. I do a
turns
fuckload of fucking
every
hits a
day.
day.
Straight up
So
turns,
now I feel
man.
like I need to get my bong out.
I just blow it out,
Yeah.
squeeze it, and a little fucking plum. I'm like, oh, it just poops every day when I clean it. I just blow out and I squeeze. Then
Yeah.
same with that shit. I gotta clean it every 2 days. It's already clogged. You can't see through it already.
I put the kettle on, man, and I let the water boil, and I just fucking pour boiling water straight at it, just all the black shit straight out. And I used to get isopropyl alcohol and a little wire fucking brush, 360 brush, and clean it. But you do fucking 3 bong rips, it's just resined up again. I think fuck that, I always think of Miss Jill. Remember Miss Jill? She used to put fucking cologne shit in the bong rip. And I'd think, man, 3 bong rips, that shit's gonna be fucking, green with fucking black bits fucking floating in it.
Yeah. Well, the only thing is, like, the one thing I have noticed, like smoking shatter or whatever you want to call it, it doesn't get the bong as dirty as fast. That's
Yeah.
one thing.
Yeah, that's true.
But it's
I
nice
have
and harder
noticed
to get
that.
out, man.
Every day.
Man.
Yeah.
Just from me going like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, see,
That
I
resin
don't know. I'm
built up in
freak.
the bowl. Going
I
like
need
that.
to have my bong
Mm.
clean.
Fucking crazy. Just like it's a fucking chopstick under half of one. That's just from the bowl.
Jesus.
Like, we can
Yeah.
get for 6,
I soak
however long
mine.
I've been here. A lot of fucking resin.
I use like an old coffee thing. I think it probably eats it.
I'm actually overdue to clean all my bowls. I have so
It
many.
does. It's got
How's-
shit in it. So it's like an old coffee mate like thing,
Yeah,
and it's already got shit. Oh god, it's got a grinder in it. So this camera. It says right here. It's a fucking got alcohol in there.
Oh, yeah.
You put your grinder in there?
It was
Yeah,
bad.
it's so resiny.
This
You have
fucking
to.
grinder
Clean
was
them?
all fucking so now it's ready for a nice little brush, and then a real another quick salt run with the alcohol. This fucker will be brand new again.
Mm.
Beautiful.
like that. All the resin. On the side I knock off down into. Here's the clean side that I don't knock it to. You see the difference, total difference. Clean side,
Yeah.
dirty side. Just break it down to that side, knock it over.
Fucking
Yeah, I'm
smells
just a
so good.
weirdo.
Not too long ago.
But that's what I do. The same thing with my like dab bowls, my shit like that, my
Right, yeah.
stems, my bogs. I just chuck them in here, leave them in there overnight, and then a Q-tip next morning, quick rinse.
Mhm.
Same thing with my spoons. Soak overnight in alcohol, quick rinse.
Spoons.
Yeah. What are you doing? Heroin or something? What are you doing?
Wait
No,
a
man,
second.
spoons.
Back the train up.
We all just paused like
The only time I
spoons,
hear
like-
about spoons is if you're
Yeah.
eating
Like a
cereal,
spoon,
ice
what do you-
cream, or
That's a spoon, yeah.
Black
Short
dildos.
pipe. A
That's a
hand
spoon.
pipe, not a
Ah.
black dildo.
it's called a
No.
bowl pipe.
No.
That thing
This is
Spoon.
If
over
it's a
there.
hand-sized
pipe.
bowl, it's a spoon.
That's not.
That's a dick.
I've never heard of that, man, ever. That's a dick.
Wrong side, sorry.
That's a penis, sir.
There, a
Oh.
spoon then. If this is better for you.
Right.
Fucking
This
Right,
is a
right.
little
Yeah.
spoon.
No, that is
It's
a
like a
that is a pipe. That is
It's a
a
little
pipe.
spoon.
That's a
Little spoon pipe.
that's a
Pipe.
spoon pipe.
No,
Little
it's a pipe.
spoon pipe. That's what I'm known for. See the little spoon pipes that you could just palm. My uncle would give me a
No.
$10 to buy him this size. That was cheap. I was like, I bought you a little pipe. Go smoke in the backyard, but I wouldn't share with anybody back then. Still won't really. Except for weed nerds. Come on, except for weed nerds.
Yeah.
Share with one person. I smoked a joint with that guy.
Yeah, I do get what you're saying though. I get it, but it's just I don't ever. I think this is like the second time I've ever heard it called spoons, so it always catches me off guard. So I'm like, what?
No.
Spoons?
Yeah.
Wait
I've
a
never heard
second
it.
here.
When I was 16, I heard it called a spoon, and it blew my mind. It revolutionized my whole life. I was like, a hammer and a spoon and a sidecar and what else? I just kept going and going and going and going. I'm like, I love this. This is the greatest shit ever. High Times magazine, fuck you. Cannabis Culture, thank you, and Weed World magazine. They had all the cool glass you could order for like $5 for like a bag of 12. It's fucking awesome, dude. They were like ordering all kinds of shit back then. Never got none of it. Mom would be like,
cheers,
yeah,
guys, it's
you
a
tried.
20.
Nice try, bro. You're not getting none of that shit when they send it back. So, like, how much was it? Like, all right, Mike, keep it. Mike.
Yes.
Wish I had a joint. Good shit. What are you guys smoking?
Fuck. I don't know. Master Kush.
Oh shit, you said that already.
Yeah. And Gorilla Glue.
Honolulu Punch.
Never had either one of those before. I've had
Honolulu Punch.
what the hell? Honolulu Punch? That's
Mhm.
it.
Honolulu.
Right. What's that? Maui Wowie in there or something?
I don't
Times
know.
Purple Punch?
Sounds good.
Sounds like
I don't
Maui
know.
Wowie times Purple Punch or something, huh?
Yeah, something like that.
What's the taste and everything?
Sounds
Cheers.
good.
The smell of it. Hold on. Oh yeah, that's right. It smelled. You think it's funny, but it reminds me of like beef stew. Like the smell of it. I don't I can't describe it other than beef stew.
Like a can of beef stew or beef stew that grandma makes or like that you made on the stove, like
Yeah, like what grandma makes, and you
like a
walk in
homemade.
and you're like,
Yeah.
oh my gosh, my life is
Okay.
all better now.
Okay, yeah, I get it. I smelled that before and some weed and thought,
Yeah, but it doesn't translate in the taste.
yeah,
Not much of it. It doesn't have much of a taste.
sounds good.
And then I got a pack of doobies, Mac 1.
Mac 1, nice.
Yeah.
You're gonna be the daddy Mac.
So I thought that was kind of cool. I guess a 6-pack. How'd it feel with buying like a pack of? Like,
They come in
most
10. There's 10 in
cigarette
here.
joints? Was there 10? I thought it
Yeah,
was.
there's 10. And it's pretty cool. I mean, they come pre-rolled, you know, in a little cone, raw cone.
Yeah.
You think people go back to fucking putting it in their fucking like shirt pocket?
I'm
Proud,
keeping this
canvas
box.
pack.
1 gram each,
Or
right?
or like the Snyder look when they used to roll up the hard pack in their sleeve. Do you remember that back in the day?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Why my
little
sleeves look all
Marbro.
messed up right
Little
now.
Marbro
Can't do
pack.
that shit.
I do that one time. Just gonna
Show off my triceps. That's why I used to wear it. Hell yeah. Walk around off flex my triceps all day. Like,
yeah, you have to have the cigarette pack or the pack, you know, rolled up in the sleeve, and then you had to have one in the ear while smoking one.
I fucking always
Walk with
fucking
another one.
chewed, so I always had a circle. That's how you knew. You know,
Oh,
I had
okay.
like a faded circle,
Yeah.
and like all my jeans were my 2 chew cans all the time.
I tried that chew stuff twice, and I was like, oh hell no.
Yeah, we get that chew
Not for
stuff.
me.
It's not free. That chew stuff. I tried chew a lot because it was easier to get away with, but
Yeah.
bad habit. And it just
I
made
had
me
a
throw up
weird
2 times.
attraction to a chick that chewed one time, and it was just because she chewed. I didn't just. Small things, I guess.
I think I
don't know.
tried like the patches or whatever. It wasn't just like loose chew. It was the packs. And I put it in my mouth and I'm like, no, I don't like that. It's like numbing my jaw. Like I can feel it like going through. I'm like, yeah, no, I don't like that.
That was a good part. I think. That's why we did it. It's like so you could feel that.
I didn't like it.
I still got a hole right there, a little area where my chew used to sit all the time.
Yeah. Yeah. All the guys that would chew, like they're like the chewers, they told me like there's that spot you have to find. I'm like, okay. You know.
One on this side, one on this side, or sometimes.
Oh my gosh.
That spot changed because every so often as a chewer, anybody that chews on a real level there, you'll get a raw spot. Shit will turn white from chew sitting there all the time.
Every time.
And fucking, so you'll have to switch spots, man. Go up front for a little bit or the other.
I hate it when they do
while that side finishes like peeling. It's like it'll get you layers of skin. You know you're losing layers of skin. And fucking as soon as it heals back, right back to that spot.
That's a good spot too, because you can fit more back there. Fit more back here.
I was so bad. I fucking literally chewed from the time I got up to the time I went to bed. I could eat, drink, and kiss fucking all with a fucking chew in. Which got me in fucking trouble a few times. Big old fight. Chewing. Are you chewing? Yes.
I don't like that in the front look. Whatever. You want to have it on the side, whatever. But that in the front look, I don't know, dude. Like, did you get hit?
It never looks good.
It's just I don't know.
It looks funny.
I mean, I guess some guys can pull it off, or they'll like do the semi in the front, or they put it like whatever. But yeah.
I could pull off anything, though. Just kidding.
Did you have the spit fucking bottle or the spit cup?
I use the can.
Everywhere. I don't know how many buddies I watch drink my juice spit at a party or whatever. I've done it. I've been drunk and drink a whole bottle of my fucking own chew spit and realize, oh my God, that's so fucking I've got a buddy of mine right now. He's done it so many times. If you even bring it up, he's fucking running. He's just running. He fucking just pukes to this day. You fucking bring that shit up.
Did not make my stomach happy.
That's wrong.
Even though my brother and his friends used to try to get me to drink bong water, they would put it in like a pop can or something. They're like, yeah, I'll give you like $5 or $10 if you drink this. And I can see the stupid I can see the particles on the top and I can smell it. So I'm like, yeah, no. And that was before I smoked. So they're all stoned trying to be funny. And I'm like looking at them like, really? Really? Like, no.
You guys drink it?
I'm going to.
Have any of you drank bong water on purpose?
Hell no.
I used to take the wax water out of my rigs when they were brand new rigs, and I would take them everywhere and treat them like brand new every time I smoke them. So I would drink the water every time, and I would get so fucking bombed that I'd sometimes have to like take a nap, like I still do, take a weed nap. Like I would drink that fresh fucking wax water when it was called earwax.
Jesus.
Every time.
Man, one time my friend drank bong water as a party trick, and I said, "Lose my number." That was you're a fucking weirdo if you're drinking bong water. What are you doing?
It's the thing. It's the best fucking tasting shit when it's good wax. It's like, oh shit, it tastes so clean.
No.
Oh, you guys are missing out.
No.
Nah, man. I don't think we are.
Okay.
Not weed bong. No bong water with weed. Only wax water. I never drank in that kind of water. Like
I mean, unless I was dying of thirst and that was the only thing in the whole entire world that I had to drink, yeah, maybe. Maybe.
Yeah. Hey, Eagle, have you ever fucking harvested and smoked those Colombian strains yet? Or this is the first round you've done of them, isn't it? Have you
Oh
actually
no, I
smoked?
ran them. Well,
Oh,
that
you
round
have?
that you seen is my F2. I F2 that Colombian that you seen.
Oh,
But
yeah,
North
you have the
Stars,
bigger plants.
yeah, I ran quite a few times. And yeah, good smoke either way. I had, I think, a phenotype of each. Something that
Right.
had more of a cheesier structure and something that was way more sativa down. And then I had a nice blend. Number 5 was a pretty 50-50 mix that I liked.
Oh,
That it
it's
was
a
pretty high in
cheese.
mercium. That fucker
It's a
made you
cheese.
just eat,
It's
man. You could even hardly finish a joint and you were running for the fucking refrigerator and shit.
right. It's a
Yeah.
cheese crust, is it? I thought it was it was a chili. I get a crust with a Colombian. It's a cheese crust with a Colombian.
Yeah, UK cheese
Oh,
times
right,
Santa Marta Colombian Gold is
right.
that crop.
Right. And what's the verdict on that? You like it compared to the normal stuff you grow?
It's good. It's good.
Yeah.
Definitely I've obviously grown a lot of things I would prefer. I like the more gassier stuff.
And you
A little
like more indica,
trimmability
don't
for
you?
me was like a little bit more work than I usually like. I like something that's a little easier on the trim side, meatier nugs, denser nug.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
And that
and
was
again, I would
sativa.
kind of like to rerun it and see after the drain thing that actually see what she kind of puts out there. Because after the second run, I kind of got some slight hints of pine to it, but very little. But man, I'm telling you, whatever terp profile is pine, and normally because it says right on the package, earthy pine. And any pine strain that I've had, I've talked about this a lot of times, comes out, the pine is suppressed, and I get a dragonberry or a dragon fruit, I call it. Terpene profile, no pine, more of a fruit, dragon fruit profile on every pine strain that I've tried to run here, pre-floor drain cover. So I think me and Mr. Toad had talked one time. I think whatever gas is up that drain behind me, which is now covered. That's right. Yeah, can you see it now with that camera switch? Is now covered. Was definitely changing terp profiles. See right there it is. You can see it. That big old 12-inch fucking drain right there was off gassing something. So whatever was coming out of there was changing, those phenotypes here. As they weren't expressing the same pine that they would normally express. So I'd like to run the Colombians again in another environment to see what they actually express. I was hoping to see what Smiley got out of his when he took it. You know what I mean? Because I passed my pheno selection, the number 6, to him, and that's the one he bred with. So
Right.
see if he got pine where he was at.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be good. You're really after that pine, huh? What's the heaviest pine you've ever had? What's the genetic with the most pine that you've experienced, Eagle?
Well, that's a toughie because I was the pine that I'm looking for and that everybody else would look was like I didn't even have a name. You know what I mean? I got it from another kid I was going to school with, 10th grade. I'm pretty sure I can use his Wavis. Wavis was getting it from his dad, and who was another grower too. So we were only getting what we could get. But that pine profile is what I would like to get. That was the strongest shit I ever had as far as pine. You could smoke a joint of that shit between 5, 6 people and just gut pain. Almost your face would hurt like you were fucking like on acid laugh. You know what I mean? Gut would hurt, face would hurt. Everybody would just laugh for hours. If I could find something like that, man, I would fucking most definitely
Are we
fucking
talking pine taste too, or just smell, or both?
yeah. Smell,
Wow.
taste, yeah, pine on pine. So
And
yeah,
the high was like a indica couch lock high, or like a sativa racy that you experienced?
I want to say more of a kind of a couch lot, just in the sense that you didn't want to move. You were just sitting there fucking laughing. Everything was the funniest shit. I mean, literally, all we would do is smoke that shit and laugh. Everything would fucking just, it was some good shit, man. Good shit. Those were good days. We actually lived in a apartment complex at that point. And get buddy of mine, the same cat that I was talking about earlier that would get sick from the chew spit. This is how I met this cat. He would watch me every day on clockwork. He would sit this is his end of the story. He'd be sitting at his kitchen table in his townhouse, smoking a joint, and he would watch me every day jump out a second story window and fucking land on this front porch and knock on the door. And that was my routine, because the girl I was dating at the time, her mom, no dad, so just the mom taking care of her. She would end up, she was a bartender. A lot of times after she got out of work, she would go hang out with her boyfriend, and then he would come and grab Jody before it was time to go to school. So right before it was time to go to school, she would show up and pick her up and take her to school. So there would be a lot of nights I would crash over there. And when mom came home, Jody's door, it was all townhouses. Jody's window was right above the front door. So a lot of times I would just be waiting right next to the window. And when she come into the house, I would literally drop out the window right onto the front porch, boom, boom, knock on the door and be like, "Is Jody here?" And she'd be like, "Yeah, honey, right upstairs. She's getting ready." And I would go right back upstairs. Yeah. And he would watch me do this day after day. And he would, at one point, he was like, I fucking hit the ground. He's like, "Hey." I look over. He's like, "Come here, man." I walk over there. He's like, "Man, I just got to smoke a joint with you. Fucking man, I've watched you do this now for a month straight." I think, man, I got to get high with this dude. So fucking, we got to be good friends. But he fucking had an old Ford van that sat out in front of his townhouse, which became kind of the hangout there for a while. We would sit there and just smoke weed after school in that van and just smoke it out. And it didn't even run. We called that motherfucker the Thunder Van, because when it started up, it'd be loud as fuck. And finally, his mom would got fucking sick of us fucking getting the high in this van all the time. So we pushed it into the center of this apartment / townhouse fucking place, and fucking that would be the meetup there. And that's where we were smoking that good ass pine bud. We'd just meet there and just fucking smoke. You people would fucking other kids come up and just pound on that fucking side door. Boom, 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 boom. You fucking open that door and fucking it just smoke would just roll out of that motherfucker. Just all the local stoner kids and shit smoking and this rocking out and the fucking we'd start it up occasionally just to fucking charge up the battery so we could fucking listen to that shit. But we fucking lived in that van. Oh man, so much party happened in that fucking thing. Excellent.
That's hilarious. Cheers.
Cheers, good Green 13. 420
Cheers,
Weedcore,
boys and girls.
Bruce City Sound.
Yeah, fucking hell, we had a place like that when we were kids, and that made our lives, man. That made our lives to have somewhere that wasn't standing in the fucking woods or on the side of a field or whatever. It was like, yeah, roof. Kind of carpet.
Fun. Just kidding. It's like, where are we gonna smoke today, guys?
Totally, that is true. But it was also part of growing up little. You know, you're in the car, you're outside, then someone rents a house and they're your best pal, and
Yeah. That's funny.
But a van and a car and all sorts, hot box. Yeah. That was half the fun. It was half the fun. I'd go back to it.
Right.
I got arrested too many times in smoking weed in cars. I don't even smoke weed in cars now.
Can't imagine driving without, to be honest with you. Allegedly, I should say.
Oh yeah.
Country roads, it's all country out here. You have to, you literally, you're wasting the ride if you don't kind of breathe.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, when I get like up where Eagle is, oh yeah, I can totally just smoke roads. Fucking barely anybody around. I can just shit to see for miles.
So my answer for that, and it's the answer to just keep, so that like to cover that, is a little handheld vape thing, like
oh yeah.
I mean, I didn't have cartridges, but it's actually like a little dab rig, but with no water, and that because you can clear that out the car so quick. Windows open, windows closed, done.
Shit, we used to keep Febreze in the car every time we were smoking. We're like, okay, we got Febreze in the car.
So now the car smells of Febreze and weed, you know?
Yeah, make sure you put that bowl away. We don't want it to smell. We don't want it to reek in here. Shit. How many times I've been smoking and like I go to hit the bowl and I pass a cop, but he just happened to be looking the other way. Yeah. Fun times.
I think that's the way fucking cars should come now. For stoners, you should be able to cut a car with like the new car smell. Just be like Kush. That way, if you get pulled over, you can be like, "That's the new car smell, dude. It came like this."
A little air freshener. This is
At the
Kush.
dealership, you'll say, "Yeah, I'll get the leather interior, the power windows, and can I get the Kush interior, please?"
But then the policeman's he's gonna be like, "But you're smoking Skittles, bruv."
That's fucking hilarious.
Gosh. $1 million idea.
He's gonna snatch it off you.
What time you got in the UK there? Green 13? Nice to meet you, buddy.
10:45, mate. And to meet you, my brother. What time is it with you? Are you New Zealand?
No, Australia, man.
Australia,
Queensland.
okay.
7:44 p.m. on Saturday.
Yes.
Oh, you're PM. I'm AM.
I got you. I
Yeah,
told you.
yeah.
I'm
My
trying.
brother-in-law lives out there, so we get used to it. It's a good 12 on from me.
Yeah.
Not quite.
Hell yeah. You want a van made of weed? A van made of weed?
Cheech and Chong?
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
Yes, come over.
I used to drive around a big conversion van. That was the party van with the lights and everything. The only thing it didn't have was a TV, but it had like the big captain chairs and the bench.
Rad. For some reason, my YouTube like home screen gives me van, like it'd be like Humboldt van tour, and it's all these fucking unbelievable bands, and it's like, I don't want to click on you. I do want to watch that, but I don't want everything to become about vans on that page, you know. So I'm kind of like, I won't look. But then after a while, it's like, well, I got to have a look at that.
You're right, yeah.
So now I've got an inadvertent van porn thing that is like come from nowhere, really.
Right. Oh, you like this? Oh, okay, here. We're going to give
It's
you all of
this.
this.
Yeah.
All of it.
Oh, you like weed? Not giving you any of that, sorry.
Right, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, you like that cannabis stuff? Oh, here's some alcohol.
What? I get all the weed
Yeah.
stuff with all the cool stuff. I'm like, wait, all the weed stuff with the weed stuff combined? Why am I getting all these awesome videos? Like, fuck yeah. It's pretty cool.
But
Sorry,
it's the
guys, I
same
was
with
trying to show you my
Instagram, right?
plants, but I can't get the video to work.
Oh, shit.
What device? What device are you using?
An Android?
Flip your screen.
Oh yeah, you might turn off. All right, flip your camera around and then turn off your background.
Yeah, that
They're
camera flip button, when I press it, it doesn't do anything.
Wah, wah, wah.
Oh, that's because it can't see you. You got to turn that background off for a minute. If you were to put your hand in front of it, you would be able to see it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, now you can see it.
I can see it.
Yeah.
I've
So
been
to see
trying to
your
do that
plants,
this
you have
whole
to turn
time, and
off
it
the
didn't work.
background.
Okay, hold on.
So
Eagle's got the fucking tech help, man.
I know,
Come on.
right? Oh, I'd be like, I don't know what to do.
Have you tried restarting it?
Aw.
what are we looking at?
It
Blue
was,
raspberry truffles.
More, yeah, blue raspberry truffles. How old are they?
These just started week 4 of veg, and then these ones are on week 1. All 3 of these 3 are Amy Aces, and then this one is a mystery seed.
Man, I'm
Like a
always
mystery seed
Why am I
as-
always surprised to see where Amy turns up?
I know. She got Amy before I did.
Amy chucks it, man. She chucks it,
I
you
don't know
know.
if you can see it.
I'm actually
Focus.
my next grow, I think I'm gonna do Amy Ace's Queen Way Haze F5 and something else. I don't know what.
Yeah, I know the leaves look like shit before people start saying stuff. But
Oh,
I don't
just
have
take
money
'em
to
off,
buy
fuck it.
nutrients or anything, so all I got to give them is this stuff. So I just gave them a tiny bit today, or not today, like 2 days ago, just to see if that does anything. So I looked online and it said this might be a potassium deficiency.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's a deficiency because it's all crisp and stuff. I think
Right.
it's just
Yeah,
general
it look
what
more looks
happens.
like a burn.
Yeah, I was
in
gonna
a
say it
hot
looks more burn.
seedling.
If
Well, no,
if
'cause, like, look
anything,
at this one.
yeah, that's just
I
a
don't know.
natural decomposition of the plant. I would just pull them off, honestly, but
Yeah.
you could leave them on.
Yeah, the
You keep that
two
hot
usually
spot.
the two bottom ones.
It's
they'll
nothing to
die off
stress about.
first.
Yeah, and I definitely wouldn't give it any of that bloom because that's like
Yeah, that's for the blooming stage.
yeah, yeah. If anything, I would just keep going with water and just get some seaweed or some kelp if they start, getting a bit yellow. But they look fine. Like honestly, the green on them is lush. I don't think anywhere. Yeah. Do you have
Yeah,
more potting
they look
soil
good.
to repot in a week or two?
Yeah, I'm gonna transplant them soon.
Yeah, yeah. So don't worry about anything. They look great. Honestly,
Yeah.
just pick those leaves off if you want. I
I'd
would,
pick
but
them
you
off
can leave
too.
them on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
same way.
Yeah, I ended up
It's
picking
But
off one of them.
yeah,
it's probably
think it was
you
off
guys
Take
of
all
this
that
that
plant.
little,
Cause yeah,
that
these
little
are
stuff
gone.
right there. Take that off.
yeah,
You
I
don't
would
need
pick
that.
that. I would pick
Take
that
these
little
off?
lower.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And if it
Because
was me, I would even.
what's that? What it's doing is it's sending nutrients there. You want it up. So by
Yeah.
taking those off, you're telling it's the nutrients to go further up.
Yeah.
And those
them good?
usually die off anyways. Yeah, those little tiny. I'm like
it'll
pointing
actually
at it like you can see that I'm pointing at it.
Yeah, and it'll stop the growth on the bottom and put all
So
its
you said,
energy towards
should I
the
pick
top.
these off then too?
Yeah,
Yeah.
100%. Yeah, perfect.
Aw,
Yeah,
seeing these
that's
little
it.
babies. I want
So,
babies.
Yeah,
as
and
far as
now
like
it
the
looks
first
nutrients
haircut.
go,
super healthy. Yeah, it looks
Yeah, they
super
look
healthy.
good.
They look like you can put them in a magazine now. See, just pull those off in your own time. They look great. You're worrying for nothing. No,
You
they
can
look
make the
great.
room anymore.
How many
Can you make
nodes
the
yet?
you're
Is your
saying to
humidity
get the
29
nutrients to
there?
go up there, Cheech. Sometimes nutrients are
It's hard to
mobile and
see on that one.
immobile. Sometimes the
Yeah,
plant
that's
can
true.
like jumble things around, but sometimes the
Right.
deficiencies stay where they are. And that
Right.
in itself is a good way to read the plant. Sometimes if it's just the lowers there that you're seeing, deficiencies in, then if you see it just in the, like, say, the bottom of the plant, not so much in the top of the plant,
Mhm.
then it's an immobile nutrient that you're deficient on because it's not the whole plant that's
Right.
showing signs of deficiency. It's something
Okay.
that can't be spread out throughout the plant.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. I do know if you have an immobile deficiency, like it's just you can spray the leaves to hopefully make it or I don't know. If it needs to get
Just
water, you still spray the
if you
leaves or something like that.
if you
or
spray the
whatever's
leaves, the
on
plant will uptake it quicker than the
Mhm.
roots. That's about.
Yeah, usually when I water it, I'll water the soil and then I'll take a spray bottle and like mist all of the leaves.
What's the actual soil mix that you're using?
What's the what?
The soil.
The soil mix.
The Fox Farm potting soil. I don't know, the normal one. Not the
Is
one
it
with the
actual?
fish on it.
All right. Is it an actual soil or is it just a you don't need to add nutrients, obviously.
This
Not
one.
All right. Happy Frog, is it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, that's good. I've heard Happy Frog does really good up to veg, and then even to the end, I think. But just I don't know. I think you'll be fine with it.
And
You
to
got
me, it
perlite
just
in
looks
there, or
like
is that?
you started the seed in like a brand new cup of soil there, and it was a little hotter than it liked, and it just kind of burned the few first stages. But now as the plants grew, it's gotten used to the soil, and you should, like Cushmaster said, you should be fine. It's everything now is green. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'd stick with water just as recommended there. But that's what it looks like. It just looked like that seedling grew through, it wasn't ready for that kind of nutrients that were available in that in particular soil. Burned them
Well,
a
it's
little
just
bit.
weird
They got
'cause,
used
like,
to it.
they started out green like these, where these are all perfect. There's no like discoloring at all on any of these. And then once they got to a certain point, that's when the bottom leaves started turning yellow and they had a shit ton of brown spots all over it. But once I gave them some of the nutrients yesterday, the brown spots are starting to go away.
Yeah, I mean that happens to my Uncle Trip all the time, and that normally happens because if you zoom in on those yellow leaves on the bottom, can you zoom back in on those yellow leaves? It's normally because there's a new node getting formed behind it. See how there's tiny little leaves behind it? It's forming node. So it just wants to kill that big fan leaf to make the new node become a new fan leaf. I think it's just a natural progression to
Right.
what
Okay.
I've
Yeah,
experienced.
I was
leaves are
worried
gonna
because
die.
I looked online
Yeah.
and it was like, if you don't do anything right away, it's going to spread up the entire plant, and it starts at the bottom and moves up. And I was like, oh shit, I don't want to kill these fucking plants again. This is my second run. The first run, I had 2 boys and I had to kill them. And the one girl I had, I don't know what the fuck I did to it, but I killed that bitch.
Yeah,
Dang
honestly, you'll
it.
be fine. Just
Oh, but I
yeah.
think it was, so what is it called when the roots stop growing? Is that
Root
nutrient
rot.
lock?
What is it? When you pulled it out, did
Root
the roots
rot.
look black?
Yeah.
No, the
Were they
roots just
brown?
looked like they stopped growing after they got to like 3 inches big.
Oh.
Were the roots still white or were they like
Yeah.
brown?
No, I couldn't tell. It was all full of chunks of dirt, but I just like pulled it out and it was only like the size of like a baseball, maybe. Like
Did the
that's how big the
stem
roots were.
did the stem look
Was
weird?
it
Did
wet?
it look discolored? Did it look almost black? Because usually
The stem, no, the stem looks normal.
Oh, okay.
Was
Because
the
sometimes with
soil
root
like
rot,
saturated for a long period of time?
yeah.
Yeah, and at this stage you don't want to overwater them. So
They're
if
not
you
gonna.
just get
Yeah.
into if you
Yeah,
get
I'm
into a
trying to
habit
do a
of
lot
like
better with
just
the watering this time. Like
Yeah.
the fail
the
safe
last
way
run, I
is
was trying to
just
water every other day. Now it's like every 2 days ish. If it's really hot,
yeah.
I'll water it every other day, but it's only
The
been
fail
like
safe
80,
way is
85
just
degrees, so
Yeah, just
not
put it
using
just
too
think of
much
it this
water.
way. They like it a little more drier than as opposed to more wet.
Yeah.
Yeah, just pick the cup up and you'll have a fair idea. If it's light, you'll know it needs watering. But yeah, if it's heavy, don't water it, because that's a common problem. People think just give it more water, bigger plant, but you'll actually stunt it and maybe even cause root rot and stem rot. So yeah.
I
It's
noticed
like
they all drink differently too. Like all 3 of these, like they all sprouted the same day, but they each drink like a little bit differently. So you can't really
No, they
like,
look great.
give them each the same amount.
Yeah. No, and is that 25% humidity? That's what I wanted to ask you before. Does that say 25?
Yeah,
20?
it fluctuates between like 20 and 40 throughout the day.
Yeah, it's nothing to stress about, but it is a tiny bit low. But it's nothing.
Yeah,
It's fine in veg and seedling
that's actually the
stage. So
lowest
don't
I've
worry.
seen it. I'm surprised it's kind of dry in here. Usually it's around
Yeah.
like 40.
Yeah, I mean, Greenfingers pulls off harvest all the time, and he's running half of that, I
Mine's
think, in
way
humidity.
lower. Yeah, my
He's like
humidity is
7,
15,
10%.
15 to, yeah, my highest is 15, 16%.
yeah, but what's your
Yeah.
heat index?
Well, my heat at 125 or 100
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
so,
yeah. I don't
They
ever
look-
worry about
They look good,
humidity.
420.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, they look real good.
I hope they work
Yeah.
this time because I really want to fucking smoke them.
Yeah, honestly, just let them do their thing, Don't worry too much about stress training or whatnot. Just pull those leaves off when they, look yucky, and you'll be fine. Yeah, just repot, when things are starting to get deficient, and you think rather than thinking adding more chemicals or more, I need to add more of this, just repot it and put it into a bigger pot, so you'll get more nutrients that way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So do you think
And
5-gallon pots will be okay? It's like if I wanted, this is a 4x4,
you're good
so
now
I could do
for-
like 4 5-gallon pots. Do you think that's like a good size?
Well, first of all, are these seeds all feminized?
If you ain't
or
got
are
your
they-
watering down in the cups, I don't know if I'd jump to 5s.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
I would like more Cushmaster size. From there, I would that size right there, they're pretty good size. I may go to a 2 or a 3-gallon after that.
Yeah.
But from the cups, I usually go from a 1 from the cup to 1 gallon to a 3-gallon to whatever I'm gonna flower in next. That's how I usually go up, just like
There's
Cushmaster.
massive performance in up potting. What Eagle's talking about, the more you do it,
the more vigorous, fast growth you will get. They want to go, they love it. So if you talk about performance, that's 100% right. But I would have personally put all 8 of those in that space, less vegging. And I would actually seriously, if you can, try and get that humidity up. Those guys were like, yeah, no big deal. I'd try and get that to 85, 80 right now. I know you won't be able to, but yeah, humidity at this stage will make them grow vigorous. It's nice and warm in there, 85 degrees. And if you can get that humidity up to like anything, they drink through their pores much better if you can. But look great. Nice space.
Minimum 60 humidity would be good. If you know, it would be a vast difference from where you are. But yeah, like Green 13 said,
like a jungle, you know, hot and wet when it's in the early stages.
But don't freak out at this stage. You're fine.
No.
You're doing great.
Yeah,
don't worry.
Yeah.
If
Agreed.
anything, like we said, just keep them for another week or two. Repot them. Give them some like a fish or kelp. You know, when you repot, or if you got some Azomax or something like that to put on the roots. If not, just, you know, a simple seaweed solution on transplant, just to reduce the root shock, the transplant shock, sorry. You'll be fine.
It's a nice thing to do that up potting anyway. They get a bit lost in a big pot if you take. You can do it, but you'll lose performance, as in time. You'll lose a lot of time.
Yeah,
It's just, I hate it. She's already lost a couple, as you said. And, you know, if you're not used to your watering or you're having a harder time in a cup, you're most surely going to overwater in a 5-gallon pot. And then it's going to, it's going to stag. It's going to it's not going to like its environment.
You do water.
You know, the best thing that you can do is, you know, as a new grower, is learn to pick up your pots. As you transplant into that 1-gallon pot, whatever, know how it feels at that moment when it's dry, because that's water time. You know what I mean? Every day you should just kind of walk in, pick up that pot. It's not quite ready. You know, set her back down, wait another day, you know, until you get to that where you pick it up. Oh, yeah, she's dry. That's time to water.
Yeah.
It's
And if you
better
can
to
nail
stay
it-
on the drier side of things than it is a soaking, you know,
What
a
about
saturated pot.
What about SIP?
You know, you know.
No, Earthbox.
Yeah,
Or
Earthbox I would
container maybe,
recommend,
or-
only because you can literally look down in the hole and see if it needs water or not. And you can't, I feel like you can almost not overwater it. I'm sure you can, but like I'll put a gallon to almost 2 gallons of water in at a time, and you know, don't have to water for almost a week.
Once you get a SIP container down, it's easier once you get it down. But like I've overwatered one before, so it's possible.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't, because I've always left my plants a little more drier, just because when I started growing just normal plants, I did a lot of root rot because I loved my plants a little too much. So when I started growing cannabis, I was like, well, I don't want to root rot them, so I actually didn't water as often. So, but now I've gotten a lot better. Got a lot better. Those earth boxes are pretty awesome.
Yeah. And another thing I think some people don't think about, you probably do in America, but here in Australia is the temperature of your water. Like most people just go to the backyard, turn the fucking tap on and just fucking give it, you know, equivalent to what would it be for you guys, like 55 degrees Fahrenheit, you know, like fucking 14 degrees on ours sort of thing. Yeah, and it kind of shocks the fucking plants. So yeah,
I've done that.
See, but the thing is like if you think of them in the wild, okay, you think of a cannabis plant in the wild, the rain's not always warm. So there's some times where it's in the middle of the summer and it's like fucking ice cold. So I guess maybe sometimes
my backyard water is like fucking over 100 degrees. Like when I turn that shit on, I gotta let it run for a while. It's fucking, it'll burn a person. It's like 200 degrees. It feels like fucking hot.
I'd be interested to know. I have no idea the temperature of rain, but at one time I did always check the temperature of my water because it would often be, you know, we get cold winters, same as you guys in Michigan. But I aimed for 17 degrees C, which, this is when the conversation gets pointless again.
I'm interested, all right?
At 17 degrees C, whatever that is in Fahrenheit, that's the most oxygenated it can be. So that's why I used to do that. But
Okay.
I don't
That
think
makes
I've ever.
sense, though.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever shocked a plant with too cold of water, but yeah, I do keep half an eye on it in the winter.
Yeah.
I'm sure Kush never has to worry. I'm sure it's always fucking virtually boiling.
Mine's room temperature.
No, I actually, every fucking watering, man, I get, you know, the cold because we're on rainwater here. So it's normally fucking cold. And then I get hot water and then I do like, I mix them like a mad scientist and I'm checking the temperature like a baby, you know, feeding a baby. Like, yep,
So what temperature do you aim for?
I would say it's probably like, what would it be? I can say something like 20 degrees. So maybe about
Okay, cool.
70 degrees Celsius. I don't know why, just, you know, yeah. I don't know. I would imagine something like 20. I don't know.
That's room temperature. 20 degrees, room temperature.
Yeah. But if I just turn it on, like if I got the water out now, like I said, it's 8:06 now. Fuck, it'd probably be like 8 degrees Celsius, which will be 39 degrees Fahrenheit. You know, it's fucking cold. So, yeah.
Oh, you're coming into winter, aren't you?
Yeah. And my mates that, you know, grow here, they just fucking, they don't give a fuck. They just give them that temperature. And I tell them, dude, you shouldn't do that. And they're like, no, we're good. And then they talk about genetic drift. I go, yeah, I can tell you what the genetic drift is. It's you stressing the fuck out of your plants and then taking cuts off them, you know? So, yeah. How's all goodies going over there in the UK?
What's that?
All the genetics and everything for you.
Kind of amazing, I guess. I feel like I could just get whatever, but it mostly is just steered. Mostly just steered by.
Sorry, brother. I got a half-second delay. From memory, you like the sunset sherbet, don't you? Wasn't that?
You're exactly right. That's exactly spot on for a medical thing. But you know what? I'm just a Mac 1 freak at the moment. Just like the sunset sherbet's very heavy, and I've probably stopped. I say that I've got a Gorilla Glue thing that's very heavy, but I just love the Mac 1 at the moment. I just think I'd just smoke that all the time if I could. So that's what I'm loving right now. It's just got such a great high. Yeah, great flavor, great high. Love it. Yeah, but I got nothing. We're moving. The house is up for sale.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Good.
That's the last 45 days, I guess. I've been decorating, landscaping, pulling that room down. That's now down, gone.
Whoa.
It's got grass growing on what it was.
Wow.
And so we've got people walking through here. This is a show home now. It's like my shed has got most of my belongings in it. I just went and got a charger out of it because you have to make like it's a fucking architect's dream, you know. But really, there's dog food over there in a big container and like shoes everywhere, and it's never like this. But yeah, it's a funny situation. But
oh wow.
We live in a museum now for a bit, but in 6 months I'll be living on the coast. So
there
I just
you go.
Keep cool. But it's weird, right? Because it's a 3-hour drive. So tomorrow we're going to go and look at a house to buy, and which is crazy exciting.
Right.
it's a 6-hour round trip, and it might be bunk. We might get there and be like,
Right.
oh no, I can't see ourselves here. You know what it's like when you go like house, when you're looking for an apartment or anything, you got to kind of feel it.
Right.
So it's going to be interesting, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Is there any way she can like, or he can send you like the property so you can at least look at them and say, "Hey, I actually really like this one. Let's check this one out," just because of the distance?
This particular one we've been looking at for like 60 days, more than that maybe. So I was like, why is this property even still on the market? So
right.
Yeah, we've seen all the specs, we've looked at all the specs. It's got an outbuilding that I want. It's, you know, it's like right by the sea,
right,
long big garden. So
well,
gotta run and see
out.
Yeah, it's exciting, man.
Yeah,
it's funny because some people do this all the time. My parents moved all the time, but we've been in this house 18 years, so
wow,
it's weird for us.
Yeah, I believe it. I believe it. My dad, you know, he's gonna be moving in a few years, and I grew up in that house, you know, so
right.
It's weird. Like at first, when he first started talking about it, I was like, no, this is my house forever. And then, you know, got to talking to my brother, and it's, you know, I'm very thankful that I only had like to live in one house. And now I'm kind of like, yeah, it's time for a new family to move in. You know, it's time to see my dad's new house, new adventures. And
what
stuff
does he
like
want to
that.
do? Downsize?
Yeah, he wants to downsize. Like he wants a garage as big as his house and a house as big as his garage. Okay, like he is done.
I get
like
that.
yeah,
Well, yeah.
yeah. He's a tinker, so you know he wants to be out in the garage playing with his motorcycles, his cars, his snowmobiles, and stuff like that. And where he lives, like you know, it just isn't the space. So.
That is funny. He's a child. You know? Like, I mean, me too. Like all of us still, but like, if there was no girls, we'd just merge. And we've seen some houses where the carport is like, you know, the carport is 3/4 of the garden because you know the guy is just like lives under there, really.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He's told me a bunch of times he thought he was gonna, or he had the idea where, because he has a 2-story garage, so he wanted to just like convert the top part of the garage into like a studio apartment and then just rent out the house. I'm like, you could, but I don't think you want to do that. Then you'd have to deal with the renters all the time right there.
Yeah, but that'd be the same with a neighbor.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Shit,
so...
your old man's trying to move into his own garage. That's funny. You guys can have that now. I'm not even using that.
Right.
Just need a little studio apartment with my garage. Oh
I
yeah.
piss on the compost here, and like my food's from the bakery.
What was that? 420?
Oh yeah.
What sort of buds were they? 420 TV was holding up some buds.
Oh, you got some cinnamon buns?
What's up? I have no idea what kind of weed this is, but it smells and tastes good.
We call cinnamon rolls around
here.
Did
you grow it?
No, I didn't grow this, but one of my mystery seed might be from this kind. I don't know. I get all my shit from the same person.
All right. How many grows do you have under your belt? Have you been growing for a while?
No, this is like technically this is my second real grow now. The first one was a couple months ago, the one that I had to kill 2 of them and one of them died.
Yeah.
But my very first time growing was back in like 2009, 2010, something like that. I grew inside of a stealth computer tower.
Wicked.
And yeah, I didn't know what I was doing at all because like we weren't able to like research shit on the internet back then and watch YouTube on how to grow. So it was basically like we'd go to Barnes and Noble and hide the High Times magazines inside of regular magazines and stand there and read them in the store and try to get tips, because we didn't want to buy them either, because we thought, oh, if we buy a High Times, they're going to put us on a list and cops are going to watch us. So
All
we wouldn't even
above.
buy the shit.
Yeah.
And
All
so we
the
just,
above.
whatever we could find in there, just took little tips and tried to grow inside of the tower. And if we would have dried it right, we probably would have got like maybe a 1/4 ounce off of it, but we didn't know how to dry it the right way. I just kind of threw it into a paper bag for a couple days and like cut it up, and it didn't seem to dry all the way, because every time we'd light it, it just wouldn't want to light. It would just go out. It was way too moist, and we were so impatient that we just kept let's try it tomorrow. Let's try it tomorrow. So by the time we were done trying it every day, all
It
of
was
it was gone.
Yeah. Been there. This is this is funny. This is just like everybody did it, I think.
When it comes to actual harvesting your cannabis, you want to keep it at 60 degrees Fahrenheit, at 60 degrees percent humidity, and that's how you'll get like a really good. That's the best conditions for it, in my opinion. But definitely the temperatures can vary a bit, but you want to keep the humidity. That's the most important bit at a 60. Otherwise, you'll get it. You know how you get that hay sort of taste when it dries too quick.
Dries
So
out.
if you can keep it at 60, so it's something to invest in. Depends on, and you'll need to have like an allocated area for your drying. Like it's one thing to actually grow it, but you got to put just as much effort into the drying and the storing part of it, because you can get a plant and that can be growing as an A+, and someone can totally fuck it up just in the drying, and it'll look like ditchweed. So yeah, no, you're doing good. And what sort of light do you have on there? And I had another question: are those seeds normal seeds or are they feminized seeds?
They're all normal seeds, and
Okay,
the the lights I have 2 Spider Farmer SF1000D. I have 2 of those, and they're basically the regular Spider Farmer. It just doesn't have the dimmer on it, so it was like half the price, which was nice. That's crazy, like how it doubles in price just by adding a fucking dimmer to it.
Yeah.
But whatever. So I have 2 of those in there, and then in my 2x2 tents, which I'm not really doing anything with at the moment, I have the same light, but it has the dimmer on it. So it came with the kit that I bought.
Yep. Yeah.
I first joined Instagram. The only accounts I followed were people who were growing in computer cases. And when I first joined YouTube, the only people I followed were people who were doing videos of growing in computer cases. Don't know why, just loved it. Just fucking. That was with like blurples or just one red light, and shit like that in the top of a computer case. And fans and it just lit the nerd up in me.
Yeah,
I don't know why we ever thought that the stealth towers were a good idea, because there was no carbon filters. So like you could still smell it as soon as you walk into like your house or apartment, but you just gotta figure out where the smell is coming from.
Yeah.
Fun shit.
So what's your plan with those actual plants? You think you're going to top them when they get a bit bigger, take some clones? You're not sure yet? You'll just see how it goes?
I'm not doing anything with clones right now. I don't know how to do any of that shit. So I'm just right now, the last run, I was doing like low stress training, and then I ended up topping 2 of them. And I was just like, you know what? I fucked up that grow and I did all these things. So I'm just going to let it grow by itself, not fuck with it at all this time, and just see what happens, and then maybe next run figure out what I want to do from there.
Nice easy run. Get one under your belt, get some confidence. It's all good.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, you'll get there.
Cause like when I
Dad,
grew
I've
in the
killed
cell
so many
tower, I was
seedlings.
doing low stress training. We didn't call it that. We just knew that if we tied it down, we would make the plant grow sideways instead of upwards. So we were doing that, and it worked fine in there, and it worked fine in this last run. But it was like after I didn't top. I femmed 2 of them because I heard that if you fem it, you can get multiple branches instead of just 2. So I was like, okay, I'll try that. Fuck it. And yeah, and then ended up with boys and killing a bitch. So
Yeah.
so yeah, so I'm just gonna let these go and see how it goes from there. So I've never even seen a plant like grow just like naturally. Cause yeah, in the tower I had to bend it and all that shit. So I don't even know what it's gonna look like just letting it naturally grow, except just from what I've seen in pictures and stuff. But
Christmas tree.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this though, don't leave for 5 days.
yeah, I heard from a lot of you guys that have like, oh, I'm gonna go for a weekend and then come back and plants are sad or just a jungle going on.
Yeah, I got a jungle.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say when I go away, they make hay. Oh, that prick's gone. Let's grow. You know?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. So I left. I gave them extra water because I had someone come in to water them, but just to be on the safe side, I came back. They were like double the size. I'm like, okay. Now what? Because I left right before I should have sprawled them all out. So by the time I got back, they were so tall and the stem was so thick that if I would have bent it, it would have broke. So.
I would have just hard topped it, just right down the bottom. Just let it V out,
It's hard to make that decision, though. It's hard to make that decision. You're cutting half the plant off, but I know what you mean. But it's
I know. I totally know what you mean.
Oh no, I'm
I
talking
could have
like
done that.
leave 4 nodes on the bottom, just literally cut 80% of the plant, just really hard top.
Yeah, I could have done that. I mean, a lot of them grew past the light, so
yeah,
I could have.
I'm okay though with if people can't. I mean, people get scared when they break their plants. I'm a man with a pair of pliers pulling them up, but I'm okay to mess them up and wrap some tape around that. Eagle's looking at me like, yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, I will say when I first started scrogging them out and bending them and stuff, I was gentle. I'm like, okay, don't know. Now I'm like, if it breaks, I guess.
I mean, if you got one plant in a tent and you break, a branch, you're like, oh.
I've actually used players for woody stems to actually just fucking crush them.
Yeah,
And
it's the
then so I
crushing
can
of
bend
it.
Yeah.
Sort of flattens it.
Well, I couldn't bend it any other way.
Pinch it
Just
or whatever.
That fiber, bend it. She comes right back. She's a very resilient plant.
Yeah. I had it outdoors windstorms. Just breaks the branch.
Twist and pop.
And I come in like, oh, my whole fucking tree's broken. I just leave it there, and the next day, all the little branches are popping back up.
When I took my room apart, actually, I found 3 full rolls of electrical tape in and around the soil, just under hay and this and that, where it's like, wrap that up, put that down a minute, bend. What's that fucking tape?
Yeah. Hey, Green 13, in the UK, can you pull off a successful outdoor harvest in time without the elements getting you? Of course, no.
I mean, in September, it's going to be so wet. If you cover it, but yeah, of course, genetics. But really, the real answer is no, not really. You're just going to rot it out, and it's going to have a lot of mold in it. And even if you can't see it, it will have autos or light depth.
When do you normally go into flower? What month on your outdoor cycle in the UK? Do you know? Is it equivalent with the Australian or equivalent with the American flower cycle? Or you're somewhere between?
Yeah, I bet you have lots. I bet you have shorter days than us.
Right.
I'd guess early September.
Right. Yeah.
But it
So
depends
you'd
when
be-
you're saying it's in flower, right? Because it's difficult because there's pre-flower and then, you know, when are we counting? Because you didn't flip
Do
the
you do
light. So
Croptober? Do you do Croptober? Is that when you harvest?
I wouldn't.
Oh, you just don't pull it off. Yeah.
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 So I've done double auto runs many times and that's more doable, but also I'll be like bringing some of those indoors in the second session, you know, the later session, they'll come indoors during the night and stuff. But it's a wonderful thing, but it's not a doable thing really. You're just gonna have mold.
Yeah.
I doubt it's that different to Michigan. I actually think you're a bit colder than us, but yeah, it just gets cold and wet and moldy. We're like 80% humidity year round, 85, 90.
Damn.
Yeah. And you're moving by the ocean, maybe. So.
Yep. Well, yeah, but if you think about it, we're an island, a small island. It's all the ocean, you know.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Yeah, you get that ocean effect.
Yeah.
Where's your big cup of coffee, Chiba? Normally, you got a big cup of coffee with you.
Oh, I
shit.
need some coffee. What are
There
you talking
it
about?
is. Oh, there it is. I thought you knew.
Oh, you got
That's the
coffee.
cup as well. Oh.
I've been actually making a full pot of coffee, and then like whatever I don't drink, I've been putting it in the fridge and drinking it as cold coffee.
That's all right. Iced coffee.
Drink ice or hot coffee or warm coffee.
My
As long as it's good.
My girls have all gone out today, and at 5 o'clock this morning, I was lying in bed dreaming of a cup of coffee. I was like, I'm actually going to get up and go and get a Costa this morning. And I haven't, and I'm glad I haven't, because I haven't had a coffee for like 4 months or 3 months or ages.
Wow.
And but I just fancied that, like, oh, let me just drug myself a minute, and then I just haven't done it, and I'm glad I haven't done it. But
right,
yeah.
Do you drink tea? Green 13?
Nothing. No caffeine at all now.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm well happy of it actually.
How do you do it?
I mean, I'm really bloody minded.
You're a fucking superhero. You do it without caffeine. You stay 5 minutes without caffeine. I'm taking a weed nap every 5 minutes. I'm fucking.
But that's the funny thing. I'm actually taking less weed naps. Like just that one now, maybe only 2-3 times a week even, because you just don't have the dips. That's the thing.
You don't have the caffeine crash.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it was so bad that I was drinking a coffee and going for a weed nap. It's like, let me just finish this coffee so I can crash out, you know? And it's like,
right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Since I've been making cannabis honey and figured out how delicious it tastes in a cup of coffee, I fucking drink coffee all day long now.
Shit.
Yeah, no green that.
It makes my work day go by way better.
I believe that.
Yeah.
But then I get really
sounds
tired, like
nice.
towards the end of the day, and I get home and I'm like, I'm sick of drinking coffee, but now I feel like I have to, so otherwise I'm gonna pass out right away.
Mm-hmm.
So how are you infusing the honey?
I just do it like in a double boiler. I put like a cup of honey with, I think I did 7 grams of decarbed weed, but I used 7 because the weed I was using is like kind of old. It's been sitting in a bag for a couple months, so I assume it probably has lost a lot of its potency, just like sitting there getting old. So I was like, fuck it, I'll just double the recipe, because the recipe actually says to use 3.5 grams if you have like fresh bud. So basically I just mix that with a cup of honey in the top part of a double boiler and let it cook for 1.5 hours, 2 hours, stir it every once in a while to check the water to make sure it's not gone or burning or anything, and
Yeah.
then just
I heard-
pour it through cheesecloth and store it in a jar, and it's good for a couple months. But I go through a whole jar in like a week and a half.
I bet it's good for ages, but yeah, I was going to say, just keep it
Can
hold
you
of it.
taste the cannabis?
What was that?
Can you taste the cannabis in it?
Not really. Like I could smell it a little bit when I open the jar, but I don't really taste it.
Oh, that's
wow.
dangerous.
Yeah, I kind of want some, man.
That's dangerous for me. Oh, I can't
guess
taste
what?
this? Oh,
But I
need a
also
little
don't
more. I
just
gotta
sit there
taste
and eat
this.
spoonfuls of it either. I mean, you might taste it more if you just ate a spoonful of it, but I don't really like the texture. I feel like I'm swallowing snot, so I'd rather
Well,
mix
you
it
know
in my
what
coffee.
You know what I'm making tomorrow, don't you? Fucking
Mm.
medical honey. I think
Yeah,
we
it's
all are
super
now.
Yeah, I
easy.
really
Like I
wanna
said, I
make
put like
some of
a
that.
I put a tablespoon in my coffee and mix it up, and man, that shit is good.
Yeah, I used to
It's
do the
also
old
good to
Frenchy.
dip sandwiches in. If you make peanut butter and jelly and just like dip it in your
Fucking
dip your
Jesus.
sandwich in it.
Or put it on some like waffles or pancakes or you know.
Just don't
Yeah.
put it directly on your sandwich unless you're gonna eat it right away. Because if you let it sit for, an hour or two, like if you take it to work with you and like it's sitting there for a little bit, it'll actually soak all the way through the bread. So I'd recommend just like put it in like a little container and then use it like as a dipping sauce.
Try to put peanut butter on both sides.
I tried that and it's
Oh,
still
okay.
soaked right through the peanut butter and through the bread.
Okay. Hey, look, Bio 365. I like that stuff.
What do we
I
got,
tried it
bud?
on cereal too, and like if you like really sweet cereals, it's pretty good. Like if you put it on like corn flakes or something like that.
Right.
It'll
Ooh,
make
you
it
could
really
make like
sweet.
Rice Krispie bars or something and drizzle that on top.
Or
Yeah, I
like
reckon there's
homemade granola bars. I want to look
Yeah, or
into doing
granola
those.
bars or something. Yeah, for sure.
I reckon there's a lot of value in local honey, as in for health reasons.
Oh yeah.
Maybe
yeah.
I'm wondering if, like this year, we're having everyone I speak to is just suffering with hay fever like mad, and I'm wondering if local honey might not help you sort of build up a bit more of a tolerance. What you got, Eagle? With that stuff?
Orange.
Nice.
It's actually honey. Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Oh,
Moonlit
okay.
Farm.
I think I've heard of that.
Actually, I actually used a lot of honey as well for like sore throats, fits for shit like that. But this is yeah, this was some orange honey that I picked up. They also had some lavender infused honey that I got from there as well too. Both super good. But,
Yeah, imagine the
Nice.
different tastes you could get by putting different variety of flour in there with the honey. That'd be nice. Oh, you get some different fruits and gas and shit. That'd be interesting, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I wonder. I'm interested in it. I've also seen people actually like put bud in there and infuse it in some way, actual flour. I'm sure I
believe
have
that.
seen that, and I'm sure they do a thing where they get the trichome to melt into the honey.
Right.
Or they
And
could
also,
probably just eat it. I would like maybe cure it or whatever with the bud and then just eat it.
Maybe they
Right.
decarb the whole thing together.
Right. I don't know. That's
I
really
was gonna
cool,
say
though.
while you double boil it for an hour and a half,
harvested.
it's gonna get
Like how,
decarbed.
there's certain bees that make the psychedelic honey. Why not put hives in the middle of a cannabis field and then harvest that honey?
Right.
You know what
I've always wanted to be a beekeeper. I think that's really cool, and yeah, they actually make good money because
Yeah, I was speaking to a beekeeper and he said he made his beehive in the middle of a blueberry patch, like a blueberry farm. So the honey actually tasted like blueberries. So I think you might be onto some, Eagle.
I wonder what
Yeah.
color it looked like.
Blueberry honey
Yeah.
waffles with whipped cream.
Yeah, don't fucking shit. Oh my gosh.
honey and stuff like that. That's the same. Just bees that have naturally harvest different stuff. At least here in Michigan, you can get different stuff like that. That isn't infused. It's just naturally harvest from local flowers and stuff.
See, if bees can like go to like blueberry bushes or whatever and make the honey taste like that, why can't we like infuse like food, like have it like cross them? You know what I mean? Like, so the tomatoes, when you pick them, they're actually cannabis infused tomatoes. I hear because it's a den.
You want the insects to do a different job there, I think. I think you want asking them to maybe take it from one plant to another.
Like change the roles around here.
Don't they do that though? They turn the cannabinoids into something easier to uptake. Somehow.
Myself, I want to try some of that pork from, or that pig from that Morganja there. Farms there, that cat that's feeding his cannabis leaves and shit to his pigs. I think that would be, see if that taste had a can of taste to it from some pigs that's been fed cannabis their whole lives.
Why wouldn't it? You know, like,
give it a shot anyway.
I mean, if it's in our blood, like, okay, so we intake it, and if it's in our system, why wouldn't it, you know, stay in the meat unless the process, when you process it.
I kind of mentioned this at one point, taking
smoke it in cannabis.
Fucking the leftover chips from pressing rosin. Take those and then put those in a smoker and then smoke a brisk or a chicken or whatever and have it, you know, kind of infuse that way into the food. I think would be super. I wonder if there'd be any buzz from it, you know what I mean? Just from it, THC kind of building up on the food itself in the smoke form.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, because if you sit in a room that's clam baked, eventually you're gonna feel better. Maybe not stoned how, you know, people that actually smoke, but you know, maybe.
Ooh, some smoked can of fish. Ooh, some smoked can of salmon. I'd eat that shit. I'd try it.
Can of spam.
Yeah. Oh yeah, on the grill. Oh, god damn it. Gosh dang it.
It's just like butter on everything, like can of butter.
Shove a whole cannabis plant up a turkey's ass and fucking fry it.
That's not bad. Throw hash.
No, do like buds, hash, some wax, like, you know.
Make it turdankin.
Yeah.
Just get some BHO and just.
Oh. Have the chatter on the outside. Just fucking. Just cover it. Just
wrap it.
Just marinate it for 24 hours and distill it. How about that?
Let's try it. Why don't we all just get some material pulled together and we'll have a Thanksgiving during Thanksgiving.
Yeah, that'll be our meetup. Thanksgiving. Just kidding.
Our last Thanksgiving. We'll like die from cannabis.
A great dinner.
People who die have too much weed. Like, Jesus Christ, they ate their own weight.
Oh, my lights turned off.
We just wake up and it'd be Christmas.
Right? Or it'd be New Year's.
No, it's like next year Christmas.
Like, fuck. What Christmas is this?
What year is this?
Wait. You'd all be geared up for that Black Friday after Thanksgiving sale, but you'd never make it. You'd just make it to Christmas. Miss the whole thing.
I've never went Black Friday shopping or whatever.
Cheechas never went Black Friday shopping.
Oh, that's what it's called.
You said blame her.
It's crazy. We're sitting down to give thanks to only turn around to trample people to get a sale. It's crazy to me.
TV.
If you think about
Big
it.
screen TV.
Yeah, you think about it. You're sitting down with your family or friends or whatever, whoever you're sitting down with, giving thanks to only turn around to trample people to get $100 off a TV. Where's the thankfulness?
That's all thanks right there, dude. Like, thank you. Right as you step on their face and you grab that TV. Thanks for the step up.
Insane. I hear on the news when people die from being trampled. I'm like, is it really that important to you? Is it really your life?
Have that shit happen. Or I've just like dropped friends off and they like got in fights. 5 minutes later.
Yeah, fuck that.
Like, why'd you guys get in fights? You didn't get the TV.
Really, cheecha, with some fucking edibles. Just give everybody in the front of the line fucking some brownies and shit.
Brownies.
Brownies.
Take the brownies. Just fucking wear a Target vest and fucking act like you're working there. Brownies for waiting, everybody. 5 minutes later, you're the first one in line. They're like, thank you.
It's the American way. Yeah, no shit, everybody.
Good idea.
It's funny
my
because
gosh.
my
I
wife
just
found a
find it
bag
funny.
of dog treats on our walk, and she's like, my daughter was like, yeah, give the dog one, and my wife's like, nah, they may have been poisoned, and it's like, yeah, probably not, but that's fine. We got our own treats.
Right?
Cookie? Nah, I'm good. I don't know you.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm good. That's funny.
I took a fucking heaping fucking baking sheet, a regular baking sheet full of medicated cookies to a 4th of July party one time. And before I could fucking say that they were medicated, they were fucking gone. And everybody, there was a lot of non-smokers. Fucking, there's a little bit of everybody there, and everybody got fucked up that fucking 4th of July. It was funny because they were like staring at, all you could see was smiles and just like, hey.
But what is this phrase people use before I could even explain? You can explain pretty quick if they're medicated. Oh, do you want one of these? They're medicated. There you go.
They didn't know. They should have known.
Okay, that's a different thing then.
Should've known. It was a good fucking time.
I thought I was gonna die from edibles this week.
Oh yeah?
Legitimately, or
I haven't gotten to that point.
Like I had made a stick of cannabis butter a couple weeks ago, and my intent was to make cookies with it, but the recipe didn't need the whole stick, so I still had like 2 tablespoons left. So I've been using it. What the hell did I use it? Oh, I used it a few times to make some cheeseburgers. Like I'd throw a little bit in a pan to like add to the burger and stuff. And it was pretty good. So the other day I was like, oh, I still got like 1 tablespoon left. I'll make some grilled cheese with this. So I used the whole tablespoon, and like not thinking that when I made the butter stick, I made it so that like it was basically 40 servings for the whole stick. So this 1 tablespoon ended up being like, I don't know, it was like 8 times like a normal dose that somebody should take. And yeah, within like a half an hour, I already started feeling it like kicking in. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna start preparing to go lay down. So I like turned my computer off and shit and went and laid on my bed, and I'm like watching TV, and all of a sudden it like hit me, and my body started hurting and shit, and I'm just laying on my bed like I just want to go to fucking sleep. Like I feel like I'm dying and shit. And
oh, that sucks.
Yeah,
I don't know. I think I might have headed outdoors. Let me try and see if I can walk this off.
Yeah, so I ended up like falling asleep. I kept waking up every couple hours, and I felt like I was drunk. Like it was weird. And then I go back to sleep, and then I got up for work at like 6 in the morning, and I had like the most fucking massive headache I've ever had in my life. Like I felt like my head was like the size of my house. It hurt so bad. I was like, well, I gotta go to work. Let's get up. So I drank some coffee and like, I don't know, about 2-3 hours later, it finally went away. But yeah, I'll never do that again. Be careful with dosing.
Yeah, I've always deliberately tried, and I was meant to say this on my fucking spotlight show, Eagle. I've always tried to deliberately dose myself because I've never really got fucked up on edibles, and I've made ridiculous amounts of just. I don't even use bud anymore. I just use fucking straight hash, straight fucking hash, and nothing ever works. People say, like when I went to the Mardi Gras, people would be selling biscuits, and they'd go and they'd sell like 3 medicated biscuits for $20, and they'd say, now just take one and wait an hour. Oh no, take half of one and wait an hour, and then see if you want the other half. And I'd buy 3 packets of 3-packs, and I'd literally just eat all fucking 9 right in front of them. And they'd go, holy fuck. And I'd never feel nothing, never on be fucked up. So, I'll just put like fucking, I would put fucking weed in like, proper gourmet fucking edible. I mean, just normal bullshit, I'd make canna butter and mix it into like, all different dessert bullshit. And it just tastes sour and bitter and just tastes like battery acid just because I put that much weed. I'd literally just grind up the weed and just put just enough butter to cover the weed, And then I realized, man, this ain't enough. I need to make it more concentrate. So I'd just be chucking in like grams and grams of hash. Anyway, so I legitimately thought I was gonna fucking die this night. It was probably about 6 weeks, no, probably about 8 weeks ago now. I had fucking 4 grams of it wasn't bubble, it was just scissor hash. I got it from Uncle Trip's outdoor harvest. So it's just this big fucking pile of and I weighed it. It was 4.1 grams. And I made 4 cookies out of, no, was it 4 cookies? Yeah, 4 cookies out of that 4 fucking grams of hash. It was literally a gram of hash of each cookie. And I ate all 4 of those. I ate all 4 of those fucking cookies, and I was,
Were they
like
gross?
I said, no, you couldn't taste it because it was just hash. Normally, because of the chlorophyll, it tastes like dog shit. Man, it tasted like I made the cookie mix. It's called a rainbow cookie mix. A pre-made bullshit, and it tasted exactly like I made it with non-medicated,
Wow.
Tasted, yeah. And man, like I said, I've never gotten high off edibles before. I eat ridiculous amounts, and I got fucked up in 5 minutes. I was like, in 5 minutes, I was off my fucking face, and I was like, oh fuck, I better go to bed. Yeah, no, and it was like about 4 p.m. 4 p.m. in the afternoon. I was like, oh fuck, I better go to bed, man. It's like 5 minutes hit me. I thought, man, buckle up, So I went to bed, and I remember I fell asleep for about 2-3 hours, and then I woke up. I was so fucking high, man. I thought I'll try go to the toilet and get a piss. I literally put both feet on my out of the bed and just fucking collapsed straight on the floor like a bag of jelly, my back. So and then I literally had to hold on to the bed and sort of fucking pull myself back up onto the bed. I was like, fuck that, I'm too high. And I started panicking, and I thought, oh, I'm gonna die. Like I literally thought,
right.
I thought I was gonna die. Like I thought, and I was cool with it. I was like, well, this is it, I guess.
I was so confused when I was fucked up, man. Every time I'd wake up, like I said, like I felt like I was like, you ever been drunk and you go to sleep to try to sober up, but you wake up and you're still all fucked up and falling all over? Like that's how it felt. And I'm like, but I didn't drink. I've never had weed make me feel like I was drunk before. I didn't like it. I was like, fuck this.
I don't know how you went to work. I was fucked up the rest of that day.
Fuck that shit.
I thought about calling in, but I can't right now. So I was like, fuck it. I'm just gonna go in with my headphones on and my hat on and not look at my boss in the face.
I don't feel well today, boss.
Why are you wearing sunglasses?
Well, see, at least I'm in Wisconsin, so I could just be like, I'm hungover, and it's like a normal thing for people here. So,
right?
Yeah, let me pretend it's a much worse thing,
right?
Just so that you're okay with it.
Yeah,
that's funny.
You know, it's
Socially
funny too.
acceptable.
I don't remember what day somebody on the show was talking about that oxygen is like not good for humans or something. And I remember when I was fucking thought I was dying in my bed and I'm laying there, I felt like I couldn't breathe. And all I kept hearing echoing in my head was that part of the show, like, so, oh, oxygen is bad for you. And I kept thinking, well, then why the fuck can't I breathe right now? I need more oxygen, motherfucker. Like,
That's funny.
I actually do remember that bit where someone said that and what it was about.
yeah, I don't remember anything else. I just remember that part because for some reason when I was fucked up, that's what my brain decided it was going to repeat over and over in my head.
I think it was
That's the
Chet
worst
Bob.
thing.
Yeah, I think it was Bob. He was talking about being in hospital.
I can't.
You flip your camera angle, Eagle.
I did.
Oh,
Very clever. Did you move the camera or have you got two cameras?
No, I got multi-cameras. I wanted it. Oh, that's off.
How'd you do that? That was slick.
Good, man.
So do you guys
So
ever
to
clean
answer
your fan
any
blades
of
and stuff in your grow?
Yeah, after every cycle, they fucking
Yeah, for
grumble.
sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
They work
even wash-
they work much better, weirdly, much
Mhm.
better as well.
Yeah, I wash my pots after I use my pots, you know, just to. I know that's a bit anal, but yeah, you should just try clean as much as you can.
Yeah, because it's something, if there's like a pest or something that's left behind, you don't want to transfer it or.
Yeah.
Yeah, after every cycle, you know, every flower cycle, just wipe down the, you know, venting, the lights, surface sort of thing, yeah, the fans.
Yeah.
Obviously, even the walls, everything, the tent, everything, just give it a good once over, because that's the only time it'll be clear out, you know. And you'll get away with it, you know. You'll get away with it 2-3 flower cycles not cleaning it, but your fans are going to be gromity, and then you're eventually going to run into problems. You know, you're going to start getting all these pests, spider webs in the corners. You know, it's gonna ants maybe. Yeah,
Love spiders.
The spiders
Yeah.
stay. I leave the spiders.
Yeah,
My
spiders
wife
can
just
stay.
removed 1,000 spiders from the grow room and was quite grossed out. I was like, fucking leave them alone. She was like, they can't be in here anymore. So,
and when you're like
but yeah,
spraying, you know, neem or something, you'll get that on the, you know, tent walls.
compost
So you'll
tea
wanna,
all over the place. But once you
Yeah,
get
so
this
you-
growing thing down, this is really just about cleaning. This is not really about growing, just about cleaning.
yeah. Honestly, 420 at your stage, just overwatering will be your biggest issue. Just make sure, like Eagle said, just make sure you lift the pot up and get familiar when a pot is empty and when it's wet, and never, you know, water a heavy pot. That will be your biggest thing. If you do that, you'll get growth like a hydroponic system. You know, if you let it dry to like 80% dry rather than, you know, just letting it get a little bit dry and then wet re-watering, and it'll always be soggy, you know, and you'll start getting root problems and things. So yeah, more is less, you know. And another thing is, don't listen to too many people and mix too many styles together, you know. Just I always say, don't listen to someone that doesn't grow good plants, you know. So if there's no one directly that you can get information from, you know, people that you've actually seen them grow, that or that you trust, you know, on YouTube. And don't try mixed styles. Don't try do, oh, I'll do half organic and I'll mix this, you know. Just stick to one style and you'll find your way. You know, you might not be happy with the Fox Farm, you might change in a bit of time, but yeah, just don't give up. You'll find your way.
What episode is this? Like 670 something. You've got like 670 friends that you can ask or show or
Yeah.
What I've
Give me a
learned,
different answer.
what I've learned is taking
don't listen to
little
any
things.
of them.
Yeah, don't listen to any of them, but take all the advice and just What I've done is just take little things that I'm like, oh, I kind of like that. Like, I like that. And I try to incorporate it. And if it works, it works. And if it doesn't, well, fuck it. It didn't work. So,
Yeah. And another thing, people will try heaps of things at once and they won't know what works, you know, like they'll do
Right.
fimming with fucking this at the same time while they're trying out Azos and great white shark and they're adding microbes and they've just repotted and they think, oh yeah, it's working great, but you don't know what's happening, or they're just adding different things, you know, kelp and this and big roots, and you know, just do everything at one at a time and leave it for 4 days so you can actually see the plant
Yep.
react, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you'll just be able to tell, you know, slowly you'll get familiarized. When the plant looks happy, the leaves will be up, you know.
Right.
It's yeah.
Yeah, you'll do
And it's all
something.
the
Oh, go ahead.
go Chiba, you go. I was gonna say it's just a fun part of growing, you know,
Right.
learning. Just don't get upset. We've failed bigger than you could ever believe, you know. We all have, every single one of us. We've failed tremendously, epically. Some probably that we don't even want to admit to, you know. So it happens to the best. And even Subcool, you know, he's been growing for 35 years. He's still got russet mites and shit, you know. He got fungus gnat tattooed to his arm because he couldn't conquer him. It happens to the best of us, you know. So yeah, just enjoy the process and you'll be fine.
Oh yeah.
Did Subcool have the fungus gnat tattooed on his arm?
Yeah, he couldn't get rid of them, so he ended up tattooing
That's
them
amazing.
to surrender to him. Yeah.
Homage. Mine would be spider mite, but
Oh no.
Well,
Oh,
you
no.
know,
Burn it down.
and you know what happened in
fungus
the end?
gnats are easy.
Yeah, Jill just said you're fucking overwatering, and she literally
Yeah,
stopped his
that's
watering
right.
because he was watering every 2-3 days, I remember, and Jill cut it back to like every 7 days because they're up to the big pots, and I think the fungus gnats went in like 2 weeks.
Yeah,
when Jill
you can
took
get that
over the
tattoo
watering.
removed now, bruv. We've done
It's
it.
Oh fuck.
That's funny.
And sound low help too. Cross that soil surface helps keep them down. They don't like to fly around in that breeze. That'll blow numbers as well.
And or 3% peroxide root wash will kill all of them.
Yeah, and or like a really heavy enzyme and or diatomaceous earth. All these things really easily kill them.
Yeah,
But actually,
one thing we
it's your practice that stops them coming back and back.
Yeah, one thing we should speak about 420 is, do you have any IPM sort of plans
Yeah.
for what you're going to
Don't
use?
be like me.
Yeah.
Don't be me.
Do you know what IPM
What did you
is?
get?
Like,
I have no idea what you're talking about.
so
The
like
pest
integrated.
management. Don't be
Integrated pest
me.
management.
Don't be like, oh, it won't happen. Because it will.
So
It will.
you'll need like either a neem oil or like a eco oil, something. But yeah, just make sure it's nothing nasty like Glen 20 or anything. And yeah, you just want to make sure you spray them. And when you start seeing little dots on the leaves, that means you got spider mites, and they'll probably be the first thing you'll encounter. You know, the first problem. Don't freak out. We all get them. We've all had them. We still will all get them at some time again. It's the way to just take care of everything is you just got to get like a neem spray or speak to Eagle. I'm just familiar with what I can get here in Australia, but he can tell you. Are you in the UK? Where are you?
I'm in
I
the
know you
United
said you're
States.
in the United States. Yeah, I'm sorry. Eagle, what would you recommend to what sort of products for these have available in there? We've just got neem and eco oil here, so
I like the West Coast. Plant therapy is the one I like, or I can't think of the product right now. Oh, there should be a bottle. Fuck, why can't I think of that gentleman's name?
oh, it's
Well,
all right.
yeah,
So as you think,
All-Purpose Plus. All-Purpose Plus is a Michigan-based guy there who uses it's an alcohol / essential oil product that you can use
Yeah.
lights on, lights off, all natural product. It works really good for IPM. So I like them to West Coast. They're both comparable. They both work on alcohols and essential oils. And I switch off with neem. I still use neem and veg. You know what I mean? Between
Yeah.
neem and the Lost Coast, them are my two IPMs right there. Anything, more I'll use the Lost Coast up until week 2. And once the bud sets start, once they start, no more. But up until that first week, that last raw, I'm good with the Lost Coast in that first week of flower. Anything after that, ladybugs can roam free, take care of anything I may have missed in that process. If it's fucking PM or something like that, it pops up during that problem. It's just a loss for me. I'm not necessarily spraying some shit on my plants and trying to clean up some plants and flower. So that's my IPM suggestions. Keep it clean. Lost Coast.
So
I got some.
for 20, you just want to make sure you just have something, it doesn't matter what it is, but you just want to have something to spray. Otherwise you will get pests eventually, you might not get it first time. But yeah, the hotter the temperatures, you'll get spider mites. If you overwater, you'll get fungus gnats. It's just if your humidity is too high or you have humidity swings, between lights off, lights on, you'll get powdery mildew. So there's all just different things, and things you'll learn.
With the powdery
definitely
mildew, it helps if you have circulation going on in there. If if you see the leaves moving, that there's circulation.
Do you have a little fan in there? We didn't even ask. Do you have a
She
fan
does.
there for?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
have
saw
2
it.
fans. I have a big one and a small one.
Terrific. And do you have a little saucers, catches under the cups, or does the water run out onto your surface there?
It runs out onto that little table, and I just wipe it up. Because I'm in this room all the time, so after I water it, I'm in here. So if it ends up running out, then I can just wipe it up right away.
Right. Yeah. No, they look great. I mean, I think you're stressing for nothing. Like we all said, I just pick those bottom leaves, but you can tell from the color of the top leaves, it's getting plenty of nutrients. It's a dark green, If it's gone like a light yellow lime, that's when either it means you need more nitrogen or it's got like a calcium, magnesium, calcium
I don't know if
deficiency.
you can see it, but like this one, like the top leaves look like more lime green.
Yeah, but that's because it's new growth. That's fine. Yeah. No, you're doing great. It looks perfect, honestly.
I'll tell you
Really
what,
good.
if you leave your plants alone for a few days and come back, they'll thank you. Like I've realized the more I'm in there, the more they're like, get out of here. The more I leave them alone, they're like, yes. Because every time you open that door, you're changing the environment. So with them being used to the environment, and then all of a sudden you open the door, it becomes, hotter or cooler or whatever. You're changing that environment. So
I'm just going to say she is technically right, but however, you are also taking in vibrations and you're taking in love and energy, and that probably is just as important as that loss of environment. That clearly, if you love what you're doing, it's important to go and do that too. So
that too. And maybe it's just my tent. I don't know. I know, especially when I grow the queen.
A lot of good reasons. I leave them open so that it's getting a constant replenishment of fresh air, CO2. It's cooling. I'm not necessarily building up heat in there. So just the constant refreshing of the CO2, I feel, is you know, very important versus, you know, the sealed element. And, you know, like Buddy was talking about earlier, you know, once you're in a sealed room, you need to supplement some type of CO2. So I feel if you got your tent all closed up and you're not at least running in one of the mushroom bags or something in there, you need to have that door open for fresh air and fresh, you know, replenishment of the CO2. One of the biggest things that I suggest for, you know, people that are growing in tents to avoid the chance of PM, humidity spikes, stuff like that are leaving the door open a little bit, or leaving the door open a half hour into your dark cycle, because that's usually when your plants usually perspire the most. So if your tent door is open during that first half hour, it can actually dissipate into the room instead of being locked into your tent environment. Another thing I like to do to catch my humidity in a tent is and avoid extra power of a humidifier are these damper buckets right here. You can pick one of these up at fucking Walmart, Home Depot, just about anywhere for $10, and it will pull a good percent, almost all the excess moisture out of your tent or the area, and avoid a lot of that humidity spikes. So them two things right there will help a little bit in your tent grows to avoid a little bit of humidity spikes. Those two right there.
Yeah, I have
do.
my tent open a lot, like, because I work during the day, so the tent is closed during the day, and then from like 5 o'clock until 10 or 11 at night, I have it open, and I'm just this is the room that I hang out in, so I like having it open so I can sit with them while I'm doing whatever. So that's pretty much their routine every day. Like, they get locked in the tent during the daytime, and then at night they're open and out with me.
Yeah. No, they look good. They've got good stacking on them. How old are they? We haven't even asked. The seedlings, obviously.
These, I think these just started week 4.
Right.
No, these
Yeah.
might be starting week 5. I don't know, 4 or 5. I can't remember. It's on my phone. And then the other little ones, these ones are, I think, on week 2 of veg.
Yeah, no, they look good. They got really good internodal stacking, so it means you got plenty of light. They're not stretching. You're doing a great job.
Yeah, what helps is I got one of these like little tape measures, like a pocket size, and I don't know, every day or so I just, whip it out and make sure that it's still a good distance from the light, and then adjust if I need to.
Yeah. If you start seeing the internodal spacings get longer, that means the light's too far away. And if you start seeing the top of the terminal lens, if they start getting like white bleached or bleached white or kind of like burnt, to sort of back the light off. But they look really good where they are right now. Yeah. Keep them at
Yeah, I
that
was actually
distance, I
worried
think.
about these ones. They stretched a little bit at first because right after they sprouted, we had a big storm come through and my power was out for like 2 days. So I was like, fuck, I had them like just in a window trying to get light, and they ended up stretching a little bit.
Right. Yeah, no, they're fine. Perfect. Most plants anyway, they'll be
Double glazed windows are a pain, man. They just rob all the light that the clerk wants, and they just get you super bolt. Stretch bolt.
I can't believe it's 7 o'clock. I myself have got to fall out. But if you guys.
Oh.
You're muted.
Damn.
You're muted.
Thank you. I myself have got to fall out, man. I am fucking tired. I can't believe it is 7 o'clock. You guys would like to party on, though, I would be happy to make somebody host there, and you guys could party on it if you'd like. I don't know if you'd like, Miss Cheecha B. Would you be interested in holding it
They
down?
want to hang out, I'll host.
Yeah. Can you
Passies,
handle it?
no passies.
Can you handle this?
I don't know. I was
Big
hand over the reins
responsibility.
once, and I was like, "Oh, what do I do now?"
As long as you don't
Alright,
fall asleep, you're good.
Cheecha B is now your guys' host. With that being said, I am out of here. I will probably see you guys here in a little bit later, some point. If it's still going when I get up, I'll probably come on and hang out.
Well,
whatever.
How many hours do we have until it's like 24?
Lunch.
Well,
2,
at least
yeah.
till 20. I think you got till 2:20. Then anything after that just don't get recorded, so you guys could really fuck off, and then that part wouldn't just make it. Hey, it'll save up to 12 hours. Anything after 12 hours, it won't save. So.
Oh, the unrecorded naked sessions, do you mean?
Yeah, he'll never know. He'll never see this shit.
Had to be there.
That's Eagle
What happens on the
OnlyFans.
420 stream stays on the 420 stream.
Yeah, nice.
So you guys have fun. I love you guys. Thank you guys for popping on. I always enjoy hanging out and talking with you guys. For you guys and everybody else, please remember to do something nice for somebody today. Random acts of kindness do save lives. With that being said, I'm out of here, guys.
Later.
That's weird when he leaves, though, isn't it? He
Yeah,
does,
now I'm like,
he does his
now I'm like-
outro, and it's like, huh? Why am I still here then?
Yeah, right? Why is the show still running? The end of the world.
All right, where's the shout outs list?
Yeah.
Imagine us fumbling through that.
Oh,
We'll be like,
gosh.
bro, fuck, gotta start again.
Start writing down names.
That must be long, though, really long.
Fuck, it
Well,
goes
the
like-
last time I timed it, it was almost 20 minutes.
Right.
And that's when he was like just fucking
Gabbling
yelling.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
It was the fastest rap song I've ever heard. I was like, what the hell's going on? Like Eminem.
You should rap. Fucking Eagle. He probably could. Do a shout out rap. We'll drop a beat on at the end. When you can just fucking.
We got to make a beat for him and remix Fly Like an Eagle.
Yeah.
That'll be the beat he uses to rap on.
Gotta get a rapper to do that shit.
Oh, that's weird. It's 1212, and because that's an angel number, I wanted to send it to my wife, but I don't have a phone.
Oh shit.
Yeah, hers is with my daughter, and she took mine. I'm like, huh?
I know I shouldn't
Naked.
laugh, but the other day, my daughter, she goes, "It's 11:11," and then literally stubs her toe on something. And then she goes,
Oh,
"And I just stubbed
shit.
my toe."
We went to
Like, that's what you
my-
get for not cleaning your fucking room.
Yeah.
My daughter's going up to a more senior school, and so we go to this school and we go to her class, and we're all sat in rows in her class, the parents and the children, right? So we're all there, and the teacher's chatting away, and she's coming to the end of her segment, and she goes, "What's the time?" And then she looks at the clock and she goes, "4:20." And my wife and daughter both turn and look at me like that. And it's like, what the fuck? We're in school. You can't do that. Made me laugh.
Oh man, that's funny.
Yeah,
Like
4:20. We should go behind the fucking bike sheds then. Yeah, come on. Is that the tour next? Right, this is behind the
There's been
gym.
times. There'll be times when I'm working and I'll look down and I'm like, oh look, it's my favorite time.
Morning,
Yeah.
we nerds.
Good
What's up, brother?
morning.
Cheers,
Hey,
man.
man.
Nice to see you going. Right on, Cheecha.
The amount of
Tag
angel
team.
numbers I see is out of control. Sorry, crack babies.
Go ahead.
My wife and I are clearly tuned in to the universe because it's like we're sending them like 4 or 5 times a day that we're seeing these numbers. I'm here.
Hey, you're doing something right. You know, maybe that house is meant to be. You never know.
That's exactly what we're saying, Cheech. We're like, come on, they're going mad.
You know, if things are
All
just
the
having to work
signals.
out and you're seeing numbers and just, yeah, oh yeah, totally.
Yeah.
I actually just started looking into what angel numbers exactly mean. I never really researched much of it. I just know that I see repeating numbers and stuff all the time. And I always just figured that's the universe guiding me in some way or whatever. But I looked into like how you could take your birthday and figure out what your angel life path number is. And I got 5.
Right.
And I was like watching a video about like what 5 means for your path. And I don't remember right now what it all said because it was like a 20-minute video, but I remember watching it like, wow, this is so fucking spot on. Like described me, and I don't know, the way my life kind of is, and the way that I do things and think. And I was like, holy crap.
I'm gonna check that out. I didn't know that side of it. That's wicked.
Oh yeah. I think I did it so long ago. I think it was 7. My life path number was. I think it was 7.
Where's the origins of this come from? Is it like a Jewish thing? Is it an astrology thing?
It's like numerology, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a numerology kind of thing. Astrology. Kind of.
If it's numerology, then it's its own thing, right? It's just numbers and the magic of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, my number was, I don't know why, but mine, I had a 5 too. 5.
Oh
shit! You all know.
Oh,
damn.
We should all take the test and we should all find out.
I think it said something about number 5s are supposed to be like learning different lessons. Like we never like sit there and learn everything about one thing. Like we like to learn about many different things, and we're supposed to like just keep doing all these different things and learning from all these things that we do. Like that's supposedly what the 5 path was. I think that's what it said, something like that.
Okay.
My bladder is full. I gotta go tinkle. I'll be right back, girls.
I want to eat crunchy nut cornflakes because you like we're talking about honey, or I think we were all talking about
honey.
It's not very pretty eating, so I'm going to be back in 5 minutes.
Take your time, brother.
I mean, you do know that you have like 3 horoscope signs too as well. Like my moon is Scorpio, my sun is Sagittarius, and my rising is a Cancer. So like you can take those, and those are kind of like your personalities, like your different sides of your personalities, and it does make sense. A lot of them.
You know what's funny? You know how when you see Zoom, you can see yourself in the top right-hand corner? Well, I had full screen of just you, so Chiba. So to look like you had a picture of me on your wall. I was going to say, why you got a picture of me on your wall? I realized
you were the frame.
I was like, you really do like me, huh? You got a picture of me on your wall.
I mean, I printed it out.
Was it pushed?
That's why I was gone so many times. I was printing it out.
Yeah, you can get your own print at Eagle Gardens 1. Just send him a SMS or something. I don't know.
Oh, here it is. If your life path number is 5, then you are here to learn about balance and cooperation, which I do need to learn. I don't play well with others all the time.
Neither do I. That's okay.
I have to say that is a bummer. Like I totally get the self-realization and so on, but it's like Oh, couldn't it be that I'm here for like chocolate and ganja, for fuck's sake? What the fuck have I got to be here about that for? Patience and what?
It says good careers for Life Path 5 are artist, investigative reporter, musician, designer, entrepreneur, or travel agent, as well as jobs that look after the welfare of others. So a grower, that works.
Yeah.
I gotta learn how to grow first. But
You'll
I
get
do
there.
all this other shit though that kind of coincides with that.
Yeah, I mean, shit, you'll get there. You'll be there before you know it, and you'll be like, "What? What was that? That was nothing." You'll be there before you know it. Hell yeah! What's everyone smoking on?
Cannabis.
Hindu root beer.
Master courage.
Yeah. Seems to get better and better as time goes by.
What you got growing in there? Weed nerd.
A whole bunch of stuff. Hindu root beer. Actually, I just harvested that one. So I got some watermelon gelato mac V2, which is that one there.
Oh, nice.
She's a little, well, not overdue, but she's looking done. She's a little crispy.
She's looking ripe, huh?
Yeah. I know mine in a couple more weeks.
And the canitrol's full, so I can't do anything. I got another 3 days, I think. And then I can chop that one down and put it in there. And then
What's a growing medium in there, my man?
that's all DWC, bro.
All right.
Good
Oh,
old
deep
buckets.
horticulture.
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
Yes,
So you
sir.
really are standing by your name.
See the buckets on the right there? Those are little 2-gallon buckets. I never up-potted
Damn,
them.
son. How
Root-
long's a flush been? Or how long do you let your flush go for?
Well, see, I'm unconventional DWC. DWC usually every week you flush everything out,
Right.
rot and all that. I keep the water in there until the plant starts to show signs or till the NER is really bad. And when I have the little buckets, it never really gets there because it's always kind of almost drinking the whole by the next day.
Right.
So when I refill it, it's like I did a flush, right? It's all replenished. It's
Mhm.
brand new NER and everything's hunky dory, right? Brand new water. So I think I'm going to go that route now, go with the small buckets. It's just, I have to be there and do it twice a day, potentially at the end there, because it's such a small volume of water. So if it gets to the point where I think I can't keep up to it, then I'll put it in the 5-gallon bucket. Then I got at
Yeah.
least 24 hours. It'll drink in a day, you know?
Fucking looks like you're smashing it, man. You've never had no root rot problems or anything?
I did at first. At first, when I
Yeah.
first started there, I was using advanced nutrients and I didn't have any beneficial bacteria. I just had what they were offering there, like the sensizyme and all that crap. And that did nothing. I got root rot because my temperatures were high. I don't run chillers. I didn't want
Right.
anything coming out of the bucket. I wanted it self-contained, no leaks.
Right.
So but I did get root rot. So I found out about Panhandling, which is a beneficial bacteria in the US, but I couldn't get it in Canada. So I found a replacement called Aquascape. It's a dry beneficial bacteria for ponds. It's not made for cannabis.
Oh,
It's made
wow.
for fish, right? And so ponds are huge. I have a little container. It treats 52,000 gallons.
Right.
I've been on the same pod for over a year. Just a sprinkle of that there. My temperatures are 74, 76 F, and I get no root rot. My water's clear as water, clear as
Water temperature is 74.
74 to 76. So I blast a lot of air to keep the O2 up because it loses air like exponentially. The O2 is like you can't saturate it at that temperature. It leaves faster and you can put it in. And if you put it in too much, you start warming up the water and you're defeating the purpose, right?
They look fucking great, man.
Yeah, it's working. Because I heard that
Whatever you're
cold
doing,
water
you're
is
fucking doing it right.
well, it's because cold water is good for keeping rot down, but it also slows the plant growth, right?
Yeah.
So I heard someone say that they had that where the chiller broke on one of the plant systems, like there was in a greenhouse system, and one of the rows or whatever, the chiller broke, and those plants got a lot bigger.
Right.
right?
No
They
shit,
were
huh?
susceptible to rot because the guy wasn't running bennies, but that was
What's
a
a
thing they found
usual?
out is like, hey man, that those they grew a lot faster because the water was warmer, right? So that was kind of like a aha moment for me there. It's like, oh, good. Maybe my warm temps are a good thing. If I could just keep the rot at bay, then I don't.
Yeah.
So now I don't really need to flush the buckets. It's more for the NER, you know, the nutritional element ratio, because it'll get out of whack as I fill it there with the 5 gallon. I'm topping it off, but it's drinking more of this and less of that. And after a few, 4 or 5 fills there, everything's kind
You
of
don't
way
get
off.
any salt buildup on your pumps or anything like that from not changing the water?
Well, there's no pump.
No?
It's just the air stone.
Oh, the air stone, I should say. It's not all fucking like crystal and shit all over there. Like,
No. See, that's the
no?
thing is that was pretty much gunk, like from like the shit that builds up in the water, but that bacteria literally eats it
Oh man,
like
that's
food
great.
for it. So it cleans the water. It's clear.
Nice. That's
I
awesome.
could pull a glass out of it there, and it looks clear. I
And
can
this is
see
a
my
pond
stones.
stuff you were saying.
Yeah, so I
This
it's
is a
miracle.
pond.
Yeah,
Yeah, good
it's
on you,
called
man.
the aquascape dry beneficial bacteria, but it's meant for ponds, fish, safe for plants and everything. It's made for outdoor ponds at your home there that you create out of nothing there, man-made ponds. There's stagnant water and that can go bad fast. So that's made to basically treat it to make it so that it's good for everything.
That's cool.
And because it's not made
Fucking
for
good on
cannabis,
you,
it's
man.
not, $100 a gallon or whatever.
Right.
They don't gouge you for it.
Yeah.
I got one of those aeroponic cloners. And this is all my experience with this stuff, but I found exactly the same thing as you. I did tens of different experiments in super cold conditions and super warm conditions and all sorts of things. And with the aeroponic cloner, if I just let it get as warm as it wants, and just all it is it's a race. So it's like a 9-day race. You stick them in and they're fully rooted in 9 days. And if you do it the cold method or the water only method or whatever, it takes way longer. And by then you need to make sure that you're treating the water because algae will then come and so on. If I just put them in, race them for 9 days, just they get as hot or as cold as they want, which is always warm because there's a pump in there bashing away.
Exactly. They have optimal conditions, right? At all times
Yeah.
with the air, oxygen and all that. So yeah, I learned that because my first grow was cuttings and I didn't know nothing about cloning. I read up about, okay, from the rooted clone part onwards, I knew what to do, but I got clippings, no roots, nothing. It's like, oh shit. He said, oh, just put them in a glass of water. Don't worry about it. It's like, yeah, but what about the oxygen in the water? I knew all this stuff about DWC, and he's like, what he's telling me is like, yeah, no, that's going to work for the day or two, but it takes weeks to clone there, So yeah, I tried everything. I read up and I tried doing this, that, and the other thing. It took me 2 months to get the plant to actually start growing. You know what I mean? Like the roots were out, but the plant was dead. I didn't know about VPD, and so yeah, that was a big learning curve. I learned a lot quick.
Yeah,
they were dying.
Empty environments are weird as well because they're just so false. There's no plant to make any moisture, and then so on. You get stuck in that. So you have to make it real false at the beginning, like chuck humidity in and chuck.
Yeah, you have to feed them by the leaves basically, because they got no, the sun, the light's not helping it. Because the leaves photosynthesis, they got no roots, so they can't do anything. They're screwed. So they're like dead, really in limbo. They're hanging by the noose, and you're like, are you gonna make it better for them or worse for them? And I was making it worse. They're feeding on themselves, all clawed up there. It's like they were all tiny and thin. Like, oh my god! Out of 5, 2 made it, and then I took 3 clones from that, and I got my 5 back. You know what I mean? So in the end, I got my 5 plants, but it took 2 rows. I learned a lot.
I always take about many times more clone cuttings than I need, and then at every stage I can get rid of some. But but it always means that then they're at least breathing and filling the room because there's loads of them. Do you know what I mean? So to start with, you don't get that false environment. You do, of course, because they're so small. But at least there's loads of them.
RH,
and then just chuck the rest of them on the compost heap. and then you've got like half as many as you had, pot them all up. Well, you might hurt some, they might not pot up well, so you've still got too many. So when you see which ones decide to take off, then take the next, and so you may end up with however many you want, but you've had a fail-safe system the whole way through that's also contributing to the environment.
Yeah, I think Prophet was there on Cocoa for Cannabis. He had a layout there about how to do it, and he was taking that like 12 or 20 clones, and then from that he would take the best 8, and from that he would take the best 4. So in the end, he only had 2 that were going to flower kind of thing. But that way you can select out like disease or whatever could be carried forward from the previous generation. You could literally select out, those bad ones,
Vigor.
take them out, and grow out the good ones. That way,
Bigger is the
each
biggest
generation.
one, Kush.
Yeah.
You just see which ones take well, which ones root well, which ones take well, which ones start to shoot well, and it's like, oh, and actually it's bad vibes. And it's like, it's difficult because they get put in a line and it's like, sorry guys, the best one and you're the worst one. But anyway, we'll jumble you back up, but we all know, don't we? Yeah.
You better make it. Because you're going down. No, exactly. And there's no males, right? So all the performing ones are the ones you want. They're not gonna ball up on you. Because usually with seed, they're the nice ones are the ones that you gotta look for balls.
Well, the thing is, as soon as they start showing bigger, I'm like, that's a fucking boy. I bet that's a fucking boy.
Yeah.
Look how hardcore he is. And it's like, oh, it wasn't. Fucking hell.
At first I was real excited, then I found that stuff out and it's like, shit, man.
Is that from seed, is it?
No. Yeah. So that one you see there, that's from seed. So that's a scurvy mac. So that's a mac V2 crossed with Larry cake, and I have a scurvy. What's the other one? The other one's called scurvy cake, which is a Larry cake crossed with pirate's milk, which is a cross.
I wonder what Mac V2's like.
It's good. So that straggly one, the other one there, that's almost done there. That's a Mac V2 crossed with watermelon gelato. And that's my fourth grow of it now. That's a clone of a re-veg. So I did 2 re-veges. I took 2 re-veges at the same time, and both of them died prematurely, like at 45 days. But I kind of trolled them anyways, and I smoked them, and they're still good. Like, it's like, what?
If something got re-veg, it normally means it was pretty good, that they had to re-veg it to bring it back.
Oh yeah, like me, when I smoked that, I was like, oh my Lord, it was the best weed I ever smoked, like in my whole life.
Right.
So it's like, I took a nug, and re-vegged that, well, 2 of them. And then from that first one that re-vegged, I took a clone after it was in veg mode. So that clone is the one that grew out perfectly, and that one was lickety split. When you take them from veg, it's fast. But when you take them in still flower mode there, man, it takes forever.
Yeah.
They'll root up, but they won't flip right away. They'll take their sweet time there to figure out what's what.
Yeah.
And it doesn't turn out the same. It seems it's like it could go freaky on you. Like it won't look like it used to. Whereas the one that you took, like the one that I took from the re-veg after it was in veg, looks almost identical to that first one that I grew that I love. So there's something about when you flip it from flower that makes it do weird things, I guess. Could express differently with the hormone change, or it's not used to that. It never does that, right? It never gets to do that in life, like in reality. Or maybe like I wonder, remember when I was talking about that Cambodian red there? There was a guy on FCP who was talking about this plant that was like 26 years old or something like that.
Yeah.
Because it's in a place where it can't die. It's, every year there's no death for it. So it just keeps growing and growing and growing. And apparently it's super old, but I don't understand that. How can a non-perennial be perennial? How does that happen?
Environment?
Because the life cycle, it must get enough light to stay.
Just enough to, it doesn't, like, it stays in flower, but it's like partially vegging, and like the lower plant is vegging, but the top plant is flowering. Like it's really odd.
Yeah, it must
I
be
asked
environment. Because
Cap there, because he's in Thailand. I said, if you get a chance to find that Cambodian red, bro, go find that, We need pictures. We need, because I heard that description and the guy didn't sound like he was making that stuff up there. You know, he was legit. The guy that was a vet. You know, he was in Vietnam and all that.
That's
He was in,
crazy.
he was 72, so he was there back in the day, there kind of thing.
Right.
So
I mean,
that-
I know like a lot of like flowering plants, if they're not in the right environment, they won't even flower. Like they
And a
just
Cambodian
might be
sounds
just
like a 18-weeker. Sounds like.
yeah, there's some
So-
weird ones that'll flower in 16 hours of light, which is odd.
Yeah.
You know, it's an oddball there. But there's, you know, but really down there, it's what, 13, 12? Like there's 13, 11. There's not a big difference there. It's almost equator, right? So there's, it makes you wonder about those equator plants. Or how did they?
Yeah,
even
they're all
make it?
short days, right?
Yeah, it's all 12, 12, right? So they immediately flower as soon as they can, right? Apparently, that's what they're going to do in Colombia. They're going to take over the whole world with cannabis if they can export and import it, because they can just gaslight it, right? Let it do its 18 hours with a spotlight in the dark there, and then when it's
Yeah.
time, they got that prime Colombian sun there for the 12-12. Apparently, that's
Yeah.
they'll be selling pounds for $100, you know.
I
Totally kill the market.
remember Bubble Man. A video he did about 6-7 years ago. He went to Jamaica, and there was, you know, guys that were just roughing it, sort of thing. But they had like about, I don't know, 2-3 acres of just a full plain of weed, and because it flowers too quick there, they did the same thing. They just had like little, you know, 8-watt fucking CFL bulbs every 5 meters or something, and it just extended, you know, and they got the plants up to about 4 feet, then flipped them, and yeah, so you just got to do what you.
Because I always
Yeah.
pictured, oh man, what do they do for the light? You can't, you know, have a field of, you know, photon techs. You know, it cost you a fortune, but you don't need it. You only need one. It's actually 0.1 UMols, which is nothing. Like you could barely read. If you can read a text on
Yeah.
a book, it's enough.
I've even heard
That
of
bright.
people extending their natural thingo with solar lights. You know, the outdoor solar lights that could collect.
Oh yeah, those
Oh,
stupid
yeah, yeah.
little yeah,
Yeah,
that's funny.
and then as soon as it gets dark, they're already on. You know,
It
and then
lasts
they
long
normally
enough to
die
cover
out.
yeah, that's smart.
No, I have a light that's 17 watt LED solar, and then is mounted on like a PVC pole with an umbrella stand that when it's at the right height, completely lights a 4x8 raised bed.
Nice.
And then why that particular, because it's a security light skew, like, but most security lights are programmed to be dusk to dawn or motion. But this particular one, and I got it at Home Depot, there's like a setting 4, 6, and 8 hours.
Nice.
So when it goes, so I use the 6-hour setting in about 2 years now. Now I can run an extension cord. I used to and use little bulbs, but
Or a timer,
yeah,
right? You can
this
put it on a
little
timer like you
7
do your regular lights there. And that way you can run just a
that way.
cheapo setup there with a spotlights and
Yeah,
stuff.
you know, but I live in San Diego where if you don't supplement a light, the veg, it'll just flower year round. Oh, it gets
Right.
confused sometimes.
Yeah,
Sometimes
you
it
get
gets
shorter days
confused,
up there or down there.
but like I find it advantageous to me just to veg the plants as big as I can indoor and then put them outside, and yep, they flower. One, I mean,
Right.
having the what do you call it, the exaggerated light cycle, then that's going to trigger them to flower, and it's always 12 and 12 around here. It took me a lot of years of trying a lot of ways to finally just submit that, yep, without supplemental lighting, there's no veg in my area.
I guess the
That's
opposite of that would
funny.
be
I
light
mean,
veg, right?
I'm gonna have like 4 months where my plants just can sit outside. Like
That's good.
they'll, yeah. I mean, They love it for one, but that's so curious when Buddy's like, oh, I can just bed them inside. When they go outside, it's like, oh, there you go. Just like we would start the conversation with, really.
Wow.
Yeah.
Prime grown.
But they obviously get beautiful, beautiful sunny days, but they're not long days. I mean, it's gonna be light till 10 o'clock tonight and like all over the solstice, really.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the farther north you go, the longer the day is, right? You can get a lot of light.
Yeah. I'd rather his thing. I'd rather that, those lovely sunny days.
Yeah.
Oh.
You could pretty much count on the sun there, you know what I mean?
But for a lot of years,
90%.
you know, I would like sprout seeds where they never went under any artificial light. You know, I wanted them to like be in natural cycle, and I'd do them February or March, thinking, oh, okay, they should veg, and then when summer solstice comes, they'll turn. Man, I banged my head against that wall for probably, I've lived down here 23 years, 20 of those years before I finally like, yeah, I knew it. I saw other people doing it and stuff, but I just, and outdoor isn't really it's just a sideline.
It's difficult not to
Take it a little more
sometimes
serious
play
the last
with it.
couple years, but
I wish I could go outside.
well, it used to be that even though I had great properties, I always felt like, well, that would be the dumbest thing ever, that a few outdoor plants led to the demise of a 20 lighter that's been humming along for 9 years.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I agree with that. And that's really the way it is. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't know why I'm being so cagey, because I don't even have a grow.
But over the years, like from my patio, I have great view. And if you get my binoculars out, like actually friends of mine have been the ones that have spotted all the little, I'd probably say 75% of the properties have a patch. And none of them are that big. They're just patches, you know what I mean? They're not some big operation. They're patches, like maybe 15, 20 plants.
That's a nice little patch.
Oh, yeah. You don't want too big, because then you got to work hard.
You know, I'd love to have that.
Trim day is what worries me. Yeah, you want to stagger those
4 little
harvests.
patches. Fuck. Just like 4 little patches in the middle of the desert. 30 feet from Del Taco. Fucking greatest shit ever. Good shit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you got crazy heat down there, man. Oh shit. I don't know how you guys do it. Like, I dread the summer, and I'm, it's not that bad up here compared to you guys. You guys are living it. Your coldest days are my summers. You know what I mean?
Well, we have cold days here. We get into the 40s and 30s and stuff at night for a few months, and where I live, I get into the
at
low
night. He
hundreds.
prefaces it with.
Wearing t-shirts, man. Loving it here.
Yeah. Some nights I have to close the window.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Lucky son of a bitch. You guys are lucky assholes. Fuck that.
The key word is snow. Right? You have snow.
like-
Does it accumulate? No.
It's like 90 degrees right now outside.
That's crazy.
56 right now.
You
It
can't
might be
shield the
Monday.
heat, man. You can dress for
Well,
cold.
Greenfingers lives in a
Yeah, dress for heat.
65.
honest to God desert. There's no way to describe it anything other than the desert.
The real desert. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't
Not
think
from that either, guys.
no amount of water would really change things there. Like, it's the desert.
I'm not.
Well,
happy
no,
with
that's not true. A
Some
huge
speculate-
aqueduct's worth of water in years, they would change it into like a whole paradise. Because most of
Yeah.
Southern California is actually that same desert. It just has the water that makes it seem like an oasis.
The Nels did a big deal out here, like in the Coachella Valley area before out here where I live now. Like those without those canals being filled, there wouldn't be no Coachella Valley. There would be none of that shit. They wouldn't have made it fertile for no reason. But then they made golf courses everywhere instead. Like they saw money signs and got greedy. Now it's like they're buying water from up north now, so it doesn't matter. They're shipping it down from Mendo or wherever. It's crazy.
Well,
Buying water from up north. It's fucking sick.
You got to keep the golf course green no matter where it's at.
Yep, all of them too. And there's like
Or at
over
least
100
try
of
to.
them.
No, I've actually seen some golf courses that are in places where I guess the charm of it is it's natural environment. You know what I mean?
That's the whole thing out here. You want it to look like the desert, and you want to feel like you're not in the desert once you get somewhere else, like off the golf course. You want to feel like you're in the country club, you know? Like
the contrast thing you're saying, like we're here in this little green paradise and everything else is just stark.
Yep.
Well, that's actually like if you go into the history of Eagle 20 I forget the name of the product before Eagle 20 and why it was designed and who was the customer. It's for golf courses. And actually like that smell, you can faintly smell it at golf courses. And the reason is they use all these not native plants at a lot of golf courses all over the place. They want ferns and grasses and all this stuff that isn't native to the area. And then they're all get super prone to powdery mildew. And yeah, they would just douche the whole fucking golf course with that shit for forever. I think they still are.
It's really common, right? Just to back him up, it's really common if you play golf to lick your thumb and wipe your ball. You've marked your ball, you've picked it up off the green, you lick your thumb, give the ball a little clean. Many people have died, and I don't mean many. A bunch of people have died.
Wow.
From exactly what Buddy just described, because they're licking their ball basically. Thumb ball. It's been rolling all over the Eagle 20, you know, which now when you leave a golf course, if they've sprayed, there'll be signs up everywhere telling you to wash your hands as soon as you walk in. Wash your hands, do not put your hands in your mouth. It said there'll be signs up for real. So yeah. Most likely they're still using it.
Oh, I'm sure of it.
Yeah. And
I mean, if it works, why not?
The people that hold the jobs, groundkeepers of golf course, they're just tasked with trying to fulfill the job. But yeah, most golf courses, if they just stuck to that's the whole thing. When you start bringing unnative plants into areas and trying to make them survive, you have a problem. That's nature. No way around it. Then you got to start using chemicals. Or they just use chemicals because there's companies that make chemicals that need someone to buy them. And the golf course seems like a good place.
Sometimes it's cheaper to buy the chemicals as opposed to the organic.
Well, there's no, like, even that there's signs and there's awareness, and I don't know, I'm not into golf, but I imagine there's some golf courses that are like organic or regenerative, or if it isn't yet, that will start to pop up because there's awareness. And actually, if somebody, because I have watched golf, especially that one called Augusta. What's that one? It's in the United States. It's in the South, I guess. That's the most beautiful course. And as HD and television improved, I didn't know anything about golf, but I like to watch landscapes. And some of that shit was so beautiful, but it's all like contrived. It's like Disneyland or Knott's Berry Farm, technically, really. Some of it's nature, though, you know. They started with some great plants and landscape, but then they add a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
Well, what about those sinkholes that appeared? I think it was in China with those prehistoric plants. You heard about that?
Heard a little about that.
Yeah, I only heard,
Cannabis, you mean?
I heard a little bit, but yeah, what they're saying is like these huge sinkholes and they're freaking forever deep, and that there's
Oh, yeah.
prehistoric like trees and stuff that are like 80 feet tall, and
Oh, I know what you're
yeah,
The
talking about.
world's biggest cavern there, I think.
yeah, and
Yeah,
Or
they're
cave
like,
or
well,
whatever.
there's probably
yeah.
obviously species we haven't found, and yeah, I'm like, that's crazy.
Is there
So
little
the
people that come out of there?
Probably.
Like
It's where
Inner
all the
Earth.
little
Hobbit
people and the
world.
fairies, it's where all they all live.
Well, I
That's-
forget what the
It's
number
huge,
is, but I remember I was
Earth,
kind of
man.
a little shocked, but we've
Ant
only
people.
uncovered like a small portion of the species in the ocean.
Right.
Yeah.
See, no, here I've
That's
watched a
not fair.
couple of videos where they say that it's actually the opposite, that we have discovered 95% of the ocean and haven't discovered 5%, where I've also heard the
Wow.
other way, where we've
Yeah.
only discovered 5% and 95.
And that's the problem in today's world, is that
Mhm.
there's like, I guess we call that misinformation. I don't know, like information all over the
It's
map, and
misleading information.
believe whatever you,
Yeah.
Now, when
fits
you
you.
Google something, you Google it and you're like, please let me find 5 things that agree with me. Because it's like, you know, like, that's how it is. You already got a preconceived idea. Let me just go and find some evidence that backs up what I want to be true. And that's
Right.
as simple as it is, isn't it?
Mhm. Look, that's the thing. It's like you can't find I don't know. There's just, if you want to prove that it's right, you can find that information. If you want to prove that it's wrong, you can find that information.
Yeah. With a bit of time.
I thought that was pretty crazy.
There's a lot
Well,
of
it does
information.
seem like we could be getting closer to like seeing like
Aliens.
undeniable proof, maybe even with your own eyes, of like an alien or UFO or whatever we want to call it, because there seems to be like more and more Navy reports, and not just reports, they got video and
Right.
footage and data
Right.
and things that are unexplainable, and
Bud,
more and
we
more.
need to get you live streaming. We need to get you at area for what is it? 51.
Well, supposedly some of the big things have happened off the coast of San Diego with the Navy. You know, hundreds of
Yeah.
miles out there, but still off the coast of San Diego is where they've been in counters. We'll just say that.
Well, you had that fucking, remember that fucking, what was it? Where the military shot at the fucking flying fucking saucer in San Francisco, I think it was, wasn't it, on the beach or something? Do you remember that? It made the front page. I think it was in black and white, so I think it was what, 60s? I can't remember. 70s? Do you remember that?
Well, I
It was
remember
called
some story like that.
the
Yeah.
San
Maybe I don't know if it
Francisco
happened in the 70s. It
aerosol
might have
or
been
some shit.
60s.
60s,
50s,
maybe
60s.
50s, yeah.
Because we were
And they
pretty
said
crazy.
they said they had anti-aircraft guns, fuck, 3 of them shooting at it, and the bullets were literally just bouncing off it, and they shot at it for 16 minutes, and then it just literally vanished it straight up into the air, I think, or it moved away
Well-
slowly or some shit. And there was like photos of it, you know, they had spotlights. It was a fucking disc, like massive. I don't know how many fucking feet.
I
It would have
mean,
been like
I don't know. I guess I could
Let
see
me
how the
Google it.
government at a certain point, if there were such encounters, whatever they call that area, whatever, or different things that or folklore or whatever, some of it might come out to be true. I could maybe understand why they decided not to just like tell the public this stuff, because maybe the public wouldn't have been able to handle it. You know what I mean? Or
Well,
But-
yeah, I totally agree with that. I mean,
especially
you
like
know,
in the 50s or 60s and
Yeah.
70s,
Already,
like if they
already
said,
fuck the government. So then it's going to be like, definitely fuck the government because you are not the highest power here now. You know?
You're giving the government too much credit, guys. You're giving them way too much credit. Like, they can't even get health like taken care of, and you guys are thinking they
Well,
could hide fucking
that's
aliens.
kind of what
Jesus
I
Christ,
always
guys.
think
Come
with
on,
some of these
they can't
things.
hide
Is
fucking
if
aliens. They're not that smart. I'm sorry. They're just not that smart to hide aliens and keep them alive, anyways.
Well, I
Fuck.
just don't think they could ever keep super secret shit secret.
Yeah.
Like
Eventually it
this,
gets out.
this would
Eventually.
all mean that, like, yeah, there's certain information that just never got out.
Right.
Even
You
after
would have never heard
generations,
it. You know what I mean?
right?
If you heard about it, it's they're waving the left hand while the right hand's doing the other thing. Right?
Yeah.
But
Almond
I'm not
think
like a
that is
person that
hiding
doesn't
the
believe, but I'm waiting to see
Green
it with my own eyes. That's like the way it's always been me. But I'm starting to think that it could happen.
I believe it
Yep.
too. The
It
aliens
could,
are
but
probably
it's
like,
hard
oh
to
fuck. it's
slim to none in my
Green
book. I'm just like,
they've
Green
been
Fingers,
flooding.
did you hear the Bubble Azar story? Are you familiar with that?
what's that?
The Bubble Azar guy, the guy that claimed he worked at Area 51 and he was brought there to
Oh,
re-engineer
Bob
the
Lazar. Yeah.
Bob Lazar?
Yeah,
I know
yeah,
Bob
He was on the
Lazar.
Joe.
I
Yeah.
saw that.
That's the most convincing thing to me, man, because he didn't even want to go public. You know, he and people
Yeah,
were
but he
shooting
did.
at him
That's the
and
whole
shit.
problem. Like, he did go public, and he went on Joe Rogan's show after that shit, and like that even makes it more sus to me. I'm like, dude,
Yeah,
the dude
but the
did come
thing
out,
is,
and then they made
this
movies
this
about
happened in
him.
this happened in 1989, man. He went on Joe
Yeah.
Rogan show like almost 30
Yeah,
years
no,
later.
I mean, he's definitely okay. He's one of the stories, and like
Yeah.
even after we figured
And
out the
hey, listen
pronunciation,
to this.
everybody
This is
knows
the,
that guy's name because he.
yeah, but listen to this. Listen to
Everybody
this.
knows
He said that there was 3 fucking things that powered the spacecraft. All he knew it was like element 116 or some shit. This was in 1989, and element 116 got fucking discovered by scientists, and it was like year 2005 or 2010. So he knew about this shit 15 years ago before it even was on the periodic table. And they even say this is an element that's not created on this earth. That's what is.
That's a good little
called.
tidbit of reinforcement. You know what I mean?
Shooting
Yeah,
off, dudes.
yeah.
Cheers,
Thanks for a
Green.
great
All best,
day.
brother.
See you later.
Yeah, take care, man.
Good day, brother.
Cheers.
Well,
Yeah, so
a few years ago, I got into watching that ancient alien show, right? And
that's bullshit.
a lot of
man.
that stuff seems like bullshit, but there's some threads that it's like, okay, but I
It's their
remember
conclusions that are bullshit, but the information.
Yeah, everything's aliens. You know,
overall
fucking.
thought
He
was-
goes, "Who grew OG Kush? Do you think it was
If-
aliens?"
if
I watched the one with,
especially
You
when
know,
they
everything's
went
aliens.
back to the
Yeah.
watch the one with Action Bronson.
Egyptians
You'll love it.
and the gods, and try to point out that, oh, well, maybe it wasn't like a chariot in the sky, it was really a fucking rocket, and they hieroglyphs, and there's some stuff there. But I was thinking to myself, if the aliens were that involved in that time, like helping build the pyramids or some other things, I think that the aliens might have deemed us as irredeemable, like we're flawed. And like, that's why we don't see them anymore, because they fucking split, because they know ultimately we're like greed or ego driven, or like as a species out in the world of unlimited species, right? We're like a cockroach. Like, how are we ever gonna fucking evolve past our fucking
we're monkeys with
greed and
dynamite.
ego?
That's what
I
we
think
are.
we
Just
evolved
blow
past
shit
looks
up.
where
like
they
we
wanted us to.
It looks like we've done this like a few thousand cycles already for a zillion years. We get to this certain point, we blow it all up, and then we evolve again up to this point, and then we blow it all up.
You're right.
They created a slave race and we rebelled, and so it's like, fuck it, not worth it. Bye.
Every civilization has been around for around 300 years until they fall. Like, and our civilization, or not even civilization, but like just any conquering world, been around 300 years, and then some natural disaster happens, and then we all have to start
One
all
question, Green Fingers. When the bit?
Oh, more
when's
than
Nibiru
300
coming?
years.
I would postulate that the
disasters in between then that have stopped other civilizations that we don't even talk about. Like,
exactly that Neanderthal man and all those, that scale there of evolution. I think all those were separate races that all lived together potentially at one point, and we're the last ones left that,
And I
that
think
didn't make it
islands are
through the
all
last
experienced.
cataclysm.
Well,
that's
there's
15,000 years ago.
civilizations that don't even know what's going on in the world, and if you try
Yeah,
to go
exactly.
to the
Isolated.
island, they're attacking you with bow and
Yeah.
arrows and
Oh yeah.
That one guy got
and
killed trying to preach the Bible. He took Bibles over there and fucking got speared to death.
but that's the
before he
thing,
got
they don't
killed.
want that. They don't want that
Yeah, he
intrusion.
couldn't
They
even get off
don't
his boat. Like they were just like spear, spear, spear.
yeah, they don't want that.
No,
They
there's
don't-
there's still
Freedom.
people in the Amazon that haven't even ever been uncovered yet and stuff.
Exactly. They're still hidden out there. They've never seen a chopper. Well, they've probably seen
they
the planes.
do, and
right?
that's why they attack it, because they don't want the outside world tamper with what they have.
But
Even
what's
They
the
don't know what
perspective
cell
from their
phone
point
is.
of
They
view?
don't
They
know
probably
what
thought it
Wow.
was a big fucking bird. They didn't know
It's
what
just
the
a
fuck
big
that
they don't know
was.
what a
Yeah,
bike is. They don't
dragonfly.
know what a stove is. They don't know what that
Metal.
they,
you
you
know,
know, they're still
They don't-
fucking fishing and cooking their food over a
They
fire.
probably saw the helicopter and said, "There's fucking dinner." They're trying to shoot it down the sky.
Exactly. Look at the big
Yeah,
bird.
that's a lot of food. Get that big bird. Fuck that
You
thing.
know, like, yeah, there's a
They
lot of
told
civilizations
everyone
that
back
just,
at the camp, "You should have seen this fucking bird we seen. This fucking
Oh, we
took up
almost
half
had
the
it. We were
sky."
close. And they were not even close at all.
yeah, like, you know,
Like
so
us, when we go hunting and go way off, it's like I almost got that motherfucker. You see how big that fish was when I was fishing it out? That big. It's like that big.
Choppers would be the scary ones, right? 'Cause
Yeah,
They don't. They
airplanes
just
and
sit there.
choppers.
What the hell?
Well, yeah.
Be
Think
scary,
about
or
it.
baby.
like
When I hear it, I
a
don't hear it. I feel it.
transporting army.
Vibration for miles. It's
Yeah,
like,
you know, because a plane, it flies by, it's fast. It's like, okay, you could kind of, I'd have to be pretty low there, but I could imagine a 747 there at 1,000 feet there. Like, that's not a bird.
dude,
Yeah.
they've flown sonic booms out here with the fucking aircraft, whatever they were flying to get them painted. They went to Palm Springs, they wash them, get them washed, and then they fly back. Those fuckers like flew and then they turned off fast and fucking broke everybody's windows in the neighborhood. It was fucking crazy. Everybody fucking hit the deck, eardrums were popped, all kinds of shit. It was fucking nuts. Just two jets fucking around in the middle of the night. And it's like
Sonic
flying really
booms.
fast and boom. Oh,
Doing
Yeah,
an
you can
F-18
YouTube.
flyby there scared the shit out of everyone.
I
You
hit the
can
ground and I
YouTube
thought we were all gonna
the-
die, dude. I was like, oh my god.
the speed of sound or sonic booms at different aircraft. There's like crazy video of like really how crazy it is, what it looks like when it actually happens, like in the air, like the air
Oh,
behind
yeah.
plane, like
Yeah.
collapses
It
and
ionizes
Yeah.
or vaporizes or whatever. It's like mist.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it
It's like a
explodes.
cold mist vaporizer, but you know, just the plane is
And I
going so
mean, for
fast.
us to really ever really do anything, we eventually have to go speed of light or something. Like, who knows what happens if you go that fast? But
Well, they know what happens. They just won't tell us. Just
But
kidding.
they keep
they
talking
won't.
about going fast,
Credit.
but how do you slow down at that speed? How do you stop?
You need to
So
stop
my
once you go that
question-
You have
fast.
to reverse the
It's like,
thing, right?
you just
That's-
shake it until everything explodes, right?
They keep exploding
well,
backwards.
even when I watch the NASA stuff and the ship is like, seems like it's relatively just going slow out in space, but then the thing says it's going 88,000 miles an hour or something. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, kilometers per second there. It's like, ooh, that's that's faster than a bullet. Yeah.
Yeah. That shit's crazy,
But-
right? Flying around out there somewhere. Like,
Just
My question.
whipping.
How do
it'll
we
circle
know?
us tons of times.
But you notice that once they get up to that speed, it doesn't take any more like super amount of energy. They can maintain that speed with just little rocket
Exactly.
boosters.
Every
right?
push is a little push more, right? So
Well, that's basically to steer it, but like, yeah, it's just going that fast. Like,
zero
it's almost
friction.
like
That's awesome.
going fast a few times in my life over 200 and experiencing G forces. Just, well, that's the thing. There's no gravity in space, so like, I guess until you experience that, you would never really understand what that would be like. because we live under gravity, so going fast or anything is based in that. But because you couldn't go that fast down here because gravity would,
Well,
like
it's not
once you're like,
gravity,
oh,
it's friction. It's the air. It's like water. It's just you can't see it, but it'll burn you right up. You go at the right speed, it'll melt your skin off.
Yeah.
Actually, stick your face out at 140 on the highway and open your mouth. Dogs do it. It's freaky. It opens up like a balloon.
All the bugs that get stuck in your mouth.
Like a trumpet player. But there's nothing out there. There's nothing to rub
So
against.
my question is, how do we know that these universes are like 1 light year away or 6 light years away? How do we know that?
That's the light
If
speed.
we physically can't live that long, how do we
well,
know
they
that?
The speed
they
of light.
use
Is it because
yeah
of the
they
speed of
use
light?
telescopes and all of it is based on projections.
Okay.
There's
Right.
pictures coming July 12th there from the James Webb there. It's apparently the farthest we've ever seen. And there are going to be some pretty wow pictures apparently.
It's going to show the.
But if the
people
universe is
some scary
constantly
shit.
expanding and growing, then their calculations should be constantly changing then, right? They can't
Well,
be
it's
like, oh, this
factored in.
planet's 1 light year away, but 10 years
Yeah.
from now it's different.
Everything should be different. All the stars should have been different by now too, though. Like, but they're always the same, and they've been the same for fucking so long. So
I've seen a few theories about that. That potentially could just be a spinning ball. It would kind of have the
They
same
use
effect.
meth under Dan. Oh, math. Meth and math.
math again.
It's crazy,
Fucking
man.
Math is always right, though. Numbers don't lie, or they do lie
But there are
sometimes.
assumptions made on that math, right? So everything could be totally wrong.
Put one little equation wrong, then everything's fucking off. You know, and then your fucking theory's a theory, like forever. It's not the true answer, but people live off of theories right now. That's what we've been living off of for.
Hubble's
since
been
we can
the data point, right? Now it's going to be James Webb, and apparently it's a lot better.
You know, a long time ago when I did shrooms, I sat on my front porch and stared at a bush, and my eyes like zoomed in on all the molecules somehow, and I sat there tripping, thinking about how everything in the universe worked, and I like understood everything. But then when I got sober, I couldn't remember any of the shit.
Hell yeah, that's how.
But
it
I
is.
remember the feeling I had where I was like, I felt like I knew how everything was connected, but once I was sober, I can't explain exactly how.
I love this graphic.
Oh yeah,
It
I was
shows
sitting on the
yeah, a little perspective.
on there. Yeah, I saw this on Caribou today. What was it?
It
Yeah,
was on IG. I ripped it. If I could see it, I could take it.
weren't you on Caribou earlier today?
Yesterday, yeah.
Yesterday, or you?
Yeah, I showed it yesterday.
Yeah,
That's
it is
right.
yesterday. Fuck, it's already 5 a.m. Holy
But
shit!
it goes
guys.
right down to the atom there, you know, right down to the neutron. And then I loop it back to the start there, which is basically
Hey,
the
King of the
whole
Autos is here.
Yeah, I know. The Major
cosmos.
Auto.
Major Auto.
What up?
Come on, don't hate me.
Hey, the major. Cheers, brother.
Ain't nobody hating.
What's up,
Happy
crack
Canada
babies?
late.
Green fingers.
Fresh. We needed some fresh
Who else is
blood.
here?
Yeah.
Cushmaster. Ozzy, what's
Yeah,
up,
baby.
brother?
What is
Hey,
Not too
guys.
much, Mayor. 420 TV. Who's the Weedcore? I never heard of the Weedcore.
That's Brew City.
What? You haven't heard of
Oh,
Weed?
motherfucker.
Brew City. Miss Brew.
I'm trying to advertise for my weed channel because I don't know. I have 3 different channels, and I always chat on Brew City, and then people don't realize that I have another channel. So I figure if I put the name on here, it's more relevant to the show, and hopefully people will be like, "Oh, what's this?" And they'll look at it.
I remember your
Go
voice.
subscribe, you fuckers.
Yeah, it's a cool show, man.
Yeah,
It's fun.
you should go watch your videos.
I want to get to 420 subs by the end of the summer. Let's fucking make it happen.
And I'm not just saying that because you
Yeah,
featured me
didn't
in
we
it.
have some kind of deal if we got 420 subs together, like within we do a trip?
Yeah, but then gas prices doubled.
Yeah, I
and
know.
I can't
What the
afford to be
fuck?
driving nowhere right now.
Yeah, that's true.
I
But
want to
if
know
we
what
get
that
to
shiny
420
thing is
subs,
on my
Cheecha and I will
screen
plan a
here.
future trip when we can afford it.
Yeah, no shit, yeah. Oh, I'm totally down for that, yeah.
Somebody
that's
sees
just me playing. And my goodies.
So what's going on with everyone today, huh? How was Canada Day for everyone?
That was yesterday, bro.
Good.
It was last night, man. Come on now.
That was yesterday.
So long
You
ago.
told me it was yesterday.
So long ago.
Please tell us,
Double
how
standard.
I'll
was
tell you.
Canada
Old news,
Day
man.
from a Canadian perspective? Was there
Well, for
anything
me,
special that
it
happened?
was
or-
super special, dude. We showed up at these fireworks. Everything
all
was
the
crowded.
fireworks?
Yep. Well, the whole town showed up,
Oh.
right? All 6,500 of us showed up to this motherfucking place, right? And I'm a big kid, right? So I'll just move on up. I don't care. Get out of my way. And I took my family up to the end of the dock, lit up a J bomb. Some people got a little upset, whatever, right? So we cleared a little area. It's bonus, actually. You know, the one family left, whatever. I guess it's a little disrespectful on my part, but we're outside and it's pretty windy, right? So I didn't really care. So they took off and they gave us room, and we sat at this end of the dock, which was the perfect spot. I'm telling you, perfect. It took your whole vision up. And this is the first time for my boy, who's only 4. So it's going to be a little loud, but I brought some earplugs for him. But yeah, that first one, boom! It was like maybe 100 meters away. Shockwave surprised him. He covered up in a blanket. But 2 seconds later, I uncovered it, put on his little ear things, and 3 seconds later, he was just smiling. And I gotta admit, man, I got a little emotional, dude. It was a little like I was a kid again. Like it took my whole vision. I never experienced fireworks that good. Like from a distance, yeah, sure. And, you know, family events, you have like what, $100 kit. Well, that ain't shit compared to this award-winning episode, man. It was like powerful. Best show, best seat, and best show I ever had. And especially for my boy too. So it was like that whole experience. It was like new for me. So
he got the
it was
cannon
best.
blast there, right?
Yeah. Oh man,
Doof,
we're
doof.
so you felt everything. It was like, and the wind, there was just enough wind, and that it kept all that pollution away from us because I was only concerned. Like one of the girls there that we met, she's like, "Oh, we were here last year, but it's got a little smoky," and we're like, "Shit, we better have our exit then." Yeah, but it was beautiful, man.
Right on. Yeah, wind direction. I have shots. I used to live on the 16th floor in Ottawa, so I take shots like video of the fireworks there show, and you could see the smoke kind of fly away there. It's like it was going down the river. Like, all right, that's good.
Yeah.
It's probably like 10
lot of smoke there.
Yeah, it was like 10 minutes after after everyone took off, we took off, but we waited 10 minutes, chilled out, right? Saw Jay's smoke, whatever. And yet 10 minutes later, there's still smoke up in the parking lot. It was crazy, man. I hope it's not that, you know, not just some kind of weird smoke in there you wouldn't want to inhale. All those minerals and shit exploding, you know.
No. There's a lot of sulfur, I'm sure there. Yeah.
Yeah,
Good for Mother Nature. Raw mineral supplies right there.
Notes. There's brand notes. It's a foliar application. Kind of.
Yeah, and apparently barbed wire is so hard to find that they've stopped manufacturing it up here. A lot of suppliers they can't find it.
What?
So I gotta go barbed wire is hard to find, dude. And I'm trying to get a farm going here.
It's a scary thought.
Yeah, it is.
They use it all
You're
up.
gonna have to go old school fencing, man. You're gonna have to get a Glock.
The question would be is where'd they use it all?
Well, they stopped manufacturing it, right?
Oh, okay.
And such a large quantity that they just anticipate that the old school farmers apparently have stopped using it, and there's no one farming.
That's true.
Why? Because
Right?
of metal shortage? Why?
No,
Why
I
is
don't think
that?
just the usage of it. Right?
They don't
Barbed
know what it
wire.
protects
I
themselves,
don't
that's
think they
why.
use it for horses, right? They only use it for cattle. I don't think they use it for pigs. You know, it's just I don't think it's that
A
popular.
lot of people got into the farming all of a sudden, right?
But
Last
maybe
2
that's
years.
either way. I got to go 2 hours away from here to go get 4 rolls at $100 a piece. So I got to spend $400 a day.
Ouch.
Well, whatever. I gotta go get that shit.
I get her done.
You just get that electrical wire. Fuck it.
Yeah, that's what everyone said too. But then I'm like, well, then I'm dependent on an electrical source and a battery, and I don't want that. I gotta protect my
Well,
crops.
then that's when you go solar with it.
They sell those little kits. It's still the battery though. Whatever. It's an option.
Yeah.
But it's not
Well,
my
they can
option.
also take wire cutters and cut the wire too.
No, this is not for any cannabis. This is for my apple trees. Like this is for
Oh.
actual food. Like all the trees I put in the ground, the deer are starting to attack, and I gotta protect them. So I gotta make a fence. I'm gonna fence my yard off.
Oh, God.
Jim Selma says, hit me up. I got 3-4 rolls of it.
Yeah, you in Canada, boy?
I don't know.
Yeah,
Hey.
exactly. Shipping on
You
that.
in Canada, eh?
That would be crazy.
Down the road,
if he
eh?
weighed so much. But
I laugh he was, oh.
Yeah, if he is, that's cool as fuck.
Yeah, if he's near Barry, I'll come get you, man. I'll meet you up. I'll even trade you if you want. Barter.
we're bartering.
Do a little Canadian exchange, know what I'm saying? I don't know. I'm high, man. I don't know what I'm saying.
Oh,
Yeah. What you taking there, Major?
Yeah, what are you
Yeah,
smoking?
I'm just.
What are you smoking today?
Careful,
Well,
man.
I'm
I said that
actually
beard on fire.
I was just giving myself shit because there was 2 joints here that weren't finished. I was like, what the fuck? You couldn't chief down 2 joints, dude? 2 massive roaches, so now I'm smoking my roaches.
That's all right, man.
But I've been smoking some OG Deluxe, and I don't know, I like it. OG Deluxe from Ethos Genetics. Nice little, he described it as a cherry, and there wasn't too many cherries in there, like a cherry gas. Maybe 2 cherry gases of 2 packs. So one of those deceitful descriptions for sure. But when I did find the cherry gas on that number 16, it was pretty impressive. And I like the bud size on it too. It's not like it's a perfect little golf balls, no mold issues. Done mid-October. Pretty good smoke.
Right.
Yeah.
You keep many clones around for a while, man, or you seem like a guy that just runs through
I'm
seeds?
crazy on that shit.
Yeah.
No, I run through tons of seeds, but I always keep the clones too, right? So I run into situations where I have plants, like even now, I probably have plants that won't even meet my smoke standards, but they're out in the ground now. I didn't have enough. Let's just say I had so much plants and so much smoke, I couldn't run through all the smoke and dismiss the plants. But I used to do that shit where it's like, oh, I'm okay with running 20. I got 20. I'm here. Cool, boys. I got you. Here you go. Little bike crew. You're happy. Little crew down there. We'll give you that. Little bald headed skinnies. We got this for you. You know, got my Mexican boys. We got that stuff for you too. But I always like to supply the best that I consider the best. So I've run through all that shit, all through 37 Garys now, and I just popped 37 Gary Paynes. Now I got 37 Gary Paynes to run through. Yeah, sure, half of them. I got 16. It's going to be female. I got 16. I got to run through 16 bags of weed, 16 days, and that's only one cultivar, dude. I'm running 56, so 500 plus plants that I got to chief through. So
nice.
I have to
it's
go
not.
see
I don't know if it's too nice.
See you, brother.
You get
fingers.
your beauty
The
sleep
sun's
in
coming
there,
out.
buddy.
See these
So
bags
tired.
I'm actually very shocked you hung out this long.
You're the last to bail out.
You're always the
I gotta
last,
say goodnight.
man.
I
What are you
know.
doing?
Hey, get the
Love you
fuck out of
guys.
here, man.
Yeah,
Super
get out of here,
brother.
pig papers.
I think
Get out of
Eagles,
here. I'm working here.
I think Eagle's gonna be shocked that you bowed out.
No, I bowed out before.
We're all gonna fucking.
I've
We're
never
all gonna have
seen
our
it, so
shirts
this is
off
a-
doing fucking.
I know I bowed out before a lot. I just
Well,
like don't.
I'm right behind you. I'm right behind you because
Yeah, the sun's
the
coming
sun
up
is
over
starting
here.
to come up, and
Oh, the
Yeah, that's what
sun
I was
is
saying.
up here.
I'm not
Yeah.
into an
Oh.
all-nighter, just
Bright and shiny here.
almost all-nighter.
5:19 over here. Oh shit! I can wait for 2
818
more
over
minutes.
here.
Fuck.
Two more
Yeah, hit
minutes.
that. Hit that 520, man.
One more bowl with y'all's, and then I'll go.
Hell yeah.
Come
Last
on.
bowl.
We still got
420,
another
520.
what? We still got another 7 hours of streaming to go, and that's
Yeah,
just when the
yeah.
record stops.
I'll jump on when I wake back up. I only
Made
need
coffee number
Yeah.
2.
that, so.
Green fingers, just leave the camera pointed at you while you're sleeping.
Oh, you guys. Only. I'll do that
Boom
on a
cam.
You'll be here in spirit. I mean,
Now, do all
no.
the dogs sleep with you?
Yes, every last fucking one of them. All right.
Oh man, you got
All
to leave
dogs
the
go to Green
camera on.
Fingers bed.
Take the
If
phone
you
with
guys
you.
give
We
me a
gotta
little
see
bit of
this.
scratch, I'll do it. I mean, a little bit of money gets a lot. You know, gets a long way.
What is it? Green fingers OnlyFans? What do you
I
got?
mean, I could wear little whitey tighties, or I could wear some He-Mans or some
Hey.
some little underoos, or nothing at all. You
Hey.
know, or just a
TMI.
little patch right there. Little big leaf on the front and big on the back. You know.
Isn't there like
We'll
usually
make a
like
contest out of it. Everybody vote to see how many times they think he'll fart by the end of the stream, and whoever's closest wins a bag of seeds.
Or if it was a dog or me, you could guess. Was that a dog fart or him? Which one was it? You'll never know because they fart louder than I do. So I don't even
That's true.
fucking
Hey,
know.
dog.
Have you recorded this? Like, have you tested it out?
Yeah.
What?
You tested it out.
You actually researched this theory?
I don't know.
How much?
I'm half listening.
I wake
How
up with
much
like a lot
research
of
and
dog
development
gas
have
in
you
the
put
house,
into
and I can
this?
smell the difference. And I'm like, that's not fine.
he's going based on terps.
The Alpo in the
Well, no, you said that the dogs fart louder than you, so that's why I was like, have you tested this out? Have you like recorded it or something?
The Alpo
Like,
farts
you talked about sleeping, so
Yeah.
I'm
can't really
only
sleep when
half.
you got fucking 15 dogs trying to
And to know accurately, you'd have to both be sleeping and the dogs, and you'd have to have a third party there to accurately assess the farts on both of your behalf.
Hence the cam on you.
They have an app now on your phone that supposedly counts how many times you fart in your sleep, so it should be able to tell whose is whose.
We can measure
Maybe
it.
you like it's like voice, like you know how you can like open your phone with your voice or your bank account with your voice. Well, you can just like have like fart recognition.
It's got ass recognition. I can just
fart trigger.
and it recognizes the farts and shit. It's like that's a green finger fart. I know that one. It's like, dun, dun, dun. Correct fart.
I wonder if it had to be the right tone though to actually open it. So it'd be like, oh no, that wasn't you.
Oh, my eyes are burning.
Cheecha.
Dog farts. My dog's farts make my eyes burn sometimes. I think I'm allergic to dogs.
That's the poop particles.
Hey, we're not gonna get a strike.
Will we hear it?
By breaking any shit, are we? I don't know. I just don't want to get Eagles.
I had to unmute myself.
Then we'll be fucked.
Oh, we playing this song?
Oh, you can
Can
play
I-
it.
okay,
I
I'm
don't know
gonna
if you can
play
play
it.
the video.
Play the dab song?
Oh,
In
it
the
is.
chat, they say they haven't found a cure for AIDS, but they can count your farts.
Yeah.
What?
Well,
Hear
wasn't.
it?
Oh no.
They
yeah,
can.
yeah, faintly.
I thought it was in my fucking head.
Yeah, we'll be talking
Oh,
anyway,
my
so I think it
screen's
should
so
be.
big.
Oh yeah, I hear it. barely.
Everyone watching the stream is going to start getting ads today for like Gas X and shit like that.
An AIDS
Yeah, really.
treatment. Yeah.
Anybody got their anals bleached? Their anals bleached? Any anal bleaching?
Not recently, man, but
Anal bleaching, anal bleaching.
No, I just
Full Brazilian
bubbly
bleaching
feeling.
job, buddy.
Be like, fuck,
Yeah.
why do I have an
That's
anal
a
bleaching
B&B,
head?
bud.
What the fuck?
The B&B, you get that weekly, don't you?
I do the full body shave, man. Well, clipper,
body.
not
You
body
gotta
shave.
repeat
Well, you're in
I'm Greek.
Australia. You need that speed, don't you?
I'm
Block the
Greek,
wind?
man.
Fuck,
Yeah.
I need that to block the sun. Look at
I feel like I'm so
this
loud.
saves my fucking ass from the sun. Look how white I am, dude. I could like melt you guys with my whiteness.
I thought you were part
Yeah.
Mexican, man.
I am.
Damn,
the
get
problem.
outside, bud. Get
No, I'll
outside a
turn
bit.
darker than the fucking. Then I won't recognize myself when I look in the mirror. I'll be like, "Who the hell are you, bro? Get out of my house!" I'm trying to fight myself, dude.
I'll do it gradually, right? Just a little bit, maybe like 30 seconds in the sun, just like taking your plants out, right?
10, 30
We got
seconds after-
harden you off. Got harden you off, Green.
Yeah, I won't recognize
15
myself.
seconds the first day.
I'll look
30
like a
the
leather
next.
bag tomorrow, dude. If I do that, I'll look like a fucking literal leather bag. That's how bad it is out here. I'll look like this fucking the raw like color. I'll be like, what the fuck happened?
Yeah, even Thunderdan's darker than you, man. He's just in North Carolina.
He's from Florida. He is darker than me, bro. I try to stay out of the sun because that shit makes you look like fucking, like I said, a leather bag, man. I ain't trying to look gold.
No, that's true, man. You must have, your mom must have been part of that generation, or your grandma must have been part of that generation where they just tanned the hell out. They got super dark in the oils on them, and then you look at them, yeah, that leather look of the faces, and
That leather
"Damn."
bag look. Yeah.
Yeah,
dryness,
man.
eh?
I was like, what the
Yeah,
hell?
ultra dryness.
Thunderdan's got that nice moisture there. Yeah. Keeping
Yeah,
that
he's always
baby,
sweating,
baby
yeah.
young.
And when Greenfinger's talking about that leather look, he lives in an area where everywhere he goes, the people that live in the desert any length of time, that's what they look like. It's like yeah, they're like
I
lizard
thought him
people
referring
out
to
there.
the leather look was like assless chaps or something.
Oh no,
That's
like,
SoCal. That's SoCal.
Yeah, that's
SoCal.
that's what he wears on SoCal's bike.
There's like a certain, just like there's
Red
people that live
button.
on their boats. There's certain people that love living in the desert out there. And when you get out there, and you always better spot the people that live out there, because yeah, they got leather skin for sure.
Yeah, they
joke.
look like roofers. Have you ever seen a roofer's skin?
Yeah.
The guy that fucking,
Yeah, exactly.
I cleaned the roof for like a couple of days, and I was like, this ain't gonna work out, bro.
You know, I was seen a roofing crew the other day. They all had sun shirts on. They had their big brim hats on. They even were wearing gloves so their hands didn't get hit. So this one crew
Not
takes
in-
their shit serious.
Not in Australia, sir. Here, they're fucking shirt off, fucking the shortest shorts. They're practically fucking undies. Yeah, thongs, not
You guys are
shoes.
crazy.
And a
Well,
beer in
didn't you
hand.
didn't you say that like 1 out of 4 people get skin cancer?
Something like that,
I can hear
yeah.
the song now.
Yeah.
Now
You can
I
hear
hear
it.
it. It was the volume.
I'm
I
over
guess,
here
was
dancing
down,
in
eh?
my chair.
Yeah, well, I always forget that I have to hit share audio because
Oh.
I don't want to fucking share my audio. So I was sitting here just
Better late than
DMing
never.
myself, apparently.
I'm still rolling, so we're good.
What you got in that tent there, Weed Nerd, man? That looks nice. Nice structure.
That's the Scurvy Mac. It's Larry Cake crossed with Mac V2.
Oh, your own creation?
No, it's from buddy from Cocoa for Cannabis there. A cross with him and his buddy there. They did Pirate's Milk and Pirate's Milk and Larry Cake, and then Larry Cake and Mac V2. So I got
is that
both
that-
phenols.
Is that
For
that grow
testers.
along?
No, just testers. Because he's the one that gave me the watermelon gelato Mac V2. So I'm like, man, you got any more of that stuff? And he's like, well, I got this. This one's apparently better. A lot of people got the first one I had there, but there was a lot of herms for some reason. Even I had a herm, and I cloned that herm, but that clone never hermed.
Weird.
So I just grew out the clone, and then cloned again. I grew it out 3 times. Or 4. The one you see is the 4th grow of it. On the other one there. Let me show you.
Right. Oh yeah, that's when you had to pick out a day 47, and you were surprised with the quality of day 47, right?
Exactly. It happened to both of those revenges. One was 45 day, the other one 46 day. The first one I broke the roots, the second one I got rot on the trunk above the collar. I tried to fix it, but it was too late.
Wow, that's an odd condition.
Yeah, it's weird, you know. It never
Were
really
you?
caught.
How do you think that happened?
Well, the first time that was the trunk rot, trunk broke. So I that was me. Like I pulled it out and I was a little too violent with it. When I shoved it to the side, it snapped one of the main branches, I guess, that are under the net pot there. So like a third of the root mass was dead. Basically had no access. You could see it in the plant within 3 days. It was the leaves were all down and it was dying. So, oh well, live and learn, right? And I got 3 little 3-inch net pots, so they're really thin and sharp, kind of the edges, and the roots are kind of busting through there, breaking the plastic. So I think there was a bit of that going on too. And I emptied the water, so the roots were hanging, and the full weight of the wet roots are very heavy.
One of the things I tell young men, well, and young women as well.
When they float, they're fine. They don't weigh nothing. But as soon as you take the water away, man, it's like 20 pounds of root there. Yeah.
No doubt, especially with only a 3-inch cup, right?
Yeah.
Did you upgrade the size?
No, well, see, that's the thing is I used to use the 6-inch. I'd put a 3 and a 6, so it'd go through the 3 and then through the 6, and the 6 would kind of hold everything together, and it would be fine. But then I figured, well, it's too much plastic to go through for nothing. I figured I'll just use the 3, and I removed the clay pellets from the 3, so I just used the collar. There's nothing else.
Hey, he's drawing.
Greenfinger's having fun before he's leaving.
That was like 2 seconds. That wasn't even like fair. I didn't even get to put.
You better kill him quick.
Won't let me do it.
But yeah, so that so I tried to remove all the restrictions that I saw was in the net pot, like the clay pellets, and so now it's just growing through that collar and the 3-inch, and the 3-inch is thin enough that potentially it breaks it apart. It's able to break through it. So yeah.
Hey, where'd it go?
Careful.
Oh, sorry.
There's not much hanging off it. You know what I mean?
So you got like a little
Here, let me bring it back.
Panda film covering the net pot?
Yeah, well, I have. It's a collar.
I love how you
Stickers on
it.
I know what you're saying.
It's a clone collar, right?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
So that's tricky for the seedling because it's in a rapid rooter. So I have to get that collar around it. You know what I mean? Between the rapid rooter and the.
Oh wait, that's an eraser.
And the top leaves.
Stamps.
It's tricky, but it just fits it. The net pot height with the rapid rooter, I could just kind of get that collar on it, and it holds the rapid rooter in place inside the net pot. I don't need no clay pellets. Holds itself up. But once it gets bigger, that collar is not very solid, right? It'll just kind of wobble one side to the other.
For sure.
To anchor it to both sides of the lid there, or three anchor points. Having fun with the whiteboard.
What made you get rid of those little
Those are really cool features.
hydrogen?
What's that?
What made you get rid of that hydrogen?
Well, when I grew that monster there, that 1 kilo auto, the net pot, it was in a 3-inch net pot. The trunk was 3-inch. But I had pellets in there. You know what I mean? So when I chopped it, they could see the pellet was in the trunk.
Whoa, that is cool, man. That's cool.
So it's like, whoa, okay. And that's got to be a restriction, right? And it kind of got root rot because of that trunk rot or whatever. I treated it got through, but you could see it in when I chopped the trunk. You could see little brown spots there in the middle where the rot was starting to build up there or whatever. But it was near the end, so it didn't really matter. But yeah, so I'm thinking, it's bad enough it's got to break through the net pot and then break through the 6-inch. I figure I'm going to take away those pellets. So because those pellets don't give, it's like stone, right? So it's got to try to expand. So I did it with the 6-inch net pot. You could see it expand there because the pellets were in there. So it was expanding so much so that the 6-inch basket broke. It snapped the plastic. It was expanding so bad. So there's a lot of pressure there against the roots. So I'm thinking, why do that to it? Remove.
I think the plant's doing itself, right? That's what they do, man. That's what roots do.
Exactly. They break rock. Yeah,
they'll push down.
A hydraulic jack, basically.
Yeah.
So I figured, I'll take away a bit of that stress, and it seems to work out there. I mean, I don't see a big difference, but less worry, I guess, less restriction. That's what I'm thinking. Red ram.
Look how happy Greenfingers is. Look
Oh
at
yeah,
his
he's
face.
just field day. Okay, I ain't leaving.
I can't stop fucking laughing.
He's fucking happy as
Eagle's
fuck.
turning in his sleep right now. There, what's going on?
He's gonna second think about or second guess.
Who did the stars and the arrows? What are all those? How did those happen?
Yeah, how do you make the arrow so big?
How did those
Huh?
happen? I don't
I did
understand none of that. The question marks and everything, the check marks. I'm confused.
Well, when at the top of the whiteboard, you have select, text, draw, stamp, spotlight, erase, format, undo, redo, clear, or save.
I don't know what. I only have fucking erase and highlighter, arrow, color, and save. What the hell?
Yeah, so hit the arrow, and that's how you get the arrow. Then you hold a line down and then drag it.
What the hell?
Now we're
Wait, well, let me
arrows.
do it. Wait, maybe I gotta like.
I can make arrow art? Shit.
Well, let me do it.
We're gonna have to make up a scrimmage. Let's do
There it is. I'm
right
so into this
34
arrow
dive.
shit. I used to tag with arrows, bro. Tag with arrows. I used to have to draw the whole arrow myself. What the fuck? Now I could just.
Well, I mean, it just lets me. What's the spotlight? Oh.
Erase my arrows.
Oh. It puts your name.
Yeah, it rats you out. So it tells you whose drawing is what. That's why I started laughing. That's why I was laughing the whole time, because I was seeing who was drawing what. I was just like going over and seeing everybody's shit.
Vanishing pen. This is a vanishing pen? Oh, look at that.
Want to play?
What? Vanishing pen?
Oh, I didn't. Yeah.
So how the hell do you write on there?
You can put the highlighter or the pen, and then you got to press the pen. You got to press the arrow or the small pen.
Yeah, you hit spotlight and then you press the arrow and then it says arrow and then you just like, you're like that. And then it like places.
That's funny. Look at how happy Greenfinger is. Funniest shit I heard in a long time.
And then you hit stamp.
Oh.
So how the stars go? Because I only got arrows. How the stars and the hearts? Who the hell makes hearts?
I have an arrow, a check mark, an X, a star, a heart, and a question mark.
What are we cooking over there?
I need a bigger fucking.
I know, I hear pans.
Pots and pans in the kitchen. Banging in
eggs. Egg day.
Cool.
Egg day.
What's for
No,
lunch?
Oh, look. I
No,
just
it's
made it
the
bigger.
dog's
Breakfast.
ground turkey that I cooked that I'm putting in the fridge.
Man, your
Fuck,
dog
I
is
eat ground
better than
turkey.
I do.
Man, they eat
I gotta
better than
make some
Green
breakfast.
Fingers.
I don't know what I'm gonna make.
Yeah, they eat ground turkey and dry food, but
Jesus
no,
Christ.
it's actually
Same with
cheaper
Green
dog
Fingers.
food.
I eat the same shit.
Oh, I think I found it.
Dang,
Yeah, there we go.
dog food.
Oh, we should play
I bet
Hangman.
you
Stony,
do,
that's a good
man.
idea.
What are we playing?
I don't know. We're playing
Dog is
who's
lucky.
gonna draw the most, apparently. And autos. You know who drew that?
Auto love.
Autos rule.
I don't know about that.
Like with all the
I grew
colors.
one. Maybe I have to grow more autos. And the auto
They
I
rule
grew
in the
wasn't
disappointment
best genetics,
category.
but whatever, it is what it is. But the first time I grew, I was an auto, and then I started growing just regular photos, and I was like, I should have just done this in the first place. Found it.
No, my eraser's not fast enough.
And then I got, what is this? Like, oh,
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Whoa.
How did you get purple, bro?
I can
Square?
pick the format. It says format, and then I click
Is
on it, and then it's
Hey,
like, I
Chiba,
got
do you have any
colors.
games? Do you
I'm
have
on my
games or
laptop.
anything?
Oh,
So
that's
you
why
want
you're
to
on the
host?
lucky. I'm on the freaking phone.
Yeah, so I probably have
Not a
yeah,
regular.
probably have
freaking
more
phone.
options on a laptop.
Eagle will come back in like 4 hours and we'll be streaming a movie.
We're
or
still gonna be
watching a
drawing on
movie or
the shit.
something.
One of us gonna have a little square, one little square in the screen, and we're gonna have to draw just our section. And, like,
Let's work out that the 21 room
the 21 room
paradox here.
Oh look, and I can even
That
do
was
one of
hilarious.
these. I can even do one of these. Hold on, I'll be right back.
We're like, I got it, finally.
People are leaving because they don't like our drawing.
How many people did we lose from?
I don't know. I just saw one person say they were leaving.
I am
What an
leaving.
immature person that is. Holy shit.
Because
don't
on
want
the
them there
laptop,
anyway.
man,
So-
all you can see is just the squiggles. So we should probably end the squiggles, I guess. It's gonna be
The
bad.
kindergarten portion.
If they really just want to see me, then I'm a piece of meat, and that's not fair. And
Yeah,
I'm leaving.
just highlight green fingers for now.
Yeah,
But
just
I got
have
the
me for a
track.
minute, and I'm
But-
gonna leave anyway. So suck
Yeah,
up.
but if they're on their laptop, they can't. You know, ID if they're on their phone, they can slide it. On the laptop version, it's just showing just the squiggle screen. So yeah, we
Yeah.
should
Yeah,
probably.
yeah. On YouTube, it's just the squiggles there, and there's
Hell
the
yeah, they could be
highlight there if
happy
you're
then.
not.
Well,
not
I have
because-
it also. I'm like, because I have it full screen on my screen. Like it
Yeah,
gave
but
you
we're
guys
going
more
through
room too. So when I look on the live on my phone, I can see the white screen, and then like in the corner, it's us talking.
Oh, the person talking
And then
pops up in the
whoever's
corner. Yeah.
talking will just show. I don't know if I can
Yeah.
change that. I think I can.
Good. I think
People want to see the
side
gallery
where you see the
know,
whole crew
where
beside
you
you.
can see everyone.
Yeah, I don't know if I can do that. I just changed the view.
Oh,
I don't
you
know
can't
if that
picture
helps.
or
Side by
something?
side view or whatever. It'll take a few seconds to pop up.
Yeah, that's why I'm watching it. I don't think it's.
Let me switch it over and see if we can see.
I'm just, are you guys watching this fucking shit?
That's what's going on YouTube.
Killing auto.
Well, I'm trying to get it to where I wish it could just be like us on the side, like the whole
Or spotlight with
I
some,
don't
just-
know.
or
I
something. like that.
wonder if I do this, it doesn't anything.
Well,
No,
this shit
it doesn't
become
do.
awesome. I'm gonna jump off now.
It takes a while for it to update here. It's 30 seconds, I think.
Who's even left watching?
30
They need to go to
seconds.
bed. Whoever's left watching needs to go to sleep. They don't need to be watching anyways.
And there's still 77 people watching, isn't it?
Holy shit!
Or is
People
that from before?
Oh shit! Should we give a seed giveaway?
Shout out.
Oh,
77
Hell
people in
yeah.
the chat.
hang on, I'll
Yeah,
refresh.
83. I actually got 83 on my phone.
I actually got
Oh,
85.
my
But unfortunate thing is I'm gonna
I
be
got
cutting
5
it at
devices.
9. Well, it's gonna be like a 9 o'clock is gonna be like the shutting down. Shutting it down.
Shut it down.
What's happening at 9?
It's shutting down. That's what time is. That's what's happening at
Yeah. I do have my daughter, so
Oh.
Transfer it over to someone else.
yeah, or yeah.
I can keep it.
Transfer.
Okay.
Pass that
I'll keep
electric
going.
torch.
I'm going to sleep.
We have to
I'm
make
going
it to the 12-hour mark so we can do naughty
Oh
things
yeah,
off.
and then after 12 hours we can really yeah, well I,
You
you
have
know
to snort some coffee, guys. That's not fair.
And you don't even need to shut down Zoom. It's just really the live stream to YouTube. You stop it, then you restart it. That'll cut off that
Yeah.
video and start a new one. All good for the 12-hour thing.
Yep. So,
When did you guys
so
start the show?
by 9 o'clock I gotta
But I think
Eagle
Eagle
started
started
the
at
show.
3 or something too.
Can you
Yeah,
get rid of that
started the
screen,
show.
it
Cuba?
was
Time.
2:20
20, there you go.
my Eastern time.
You can't get rid of that
My
screen?
YouTube says 6 hours ago,
Nope,
so we
that
got
screen's
6
staying up
hours
for
to
now.
go.
Yeah, get rid of
Yeah,
that
so you got another
spotlight there.
6
That
hours.
screen ain't going nowhere, bro.
Yeah,
Can you
we basically just turned this into a 24-hour stream. I think, or at least a 12.
I'm gonna erase all
Yeah.
my stuff. That's all. Yeah. I erased all my
Oh
mess.
yeah. I mean, after
Just
9,
show
I'm
the
gonna
evidence.
take this off, and if you guys want to bring it
How
back,
do you
you're
erase
more than
it?
welcome.
I'll
But
erase mine.
do we clear it Do we want to still
Yeah, erase
draw?
button, and then erase
you
it.
can clear
Yeah.
that out
No,
there.
Actually,
clear it.
let's
My eraser
out
doesn't work anymore.
because it's like doesn't even show all of us. I try
Oh,
to
there it
do.
There we go. Now we see you.
So you can't even see me anyways with my lights off. So
Yeah.
that's what they get.
Just a
They want to see us,
shadow.
now they can't even see nobody.
Hang on.
Everybody
I'm
turn your
waiting.
lights off so they can't see
Yeah,
you.
so we got to figure out a way how to do to show the whole panel plus a whiteboard.
They can see us now, right?
Yeah, they
It
can
is
see all of us
perfect.
now.
Go
Damn,
ahead.
I need to put my clothes back on.
Yeah.
Yeah. See?
Yeah.
Back to normal.
All right. I'm gonna put some shorts on. Hang on.
Oh, I never wear shorts. That's the main part about the show. I just have to put a shirt on every day. A shirt and a hat because my hair is fucking horrendous. Fucking horrible hair.
Oh shit. Oh man.
Yeah.
So how many people are watching? 79 people watching. God damn.
Really?
Yeah,
You
let's-
weren't kidding?
Yeah, I got 79 too.
I thought you guys were kidding. Fuck.
Let's give some
You're
seeds
gonna have
away.
to
Well,
There's
there's a
gonna be
pretty
more
big
during the
morning
day than
crew.
at night for sure.
Giving some autos
Greenfingers,
away.
take your
Yeah.
shirt
Oh, I
off
think I
and
figured
start doing
out.
some
Yeah, there is a
flexing.
morning crew. That's why it's cool when someone can take over and like when I find Eagle on like at this time or like at 6 or 7, I'm like, damn.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Because he
Oh,
said
yeah,
he
I
would
was
do the
gonna- I wasn't
420
even gonna
shutdown.
come
It's like,
on.
oh, right on. He's still going.
I wasn't even gonna come on this morning, and
Oh.
then I got up to go pee, and he was still streaming. I was like, you know what? Fuck it. If he's still streaming by the time I get Zoom set up, then I'll go on. And I was surprised he was still up today.
Yeah.
Right on, Major. Is that the next contestant?
Yeah,
Who's
so
who's the
what are
winner?
we gonna
Next
do?
winner?
We're gonna
Friday.
do a
Seed
song
giveaway.
or
Seed giveaway? We're gonna
Yeah.
write a song together, all of us.
who's gonna pick the number?
What is that?
21. I picked it.
MGK.
Shit.
We're going to do that combo for that. Whoever wins this, so you can work that
Oh, you're
blue
gonna
line
give 2
pie.
packs away at once?
Well, it's really it's the same
Black
plant,
line pie,
but
blue line pie.
same cross, but a different mom. Right? We got the sour strawberry. We got the Holy Grail Kush with the blue line pie. 3-way cross. A little craziness. There's enough seeds that you should be able to work it. Oh, maybe not. Nope. Sorry. Looks like there might be only a dozen seeds in that one. And yeah, you might only get 20 seeds here. We'll open them up and check them out though.
Only that's fucking more seeds than they didn't have before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck. 4
And
seeds
there-
should be the
it's
giveaway.
a giveaway,
Zero.
so it
There's
shouldn't
Man,
one,
matter.
two,
Doesn't
three,
matter.
4, 5, 6, 7. There's
I
eight.
gotta
8
say,
seeds.
Major, you're the man
Yes.
giving away seeds every time, man.
Keep
I've
2 of
got
those
to
for me, bro.
congratulate you on that.
Just kidding.
Oh man, I don't think I'll ever pop these. So it's like, well, fuck, I better give some of these away.
Yeah, man.
And
Respect
Problem
to
to
that.
have.
Hey, the sun's coming out. I got fucking
exactly.
shit.
Exactly.
Well, you
And either way, I
vampire.
love the pie and I love the Holy Grail Kush, so I combined them, and that's what I got.
Okay,
And then
so
I've been playing with that sour strawberry from Bog. So that's a
Ooh.
Bog, the blue line pie from Sin City, the Holy Grail Kush from DNA. But I worked that thing. It's V2, which means I crossed the Holy Grail Kush with the kosher Kush. So that's why I call it
Nice.
V2.
Nice.
All right. So it's been worked a little. The blue line pie.
So is someone gonna pick a number, or do you have a number in your head already? What's the
If somebody
range?
just
Someone picking up. Well, it's 70. What? We go 7 times 4?
Huh?
All right. 70 times 4?
78.
280.
okay, I picked the number.
Well, then 320.
Okay,
Okay,
I'll
zero
just,
to 320.
1 to 320.
who's
1 to
picking a number?
320.
You
And
are
then
green
I'm gonna hit
fingers.
start in chat. Numbers before it do not count. If you see the same number, pick a different number, one number only, please. And start.
Is that 320?
Mm-hmm.
I already picked.
And see how that says 75% chance SS? It's a mystery cross because that just came from a bud I smoked. I smoked that whole plant and I just kept all the seeds out of that. but I knew I made the sour strawberry right beside in the same pot, right? So it's a 75% chance it's sour strawberry, but it might be it could be another blue lime pie. You know, the dad's a mystery on this one. Only on the left side. The right side, we know what it is. So out of that sour strawberry on this side, you could probably pick the sour strawberry dad on this side.
That's the one I would pick.
Pair the two.
I
So
like
hopefully, hopefully you find some tall freaks and then now hit me up. I could probably tell you that's a great cream cake. It makes everything tall and lanky.
That's cool.
All right.
All right, when you see
put
stuff
numbers
in
in.
chat, no numbers after a count. That shows that 1 minute only. I've been watching the timer. So
Stop.
Looks like Staggering Productions got it right on.
Oh, Staggering Productions.
Did they read my
there was
glasses?
no, yeah, that didn't count because it was before. But
They
yeah,
saw my glasses.
he got
No,
it
they
dead
said it
on.
afterwards too.
Yeah, I was making sure.
Hit me up on IG, brother. Garden of the Major.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I
buddy.
don't know if you want to throw your.
Dude, the sun is like really bright over here again. Fuck.
Close the curtain, my man. You'll be good. You might actually get some
Congrats, bro.
tan. You'll be all right.
I try to sleep when my lights go off, and they're gonna go off in a minute. So I
What
might
are
have
you
to
gonna
do my
do?
focus right now. Just fucking. I'm
Well,
done.
it's 10 minutes to 9, isn't it?
Oh, what
Don't
the
give
fuck! I
up
went
on me,
over
bud.
2 hours.
I think we got green fingers off or his second win there. You know what I mean? he'll be in. He'll be on.
Yeah, I remember him signing off, and I was gonna follow, and that was like
Yeah,
maybe
we were supposed to
5
do that
something.
like
We got you over the
5.
hump there. You're good for another
5:20.
6
Bud,
hours.
Bud, go get some acid. Take a tab of acid. We're going hard tonight, mate. You better fucking
That was
buckle
yesterday. That was
up. No, you're
yesterday.
going again, bro.
Oh, man, fucking, oh,
Yeah, you
no.
just gotta
We're
double it
going
up,
deep.
right?
Just have to switch to shrooms, or we could always fire up the DMT pipe and get busy there too.
Hey. Yeah, you talk.
Get all fizzle dizzle.
I have old
Yeah.
pipes with stuff that I would never smoke, like this one. Dun, dun, dun. Sorry, it's a daytime show. Shit.
He's gonna scare him off, all right?
We need sativa jokes, man. It's daytime over there.
This is daytime TV.
Dude, that's for smoking in public. If they catch you, like, I'm not smoking. I'm just practicing for later.
Oh shit! It's a hobby,
It's a
not a
dildo, I
profession.
swear.
It's a hobby, not a profession.
You could just like talk the cops into thinking it's like one of those special kinds that you can like fill with fluids.
Oh man.
Oh, you're in California though, so it's. Oh, are you guys allowed to just like smoke outside?
Smoke what?
Sure.
Smoke weed?
Oh no, that's frowned upon. You can go out there and smoke crack though, and they won't mind.
Fuck.
No, it's not allowed
My
outside.
brain
You have to smoke outside or inside your, not even in your car anymore. I don't think.
You just can't smoke in front of them. All right, that's it.
Yeah, but if there's kids down the street, then like, yeah, you can't even smoke 2 miles away from a fucking school. You can't even grow your weed. So.
Well, common sense shit.
Yeah, here in Milwaukee, we have
No,
strip
sure.
clubs directly across the street from high schools.
Right?
Like you go out one door and into the other. Here you go, kids.
That's crazy. It's the oldest profession. Oh wait, no, that's not it. Sorry.
Oh my god.
That's not it. That's not the oldest one. That's second.
That's not it.
That's not it. That's not it at all. Shit. There's water on my windows for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah, all my plants outside were wet. It's like marine layer came in, I guess, I don't know, unexpected to me because it's been sunny and clear for weeks, but
I got all this weird water on my windows. It looks weird. Just wet everywhere.
Could be aliens.
Always aliens.
Could be the birds just flew over and shit all over my windows. But
Oh,
Probably morning condensation, man. You're just always in bed by now.
I have
I
little
guess
to
it's
no substance to me. So like all the stuff I talked about, like poo and some weird shit, pipes like that.
Yeah.
I guess it's rainy season down there, buddy, or you guys
no,
don't
I
usually
mean,
get.
I live like where the coastal marine layer comes in.
Oh yeah. Okay.
shit,
Get that
guys, I had
morning
some
fog
bad
there.
news, motherfuckers. I got a cup from Eagle, right? I use it a lot. I use it all the time. And the wifey just noticed that the finish was coming off on it around the mouth. So I gotta stop using them, man. Or at least from that area. Maybe I have to like transfer it just a little off. You start using my left hand.
Oh, you're sipping away the graphics.
No, it's the finish, I guess. Whatever they put on the cup, actual
Oh, the glaze?
enamel. Yeah, the glaze. That's coming off.
Yeah.
Shit.
Oh, fuck.
Motherfucker. Eagle, you better send me another goddamn cup, brother.
Gotta step chewing the cup, man.
Got defective, man.
You stop dry humping that
Yeah,
thing.
it's that Canadian dental work, man. It's cheap.
A lot of friction giving that thing. Jesus Christ.
Pretty rough on that coffee, man. That is strong coffee.
Cheap cup.
Love strong coffee.
Cheap China cup, probably.
Yeah.
China crap. It's not even. No, it's gotta be Indian made, bro. Come on.
Pretty lacquer.
It's from China.
Guess I could. I'll find something to throw on it.
Even
Some
the
tongue
benefit
oil
of
or
the
some
doubt.
bullshit, right? What?
Who won? Fuck, we already gave those seats away. Shit.
Staggering Productions.
Staggering Productions, congratulations.
Yep, Staggering Productions.
Fuck, I'm slow on this one.
Winner, chicken dinner. I love it. Is he Canadian, man? No, he's American.
Who?
Stag.
Huh?
Staggering Productions.
Oh, I have no idea.
Pretty sure he's Canadian.
I used to watch Oh Canada. Did you guys ever
It's
watch
Canadian?
that
Fuck yeah, buddy. I might send
I
you a
think
little
so.
something extra then.
I think so.
Oh Canada.
I may
You
be
guys
wrong.
watch that cartoon? This shit was funny. Not funny. It was a crazy cartoon.
What was that?
Oh Canada.
The cartoon?
Yeah.
There was
Yeah,
a
I've never
cartoon
seen
called
that.
Oh Canada.
It was
Oh, you
crazy.
mean Ren and not Ren and Stimpy, but
Remember that
South
green
Park?
show?
Winkle.
Nah, it was Oh Canada, bro.
Oh, was it?
Oh Canada.
You mean like some other thing?
It was like some trippy shit where they would show like wolves and shit running in the shit, and then like, oh Canada, and then like all of a sudden, they're like, oh
No, I've
Canada.
never seen that.
Yeah, it was fucking hard as fuck. The animation, claymation shit too that they would do, like all
Oh,
mixed,
cool.
kind of badass. Like the wolves would chase down like a moose and eat it, and like it would howl like "Oh Canada" and all kinds of crazy shit.
Right on.
It was like the hallucination shit that you'd see like on fucking what's that weird show? Fucking back in the day on MTV, where like the would show the screens all fucking with the techno fucking screens melting and shit, showing bubble mushrooms and popping and shit and clouds.
Oh, when
going
they
on.
actually used to show music videos.
Yeah, the rave
Back
music
in the day.
back in the day, like the rave ones at like real like 5:30 in the morning. They'll show like just these
Yeah.
fucking ecliptic fucking videos of just like the walls melting and shit, turning into stars and shit.
Shit, I
Can't
thought
remember what it's
I thought
called,
that
but
was me.
no. Yeah, I used to
Was
record
that
that shit on
liquid
tape.
TV?
Maybe. Fuck.
Maybe.
I just watched something recently about like the old MTV, like how they
Yeah.
used to have like animated shows besides Beavis and Butthead, and it was like really
Mm-hmm.
disturbing, fucked up cartoons. It was called Liquid TV.
I'd believe it. It was a pretty freaky shit out back then. Was
Yeah,
the
but
salt
those
and pepper
cannabis-
one there?
Have you guys seen
Alright.
the new Beavis and Butthead movie yet?
No.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's so funny.
wait. No, I didn't see it, but I heard about it. I watched previews on shit to see if I would like it, and then it ruins the whole fucking movie for me. So yeah.
Yeah, they show
Hey,
you the
Hocus
best
Pocus
bits.
2 is coming out, and I saw a little bit of like a side by side of like the older one to the newer one, and I'm already kind of mad. Like, it's not the same.
All right, I'm done. I have to sleep. I'll see you guys next time around.
Cheers,
Everyone.
buddy.
See you, bud.
What's up, buddy?
Cheers, buddy.
Bye.
Oh,
Cheers,
have a
bud.
good
Good night, brother.
night. Thanks for hanging out.
Good night, mate.
Yeah, it's been a grand night.
Yeah, for
Yeah,
sure.
appreciate you, man.
For sure. Yeah, so I'm either gonna, unless someone wants to host after me, I'm gonna shut this down. Gotta get some things done
Yeah, it's up to you guys. Like, if anyone wants to keep going, I'll keep it going. But
I'll stay out. I'm okay.
I'm staying.
I just woke up.
you have to go.
All right. We got
Don't
the
forget
three
to make me
on
host
Friday.
first. Make me host
All right.
first. Or
Well,
Who's
I'm gonna
coming
sign
with
off.
us?
down.
I'm gonna sign off, guys.
Yes, I do.
Cheers. Love you guys all. Morning show,
See you,
take over.
brother.
Watch this shit like it's your baby.
See you in 4 hours,
Later.
buddy.
Have a good night, brother.
Love you all.
Mm.
Cheers.
So, have a night. I'm gonna do this first. I'm gonna make you host. All right. Your host now. Weednerd. If you want to keep going, I mean, I can.
Yeah, yeah. Very good. Very good. You
We're
made
all
your
in.
go till we don't go no more. Cushmaster, you're like a trooper.
Mhm.
Right on, brother. Well, you're on the right side of the world there. You're probably what, midday now?
No, it's 11 p.m.
Oh shit.
Oh yeah.
You're late at
Okay,
night.
okay.
Yeah. I'm all screwed up.
That's all good.
I mean, if you're still going, I'll probably come back after I eat some breakfast and get situated and stuff.
Cool.
Make some more
Yeah.
coffee. I actually have more coffee. I need more coffee.
Good to
Let
hear.
me make sure I'm host here. Am I host? Yes, I am.
Yeah.
Is it 11 p.m. like it's still Saturday for you? Or is it 11 p.m. like Sunday, man?
No,
I'm always-
Saturday night.
Sunday night.
It's still Saturday?
Yeah, Saturday
Yeah,
night.
you're
Yeah.
host. All right, you're
You said it.
host.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we're Saturday morning here. I just
Mm.
lost there. I'm like, what?
I'll
Wait,
probably
you're a
be
day
back.
before. Oh, sorry, Cheech.
Isn't there
Oh,
like
it's
an
okay,
international
sorry.
dateline where they are a day ahead of us?
Yeah, they're
I
in the
thought there was
future.
always some.
They're in the future. Always in the future.
I thought
In
there was
1
none.
hour,
Maybe
I'll
there
be a
isn't.
day ahead of you. In 1 hour, you'll be 12:02. So I'll be.
Well, I guess it'll be
technically on
Sunday in an
Sunday.
hour.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Let's do it, man. Let's time warp.
So you're more West Coast Australia then, because I think New Zealand's like 12 hours away or something.
I'm East Coast. I'm
You're
right
East
on
Coast?
yeah, I'm like an hour away from the ocean drive on the east
Oh, that's
side.
right. It's 9 o'clock. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's freaky. Right there, halfway. Actually, I think it's Captain 420. He's the one that's 12 there with us, pretty much, or
Yeah,
11 hours
Thailand.
off or something like that in Thailand.
Mm. Yeah, it's about 9 hours north of me.
That's pretty trippy too.
What kind of fluctuations in time do you get out there? In daylight, should I say? Sorry. Like, do you see it like a 12-12 all the time, or that would
In
around
Australia
that?
or Thailand?
No,
Here
where
in
you're
Australia.
located, brother.
Well, right now the
You see
sun comes up. Right now it's winter. So it's like, when does the sun come up? It comes up at about 6:20 in the morning, and it goes down at about 5:30.
Oh, yeah.
But in summer, the longest period, the longest days of sunlight, I think the sun comes up at about 4:20 in the morning, and it ends up going down maybe at about, I want to say about 7. Yeah, 10 to 7, 7:05.
Oh, okay.
So
you're fairly up north there, or
13
down,
hours.
Yeah.
Yeah,
south,
yeah,
and
we
you're
normally
well,
get a
you're going
good,
more towards the equator, I guess, is what I'm trying to say.
yeah,
Because
normally,
it goes down at 9:30, 10. It'll be up at
yeah.
5 and down at 10, so it's a lot.
Well, out here, like I said, our natural outdoor cycle flip, when plants will flip, is normally about the last week of January or the first week of February. So they'll normally finish however long you got, 9 weeks, whatever, 10 weeks. But so if you're going back, 4 months before that flip point, say in like September or whenever, I've allegedly put plants outside, and they've still just kept flowering all the way until about September, October. Late October is when they get enough light to stop flowering and go back into veg. So you get, like end of October, November, December, and then January, and then they'll start flowering at the end of January. Most things, of course, they might vary a few weeks before and after. But yeah, we normally get a good, 3-4 good, and it's really intense sun. As I was saying last night, I think we got fucked up by the French with the nuclear bombing. So that's why we all get skin cancers and shit here, because we got the worst ozone.
They did that testing?
Is it ozone? Yeah, from the nuclear bomb testing they did in the 70s or some shit.
They actually do that in Australia? Because I know they did like the South Pacific.
It was like, the South Pacific.
Yeah,
but
okay.
it's totally fucked all of the, ozone on
Close
top
to you
of
guys.
Australia. Yeah.
Shit.
And it's not just bad on the South Pacific side, it's the whole fuck, even up here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Australia
just
is cool,
harsh
man. You
sun.
guys have like you can get to the north point where it's like you're tropical, right? You're equatorial.
Yeah, it's like
instead of
Thailand, nearly,
tropical.
just
Yeah,
jungle. Yeah.
it's pretty cool. Here you have to leave the continent there. Well, Panama. There's a little gap there you can get through, I guess.
Right.
But you guys, you can drive to it. You know what I mean? It's pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah, big fucking room. And the funny thing is, man, when you look at Australia on a map and they actually put dots all over it to highlight, whereabouts all the civilization, all the population towns are, it's literally all the dots are all around the fucking coast. There's nothing in the middle. Like,
no, exactly.
When you see Australia on the map, you think, fuck, that's huge. There's just like just a little perimeter on the inside. That's where we all live. Everything on the inside.
Sort of like
there's
Canada
nothing.
too, brother.
Yeah,
like
right.
90% of the population lives within like 200 kilometers of the border.
The southern border, yeah, exactly.
The US,
by the
right?
US, because everything
Jews
else
have,
is
like-
deep snow and cold. Yeah,
Right.
yeah, that's pretty bad.
Yeah. And how many months of the year do you get snow in Canada? in
Oh,
the
shit.
average places.
Like
Six,
call it
I
like
reckon.
6 at least, right? Call it
Some
half,
years,
say
it,
5.
yeah, it'll start in November. Some years it'll
Half
start
the
in
time it's
January.
cold, man.
Yeah, it depends.
Right.
But it'll go to March, April, at least before the snow melts. They're gone.
Okay.
Yeah, this summer's like a nice, cool summer, man. Seems like low mid-20s. That's about what we're getting.
Yeah, my door's wide open
Not
right
bad
now.
in the rainfall.
It's perfect for growing. Indoors there. Like
And working.
honestly, I shouldn't
Beautiful
move.
working
I
weather.
should stay because it's perfect. It's free AC, free dry air. Yeah,
Hmm.
can't go wrong with that.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks nice. Every time I see Canada pictures, man, fuck, it looks nice.
It's just outside. It's it's cold. If you got a greenhouse, you get free sun, but the temperature, yeesh, it's not very good.
Yeah.
Oh, like any country, you look for the ugliness, and it's here, man. Trust me, there's a bunch of mining going on, a bunch of dumps here and there, and outside of every city, there's just spray paint and garbage, and that's not that pretty, man.
Man, I remember
Sections where there's no
seeing
people,
Rust.
there's nature, that's pretty.
Right. I remember seeing a guy called Rascal Grower or something. I think it was in Michigan, and he had a greenhouse, and it was fully snowing outside, and he put a fucking like a wood fire fucking heater in there with a chimney out the center, and he cut a hole in the plastic, and I think he might have put timber around it because it ended up burning the plastic, the flute. And he was fucking running like 82 degrees inside there. Yeah. And it was fucking snowing outside. And he was pulling off hours.
Oh man, there's a guy in Alaska who has a whole no heat, no electricity greenhouse, I believe. He has enough thermal catch in water, because water holds heat 10 times better than concrete or anything like that. That he has enough water that he can absorb enough heat that it keeps his greenhouse from freezing in Alaska all year long.
Yeah.
So he doesn't have to heat it. His whole north side insulated to the max. It's designed perfectly.
Nice.
Yeah.
And he heats like whatever he captured in the summertime. He puts that heat into the ground. So he has that whole I forgot what that system's called, but he has that going as well. Some kind of cooling, I forgot. Basically geothermal.
Yeah.
Oh, like a ward chiller there or whatever. I use tubing there to chill or heat.
Well, he used the ground to chill your greenhouse, right? There's like a 3-to-1 ratio. There's a ratio there that volume.
The heat pump.
The ground, it'll come out cool. No, this is just straight up moving air, and the ground will absorb it.
Oh,
the heat, and it'll come out cool.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
And vice versa in the wintertime, it's enough heat in the ground that
it's like a heat pump system there, where they can fetch heat out of winter soil. You know what I mean, like in the winter, it's by -20 out there, and they still pull some heat out of the ground. That reverse.
The ground or water? I think they use water a lot, right?
I'm not sure how they get the. Yeah, I think it's just air pipes, and they compress the air. You know what I mean? And somehow extract the heat that way.
My
and then shoot
headphones
it
are
back up.
dying, so I gotta get going and charge them. If you guys are still streaming in a little bit, I might jump in again. But otherwise, I'll talk to you guys later. Thanks for having me on. Cheers, everybody in the chat.
Great to
Right
speak
on,
to
bro.
you.
Cheers. Nice seeing you. And go
Take
check
care,
out the
420
website.
TV.
Those episodes are cool. Weedcore. It's pretty cool. I like the music too.
Weedcore.
76 people still watching. God damn. Eagle's gonna start streaming his show at this time now.
I've been
I
bugging
think for a
him to
while
do
he did
a
mention that
daytime
he
one.
should. He mentioned that daytime one for all the early birds, AM crew.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of the part of the deal of why we're on right now. They're Cheecha doing the takeover. Yeah, as long as we can keep it going, right?
Yeah.
All good.
For sure. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, all
Fucking-
we nerds can hop
yeah,
on too there. Come on in.
We're
Yeah, I
real
better keep
lucky
an eye on
fucking-
in case someone did come in there and I didn't see you. I wasn't looking, sorry. Try again if you did. Yeah, I gotta remember there and I keep an eye on that.
So Kushmaster, what about you? You got anything in the garden or can't talk about the garden?
Uncle Trip does, man. Yeah, I don't.
Oh yeah,
Most
Uncle
of
Trip.
the
Yeah, let's talk
people-
about Trippy here. What does Trippy have?
Yeah.
Land race,
Uncle Trip.
heirloom land races.
No, I think Uncle Trip's just running all the American classics, man. Girl Scout cookies, Gorilla Glue, Blue Dream, Master Kush, and that's it. And as far as beans that he's got ready to go, we got well, not we, he, Sour Diesel, Bruce Banner, what else? Oh, we got gelato too.
Right
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
got
what
some
else has
goodness.
he got? Yeah, but the thing is, how he got them, because the ones that we got from the prison purse, remember, that was in 2012, so that was literally 10 fucking years ago. So those are all fucking, we've all sprouted and moved on. I mean, he's still got a few fucking, beans of, I don't know, OG Kush and shit, but yeah, all the stuff that I just named, most of it is from ILGM. I love growing marijuana, and it's just fucking shit, man. Everything Hermes. It's legit genetics, but they just rip everyone shit off, and they just self everything,
Yeah.
And
No
yeah.
work.
And Uncle Trip, he's got his old seeds.
I don't know if selfing is a whole issue there, Master. I don't think selfing's the issue there, right?
Yeah, I think
That's more
it is,
the
man,
F1 there.
because they're all feminized from ILGM, and so
Oh.
what Uncle Trip does is he's got his old seeds that he's made, and he does a side by side just because the germination rate. Sometimes, like when he bought Gorilla Glue, he bought 40-pack of seeds. None of them fucking sprouted, not one. And he started blaming himself, thinking, what the fuck did I do? He's got his temperatures at 78 degrees, everything perfect. So then he did a side by side, he brought more beans, every single one of his beans, 20 beans germinated, none of theirs did side by side. So then he did it again with the Bruce Banner, 20 of his 20 germinated, only 3 of the 20 of the Bruce Banner. So then he called them up and they sent him more beans replacement, and those beans were all good, but they fucking hermied, and not late hermy. I mean, like week 3, as soon as buds started forming and shit. So I think they just fucking, yeah. I think they
Unless
just
we're
fucking,
getting
yeah, they just,
irradiated, right? But then they wouldn't grow at all. Like it wouldn't be Hermes. It would be more like that first
Yeah.
batch where nothing germed.
but the only
Guess there could be
reason
some
he
mutation
used
happens from that radiation.
the only reason he used them is because their beans actually ended up getting through to him. They're the only company that end up getting through to him. Yeah, so that's why,
Maybe
man.
that's why they
he
don't send them,
chose.
because they know they get like either irradiated or they do something to kill the seeds or somehow.
Yeah, but I mean, I've seen all in the chat and shit. Everyone in Australia gets their beans, no dramas.
Yeah, so it can't be that then.
Yeah.
It wouldn't just be them. You know what I mean? It'd be everything.
I think it's just fucking, yeah. Well,
Could be that bad company, man. I can't say I ever used those guys before. I think there was one guy that I sort of watched for a while on YouTube that used those guys, and he seemed to grow some
Yeah.
great cannabis outdoors in Michigan.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, man. Like in a 20-pack, you'll find fucking, okay, let me give you an example of what Uncle Trip did. So his latest thing is he got a 20-pack of GG4. Every single, I think, so out of 20,
Well,
I think about 11.
We could talk
11
about that too, though,
germinated.
right?
What's up?
The whole concept of the GG4, though, it's like it's a clone only, right? So that someone made an
Clone
S1
only.
of a
Yeah.
herb
And if it,
special plant.
Yeah, yeah. And I've, I left California.
So when you do that, that's like playing with cherry pie, right? You gotta anticipate
Oh, yeah.
there's gonna be some herms. That's just the fire you're playing with.
I
Sorry,
guess,
those
yeah.
are
But
the
Why it's
conditions.
clone only, I guess, right? Because they knew that if
Yeah.
they made the seeds, it would probably harm and blah blah blah.
Well, there's just that
I wonder about
inherited
that. Eh?
risk you gotta accept when you're fucking around with a GG4, right?
Yeah.
When you're fucking around with the Girl Scout cookie, the cherry pie,
Well, that's the other
ham
thing, man.
dog.
Uncle Trip got a fucking 40-pack of Girl Scout cookies, and I think he's only sprouted like 8 beans. He got 2 to germinate, or maybe 1 died prematurely, but he's got 2 Girl Scout cookies, and none of them have ever harmed, and he's been running them for 2-3 years. So, and they're solid as fuck. They're they're burning my eyes. If you watch my Spotlight show, that's what those ones were.
Right on.
So, yeah.
Right on.
Yeah, just,
Herman
I don't
is,
know.
is a weird thing. It's a trait that's in every plant potentially. It's just a matter of how sensitive it is, right?
Yeah, and
To it.
I can find I'm good at pheno,
Exactly.
man. That's drama. Yeah, I can fucking pick a winner. So that's no drama. It's just getting
and
fucking
plus, like the whole
genetic
S.
thing,
Go ahead, brother. Yeah, we were just talking. I was going to just talk breakdown about the S ones, man. Like, I don't think that process is going to produce more hermaphrodites. Of course, we're limiting one side of the genome to only. We're not bringing in the dad, so we're only dealing with the genetics from that mom, right? It's selfing it. So we
Yeah,
can
yeah.
quickly.
Yeah, you're not adding herm
focus
traits,
on
right?
traits quickly, right?
Well,
if they're there, they're there. We're not going to add them.
Uncle Trip has never fucking
The
experienced
recombination of these genes could
Highlight
honestly,
that part
man,
of it.
he got a lot of the beans when they had like a buy 10 get 10 free. So we're thinking they just fucking off their old fucking shitty beans or ones that didn't make, and put them in the 10 for free. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, and also because
especially
it
if
was a 10
you're
for
in
10, they
Australia.
just gave they just gave the old beans out. Like fuck you, cunt. And I mean, they were still fucking like,
Fuck you.
yeah,
I love
still paid
growing
like
Mary Jane.
300 and some Australian dollars for fucking 10 beans. Like, yeah. But like I said, Uncle Trip's happy if he just gets 2 fucking keepers out of it, or 3 keepers. Because when you got fucking nothing, 3 fucking selections of Girl Scout cookies, you're fucking king of the world,
Fuck yeah, bud.
Yeah.
I like growing mids.
That's
That's
what they should be.
Come on now, there's some good cookies out there, man. There's some good cookies.
No, there's some good shit. You just gotta sift through the garbage.
Yep.
But, yeah.
Like autos.
Yeah, it's like autos. Good luck on that.
Yeah, they
one.
sell those too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, because I see a lot of pictures and it's like, man, the leaves have no trikes at all. The sugars are sugarless. What the hell? It looks like a regular plant, but it doesn't have the terps. You know what I mean? The trikes, the early trikes are like week 3 there, where it's just starting to be a pom-pom and there's trikes
What
all
about
over
the
it. It's like,
trike
oh,
size?
yeah.
What about
I've
the
never
size of
seen
the
that.
trichomes? How big do they get? This day and
Yeah.
age. You just grew one not so long ago, right? Weed Nerd Man.
That's a good question. As far as trike size, I haven't really.
Yeah, did you ever look at that? Well, what I've
They all look pretty much the same size. I mean,
compared to other cultivars, though. Like, come on now. Usually the stalk is almost the same size as the head.
the length of the stalk is different. Yeah, like my first grow, the French breakfast, they're super long stalks. Would have been a nice hasher. You know what I mean? And also the trike connection to the stalk. Like some are really fat with a little nub, on the trike stalk, whereas some it's a really thin stalk and a super big bulb that's just kind of barely hanging on there.
That's one trait I noticed 5-7 years ago, or whenever the hell it was, maybe a decade ago when I grew that shit. They had the look because they had the white look. The white look were referred to as the white widow, white rhinos. They had long trichomes, like long stalks.
Like
right?
white fur.
And they usually curled. So it looked like it was covered in trichomes. wasn't really any more trichomes on the plant itself. It looked like it had more, but
it's scary for us, man. It's like, oh no, it's covered in PM, and break out the, the microscope. It's like, oh, nice. I like
well,
it.
it's one of those fake traits, I would have to say, man. It looks good, but it's not good. All right, I'd rather have them all standing up and not falling over. Not that.
No, well, the
fake
leaning trike
shit.
I heard was a maturity thing. Like if it starts to lean over like a ripe fruit or kind of thing, then it's like it's done. But I mean, if that's week 5 and it's doing it, yeah, I wouldn't like that.
Some big trichome.
I'll have to take
energy.
note of that, man. I'll have to take
so-
note if that happens a lot.
The leaning trike, right? Because sometimes they don't amber up; they'll just go white. And some people they're looking, don't you know ambers? Or they keep it going, and the trike starts to lean over, and it's like the head will fall off eventually, like fruit, right? If you go too far,
Even when it's white,
yeah. It's just a matter. Well, it'll go black, right? But it won't color up; it'll go black, and that's to me, that's the real CBN there conversion, where it went too far there, and the white turns black. But any other time, you'll see a color, like it'll be
you mean
orange,
really
and
dark amber,
reddish,
right?
and yeah, and they'll start off
Yeah.
that color, and they'll just end up filling up, and then it'll go black if you go too far. But so it depends what you define by amber there. But I look at for black, like the black dark ones are those to me are the ones that went too far. And
I do remember some purple trichomes back in the day that I just thought wasn't special. In fact, I thought it was like a mold issue or some kind of deficiency, or like, we gave this one too much juice, man. We better not.
Oh, my first one had 5 colors.
That was a bad plan. Let's not keep that clone of that one. Meanwhile, this day and age, everyone wants that purple trichome shit, right?
Oh, it's cool. You see it in the stalk, going up the stalk there. It's purple. It's like, what the hell? It's not purple.
No, we're talking about like purple though. Like honestly purple. Like I'm talking about crazy purple.
Oh yeah, deep purple there. Like
the purple
like
on
beets.
that pinkleberry. Like those you know what pinkleberry, that famous one by Soul Gardens or whatever,
beet
Green
shell?
Source Gardens.
You know, beets when you cut them in. You know that purple.
Yeah,
like that.
Yeah, brother, that color. You know.
Yeah, man. No,
Yeah, that color.
my first grow
That's,
the clippings there, the French breakfast. That's what it was, and it had some like orange, yellow, like a peach colored, and a cherry. You know, I mean, all those colors in the same sugar leaf there. It's like, what the hell is this, man? And it had a bit of cherry taste to it there, and the rosin, but it was a pretty. It wasn't the greatest herb profile. I think it was our breath or something like that there. I don't know what the hell it was. It was a bag seed that someone said. He called it French breakfast, but I don't know what the hell it was. And but yeah, the colors and the trikes, man, I was like, wow, impressive. So then I knew, I was like, well, what do you mean by amber, right? Because they were like, that was a sugar leaf off a 5-weeker, 5 weeks into flower.
right.
That's
I remember
definitely
someone
not
telling me
mature.
about silver trichomes before, and I didn't believe it. I was like, yeah, that's cool. Till Breeder Steve mentioned it in one of his cultivars. I've seen it before. And I was like, oh shit.
Like silver, like gray, light gray.
No, like metallic.
I think they mispronounced it, man, and called it trichromes.
Trichrome, yeah.
No,
true
man, I'm telling
trichrome.
you, dude. Now I believe that guy. And I believe Breeder Steve too. It's out there, man. It's just,
man, because I've seen gold, like literally gold colored there. You got the right shine on it there. It looks just like gold, man. It's like, wow, so nice. Or pink, like I've seen a pink trichome where it's literally pink there, like
I
fluorescent.
think they get a little pink before they get really purple.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah.
Oh, that might be it. It's a diluted purple, right? It's going purple. Midway.
I wouldn't doubt it if there has to be versions of it. There has to be a pink trichome out there too, right? For sure.
Yeah. This one was done and it was pink.
Probably one of those little pink.
Wow. Yeah, hemp with Gigi there at Cocoa for Cannabis. I had a picture. Pretty cool. But that's just
you
colors.
should talk about that, man.
Colors don't
talk
matter.
about that little podcast you got going on. Is it every Wednesday or something?
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, with Smod Poker and Crispy Wannabe and Puffy D there. Do a little Sundays and Confuse show.
Is that on IG or is that on?
Oh,
Is
it's
that
on
IG,
YouTube.
dude?
On YouTube. Yeah. YouTube and
What time? Let me mark
yeah.
this down, dude, because I
Yeah,
He's
yeah,
gonna
so
crash the
well, it's
show.
Small Poker's channel, right? So we always advertise it on IG, so you'll
I'm
see
not coming on the show,
poster.
man.
Yeah, but yeah, and Hump Days is on Wednesday, obviously. So same idea there. We just sit around and yap it up. No real topics there. We just sometimes we'll have some special guests there. But yeah, it's like a daytime thing, you know, that we do.
What's the show
Like
called?
the Weed Nerd World, you know. What's that?
Yeah. What's it called? The show?
Sundays then Confused and Hump Days.
Hump
It's a
Days.
shoot off of Dazed and Confused, that movie there. But we do it Sundays. Yeah, we're not really confused, but we're definitely dazed.
Nice.
And we shoot the shit, you know. We're
I'll
all
have
from
to check
Cocoa
it
for
out.
cannabis here, so you know we kind of hung out there, and then you know we all did the Weed Nerd World thing. Well, most of us, and so coming off of that, you know, in the mornings yapping and shit, and it's like, well, why don't we go live? It'd be cool, you know. And sure enough, we had the balls to do it. I've been doing it, episode 27 or 28 now. Going
Nice.
strong.
Very cool,
That's
man.
all right.
Yeah, it's fun. You know, it's nothing too
You getting
serious.
more and more viewers slowly.
What's that?
Getting more and more viewers slowly each month.
Yeah,
by
it's not
month.
too big there, you know. It's a little
Yeah, as
crowd,
long
but I
as
mean,
it's
we're not.
slowly growing.
Yeah, we're not
Yeah.
selling nothing. We're not really, you know, like it's not
Yeah,
an
yeah.
informational show too much, but it is, you know. Like we do a
Yeah.
lot of chat checking. You know what I mean? We go based on what's going on in chat. We kind of it's very interactive in that sense.
We should do that now. That's what the fuck is chat talking about,
Yeah,
man?
man.
I can't
You
see
know.
chat.
Well, we're pretty good with that usually there, but me, I have a hard time with it. Yeah, I can't do both. I need a co-pilot there doing that chat thing. Yeah, or else there'll be dead air there. I'll be, you know, too focused on the chat and I'm not hearing nothing.
All right, you're just gonna ask us some questions, chat. Shoot. Or we can
Yeah,
read
man.
'em.
Or even better, hop on. Come on in.
Yeah.
What's your garden?
Come on, you've had a nice sleep.
Yeah,
You'll be
just
all right.
showing mine there.
Other
And
snaps.
it's fun.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's fun to yap it out and because I mean, you know, I can only type so much. You know, and you can't really show much on chat. Like you know what I mean? It's like me and we all
Yeah.
don't show our faces. You know, like Puffy did before, but he stays off just because we do too. But you know, Smot and Crispy are in a red state, so you know they obviously can't. And, I'm not, but I'm still, you know, me. It's more the not being recognized locally.
How
You know what I mean? I don't like people knowing who I am. And I don't
you
know
and
them.
Smart
Mm.
have that Canator, right?
Canatrol.
Fancy,
Yeah. We bought it on the
Canatrol.
same
How's
day.
how's that working out, brother?
Oh, pretty good, man. Like I've overloaded it there and made it ice up. There's you can screw up, right? I tested it, but overall it works pretty good, man. Like the end product is always
Describe
perfect.
the screw up. How's the screw up? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Hold on.
Well, there's a
back
certain
it
amount
up
you can
for the
load into
weed
it, right?
nerds.
There's a claim, right? So they say
How much is that?
you can load 2.5
We need to
pounds
know.
into it wet. So 2.5 pounds wet. Well, you know, how much is that? Is that 2 plants? Is
That's
that...
like fucking 2 ounces dry.
Well, that's the thing, right? It's 80% water, right? But they say it's
Yeah.
4 to 5 pounds
The
dry.
85?
So that gives you an idea. It's like, okay, well, half of it's going to be gone potentially as far as the size is concerned. Because I mean, there's just physical space, right? I guess it could be more if it's denser or less if it's hairier, like a haze, right? But I've used usually 2 plants, like 1 or 2 plants is the max if they're big. Like you see mine there. I don't grow tiny plants, so 2 plants max. And I've overdone it where I put the branches in too. Like I was lazy. I just chopped it up, a lot of leaf, didn't de-leaf it. Just kind of nobody's coming in here. Oh, it's DP.
Test the limits.
Yeah, you know, just to see how far it'll go. Cheers, DP. And but you know how branches are, right? They got a lot of water, and it iced up the chiller thing there.
Sub 710.
Cheers, everybody.
Yeah,
Brother. Yeah,
Been
so
listening to y'all this morning. It's nice catching Eagle show during the live.
Yeah, I know.
We're taking over.
Morning crew usually doesn't get to do that, so this is good to give the opportunity. Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Been enjoying listening to you guys this morning, so appreciate the content.
All right. Awesome.
So yeah, so you know, if you overdo it, there's two little chiller plates on that thing that just kind of capture. It's like a dehumidifier, but instead of having tubes running all over the place there and water running through it, it's just two little plates with fins, and they capture the water because they get a certain temperature, right? So if you overload it, then there's too much water, it'll start to frost up, and then there's a little fan in front of it, and if it frosts too much, it'll stop the fan. Then it becomes like a runaway problem in the sense that it's just going to keep getting icier and icier because now the fan's not blowing the ice off it, right? So quick fix is syringe. I had a 60 ml syringer with warm water, and I just squirted it right on there. Melted the ice real quick. The fan started, while it was freed. The only flaw with that is you have to turn it off, turn it back on for the fan to turn on. So that's a little problem there. But I think maybe if I would have paused the program and then re-enabled it, that might have got the fan going again. I didn't try it. So that potentially would have been a solution.
So it'd be nice if they had that option to have the 24-hour fan going.
If the pause can stop the fan and then restart the fan, then that would be a solution. Because it stops the fan just out of sheer, like, not cooking the fan, right? It senses it's not turning, it shuts it off. A little fail safe there, so which is good. Because when I squirted the ice off there, I'm like, it better turn back on, right? You do that to a case fan on your computer, it's dead. Cooked it, right? So
I'm having problems with my easy cloner. The pump, I got it on 30 on, 30 off right now. It's doing a little bit better, but still getting a little bit too warm with the
water,
summer days in. Yeah, the water and the cloner.
Go 45-15, man. You push the limit.
45. Yeah.
Is it a big res that you use to?
No,
is it just the water inside there?
Yeah, it's just if I run the pump too much, it just gets warm. Like this one's starting to wilt off a little bit. I'll go back in today and change it all, but I'm probably just gonna change up the. But
how do you chill the water without having a big contraption there?
Yeah, absolutely. Got the new 2x4 going, so it'll be a fun hunt. San Pedro down there.
You doing hydro?
No. Those are just sitting on top of the buckets.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
The most I've done with that is I've done like the hempy bucket setup type deal,
Oh yeah.
That was fun playing around with that. But I'm about to get a new tent because this one's just too small for me now. But got some double dose in the back, Machiavelli back right. I just got all my clones back, putting them back in here. I just sulfured them down. So once I get, I'm gonna let them rebound and I'll flip this tent here as soon as the new one gets in and set up. So be excited to run some hash.
Be nice
through a
and tight
GMO
there.
pie right now through raw. That should be nice. The GMO cross the Georgia pie.
Right on.
Do something that'd be nice.
That'll look good.
Got some flavors going.
Yeah, what would that be? Like a garlic peach?
The one that I smelled from him, it was like a berry. It was like a berry funk, just a nasty, but it had that berry on the end, which is nice. I'm kind of over the whole GMO phase, but I do like how much it produces and the amount of hash it can produce as well. So just trying to find a good washer to keep that, but add something else to it, than just that GMO. Because that stuff just gets heavy. And so it's nice to have a little break from it. Ye motherfucking Haw, I don't know if you guys know him, but he's in chat a lot.
Yeah.
He F2'd a project. I'm running some of his Stranger Danger. And that was, he used Irie Genetics, Lemon Jeffrey, and crossed it to the Scarlet Begonias from him as well. And that should be fun. I really enjoyed the first one. So he went in and made it F2. So it'll be fun hunting through those as well. And then Smiley's Gardens, Sky Stompers. I got a couple of those going.
Oh, nice.
Solid.
I have some Smiley's Angels coming there, apparently. Can't wait to see
Oh, yeah.
that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. He's a cool cat, man.
Hell
He's
yeah.
a cool cat. Yeah. I'll be up in Michigan the end of August. I'll be doing Camp Cream out there, the Hash Rules Everything Around Me event. So if anybody's going to be out in that area, come by and say what's up. I'll be vending up there. It'll be fun. Hopefully I'll be moving up to Michigan here in about 5 months. So
Right on.
fingers crossed.
Be around the crew.
Yeah,
A lot of Michiganders or Michiganders out there.
Also, Yeti stash
Ganders.
from over there. Yeah. Out there in Michigan.
Hell yeah. On that note, it's a dab time.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know about the dabs.
Yeah, Michigan definitely produces some fire, man. I love their shit.
Yeah, that mitten show there.
I guess everyone's
they were
talking about-
showing jars there. Oh.
It's all, I mean, the community out there is amazing, man. You know, like, especially the caregivers out there. They really are kind of for the patients type deal. And just the way of life out there is beautiful. I think that's kind of anybody who gets into the true essence of the cannabis community, not just the dispensary life or whatever, you know what I mean? I think I'll kind of fall into that category. And I don't know if we necessarily seek each other out, but we definitely find each other.
Well, it's the whole, patient side there, caregiver side, right? To me, that was all, like, I knew it was there, but I never, like, I didn't get into it because I was sick or anything like that. It's just, but I heard so many stories, man. It's like, oh my Lord, it really did help a lot of people there as far as medical
Shout out to
conditions.
Skunk Ape Glassworks. I don't have his shirt. It's in the dirty clothes right now, but he was in chat earlier. He found out I was going to visit my family down by where he's at, and he reached out to me and allowed me to come over to his place and play on the torch, and he helped me make that marble. So that was super cool, super
Awesome.
rad dude. Can't wait to get back down there and play on that torch again. That was fun.
You made that ball, man?
Yeah, he helped me. I really like glass. I'm a huge
That's
glass
trippy,
and hash
man.
guy, you know.
I love that
Yeah,
3D
it was
effect,
cool, man.
It's deep.
Yeah, it was fun. It was really fun. I definitely got bit by the bug and can't wait to get back at it. But, oh yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I've seen some freaky glass. Like, I don't know how the hell they do it, but it's an art for sure, man.
Fucking too expensive for my blood, man.
Yeah, I don't know how the hell.
That's why I got to get into it because I can't afford that shit. I got to make it or fuck.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a good point. Make your own glass, man. We grow our own. We can make our own.
I have no
Yeah.
idea how many hours it takes to make one of those either, though. Is it like a 2-week process? So that's why it's justified.
I
to
mean,
be-
it can be, and it can definitely get crazy. You know what I mean? And then a lot of it is just people's names too. You know what I mean? Just with like anything in the art world.
It must take a lot of practice to get, to that level
'Cause
kind of thing.
I do notice that they do come up with series that all look the same, so they know how to make it quickly, and then they add their little flair pieces.
Yeah, you can definitely do production
Call it
stuff.
flair, because some of that shit is totally unnecessary, like dragons and spots that poke out 2 inches. You're like, that's gonna break if I fucking hit that little thing. You know, I just see the deficiencies. I don't see like, oh, that's a great bong for looking at.
But there's a whole world in
I
that
don't
little
even- I
ball.
don't even
sticking out
want
there.
that.
It's like, what the hell? Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of it now
Yeah,
is like
it's like-
function as long as like aesthetic. You know what I mean? You don't really want something that is, like you said, looks good, but you can't use it, right? Like, I don't want anything like that personally.
I always
But
thought
then
of
you
those
also
as
have
heat
stuff you
sinks.
got to put it up on like on the shelf or whatever. I don't know.
Is that what those are? Those balls that they put on there that to capture the heat, to pull the heat off the glass, like a heat sink?
What, on the glass itself? Like,
Yeah, that's what I always thought, that they put those big balls there to capture heat off it or something.
No,
Is
those
it
just
functional or just?
Flare piece.
Yeah,
25 pieces of flare needed.
Yeah.
I got that little one hitter there, and it's got that little bulge on the side. It's like, it's useless. Why?
It's to like keep it from rolling off the table.
Oh, functional.
And like if you're holding it, yeah, it's there for like on bowls and stuff like that. I don't think I have one near me, but yeah, those things
That's
on
true.
the side are
Yeah,
usually there
They
just
won't roll.
for your
Draw
hand, you know.
time. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, it won't slide out of your fingers either. Well, it would be pretty hot there if it does that, I guess. Oh, that's a good point.
Anybody got anything exciting going on for the holiday weekend?
Yeah.
Same shit.
Gonna get some barbed wire.
I need that around here, man. I live in Chicago. I need that in my hallway.
Oh yeah. I'll mute up there while I cough along.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Chicago being dangerous, brother.
It can be, you know, but any big city. I'm ready to get out
Daily
of the
shootings
city.
type of shit.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I just lost man, I'll tell you, like, yeah, the gang violence is bad and stuff like that, but this fentanyl is killing people left and right. Left and right.
Oh, it's bad.
Yeah, it's just there's a little girl that was struggling in the building that I've seen for the last like 2 years, you know what I mean? Came outside to her all white blanketed up, you know, and it just hit home, man, you know. Hear about it all the time, but it's just when you see people, you know, and stuff like that. And then my buddy that I got out of prison with, he was doing good, he was growing and everything like that. And then he kind of fell back onto the wayside, and he just turned himself back in for another 5 years and shit, you know. And it's just real out there, man, you know. So that's why I love this community. And there's just, you know, if you're always struggling, you can always turn to somebody around here. There's always a show going on. There's always something, you know. So that's what's great about this community, and appreciate you guys all being out here and doing this kind of stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. We're all grateful, man. Yeah.
Oh, it's a heavy drug. Doesn't seem like the government wants to quit the importing process of it anyways.
Yeah.
Like Prohibition pointed out there, the show there, they're talking about Prohibition, and it's like, man, it's on a Schedule 2 or Schedule 3, the fentanyl, and they have cannabis as Schedule 1.
It's like, it's a Schedule 1. It's crazy. It's
much more of a
mom,
killer.
yeah, my mom lives in Alabama, and they just recently went medical, but it's like a non-combustion. Yeah, it has to be a topical or suppository or something, you know what I mean? But not only that, like, she doesn't even qualify, and she has Crohn's disease and like all this other stuff. She could qualify, but she can't have anything in her system, or they'll cut her off her pain pills, you know what I mean? And she's been through so many surgeries and everything else, like, she can't just stop, you know. And
that's crazy.
That's just the bullshit games they play down there, you know what I mean? Because like she could be using cannabis instead of the pain pills, you know what I mean? But there's that whole transition period to where if you don't have like medical assistance, you're not going to be able to really get through that. And they know that, and so they play the games, and people are wising up to it, you know what I mean? Prohibition, I mean, and making a show about that, that's awesome, you know, because it really is just the availability of information. You look at these places that have these crazy backward ass laws, and it's because these crazy backward ass people are still running those towns. You know what I mean? And they're not getting this access to and people use ignorance like a negative word. It doesn't have to be negative. It's just people don't know. You know, like it just means you don't know. And it's a sad thing, you know, because like it's hard to put your shoes in or your feet in somebody else's shoes sometimes, you know. I mean, I had a big revelation when I went to prison and saw how like the world really is, you know, and how the system really is and how it actually operates and shit like that. And that was hard, reintegrating back into society after that was hard.
Mark Twain said it best, man. It's not what you don't know that gets you in trouble. It's what you know for sure that just ain't so. And that's really the case with them there. They're sure that cannabis is bad and it's just, you know, going to make insane and blah, 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 because they saw all those movies way back when. But it's just based in ignorance. It's misinformation. It's not science. Science is on our side, man. In a court of law, we win hands down. There's no way. This
But
flies.
it's crazy, you know, it's crazy how the laws are set up. You know, you can only win through the court of law, but
Well, that's the thing. It's based on a law that's corrupt. Right?
Yeah. So,
You know?
so to be able to go in there and I mean, honestly, I'd hate to see it quote unquote legalized, right? Like, I think that's just a ploy to corporate it or to make it more corporate, if anything, you know. Do I not want to see people going to prison for it? Absolutely. Do I want to see people be able to use it? Yeah, you know, but I don't think it needs to be legalized. Slightly regulate it and just educate the fuck out of it.
To pull a fast one like they did up here there, you know?
Yeah,
They
absolutely.
bypass the medical and go straight to rec, and oh yeah, it's still just drugs, and we'll sell it to you, and it'll be regulated. But you know, they kind of skirted the medical side there.
How do people even think that's right for a country? I don't want to live in a country that's like, oh nope, this is a Schedule 1 drug. It's terrible for people. It just ruins lives, but we're gonna produce it and just sell it to everybody else.
Exactly.
What? Like, how are the people supposed to stand behind somebody like that? You know, like I just.
But at least they can
nobody
study
goes
it
to
now,
think that,
right?
you know what I mean? They don't go to think that. They're like, oh yeah, we need to make money as a country and stuff like that, you know.
So Guelph and you know, places like that, they're doing studies and they're slowly proving it. You know what I mean? So the more of that we get, the more, you know, armor you got in court to say, hey man, you know, you guys are screwing up there. There's people dying. There's people that are being saved by this, and it's documented. It's proven. It's not a rumor. You know what I mean? It's a fact.
Oh, and you're seeing it now with like psychedelics and stuff. I'm loving that, you know. And with
surely.
that, slowly but sure. And I hope I see it with everything. I mean, I hate to say it, but I mean, fuck, with everything, heroin, whatever, right? Like, give
Medical
safe
heroin.
access and fucking.
Everything can be abused, right? That's just
You
a
know what I
matter
mean?
of.
If people are going to use it and abuse it, make it safe and educate the fuck out of it. You know, nobody goes and is trying to overdose on heroin or anything. You know what I mean? Unfortunately, that's the coping mechanism that they've adapted. You know what I mean? And they're going to continue to use it until they're ready. And that's just the fucking fact of it. So to make it to where you have to go into sketchy situations, go to sketchy people, and not know what the fuck is in it. You know what I mean? You shouldn't be using it to begin with. We all know that, but people are going to do it. You know what I mean? So at least make it safe and at least make it to where if something happens, there's a medical professional there that can help, or a trained psychiatrist if they are ready to quit. You know what I mean? Like, that's a lot better than making somebody go down and not know what the fuck, you know? I don't know. Yeah.
Oh, you're right.
Isn't that a plant-derived medicine? That heroin stuff comes in pockets.
What's that? Yeah.
Well, there's synthetic versions of it, right?
Yeah.
Of course.
And those are the
Yeah,
bad
it's funny.
ones.
That's why, like, they're having a big thing with this kratom. I don't know if you guys have heard about that, but I mean, all that is it's a tree that grows out in Thailand, and the leaves produce an alkaloid that sits in your opioid receptors. But they can't call it an opioid because an opioid is something that's derived from the poppy plant, opium. You know what I mean? So, but it occupies the receptors the same. It's just not as strong or anything like that. But I mean, people are getting addicted to that kind of stuff, and yeah, people are using it to get off of heroin and stuff like that. But there's just not enough education out there on that kind of stuff, and the availability of it is extremely easy to get and stuff. But people can get sick and get addictions, and it's just from lack of education, you know. Really,
They're just swapping out one problem for another, basically, with that.
yeah, and
stuff.
they don't. And a lot of these people aren't knowing that though, because it's everywhere. You can go and it'll be like they'll put it in a brownie, and they'll call the brownie like a 420 brownie or something like that. So these people think they're going to get like a weed high in these smoke shops, and it's fucking it's an it's an opiate. You know what I mean?
Oh
It's
shit.
crazy. So
Yeah, that's
it's
not good.
yeah, and then you hear about people over here like fentanyl is everywhere, especially in these big cities, and the stuff they're putting it in is just fucking stupid. And these
Well,
people
I heard
brag
that
about it.
about what
You
was
know?
it, the electric forest, or those kind of events there where there's shrooms and stuff, and then people were getting tainted shrooms. They were laced with fentanyl or whatever. They maybe weren't even magic mushrooms; they were just regular shrooms, and they put fentanyl
Yeah.
on it to
So,
sell them or whatever. That's scary shit, man.
and
There's
you know, and then that's why it's really important if you're going to places like that, if you don't know who you're sourcing from, bring some reagent testing kits. You know, Bunk Police is really good about those. They have some great kits.
that's who I was going to mention there.
Yeah, for sure. Go check out Polarity Science, Red Setter Farms. He has a YouTube channel called Polarity Science, and it's all about harm reduction with psychedelics and stuff like that. And he just covered that topic pretty
That's
well.
what I just saw too.
Yeah, for sure.
It's great information. It's good that people are doing that. The power of the people, right? Together they can really help each other in that sense. That it's a great idea.
Yeah, for sure, man. For sure.
It's sad that you have to do it, but there are
Yeah.
those types of people out there. So if you're going to go that route, you got to be careful.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely.
Oh yeah. I think we're all young though. Remember those days in the club?
Oh yeah.
Just,
I wasn't
we
as
got there,
wise
brother.
back then.
Oh, man.
I will partake in that.
Do the
Well,
crazy
that's what
stuff.
it was,
Two of
right?
those.
Like you'd smoke a joint and you didn't turn into, a monster or anything like that. So you're like, oh, what else did they lie to me about? Oh, it's the same thing. Like, you want to try this? Sure. Yeah.
Oh,
Let
be
me get
right
3.
back. Hold on.
Fuck it. But, yeah. Glad those days are gone.
Young and dumb.
Yeah, right. But,
try 2 of those.
going
for
through
sure.
that shit put us in situations where we can help others. So, yeah.
Put a little hair on your chest. You'll be all right.
Yeah, right.
Damn, 84 watching. Fuck, man.
We don't even have that.
84.
Cheers there, buddy.
Yeah.
I've been talking with Eagle. I keep on wanting to come on, but I always fall asleep. I gotta get a new job so I can get a new schedule or something. I started this
man.
telemarketing shit, man, and fucking, I hate that. If y'all get a call about an extended warranty about your vehicle, sorry.
Hit me up, man. I'll talk to you for hours, man. You just talk the same day. Be like, I'll help you out. And just talk about weed. Just really,
Right.
just secretly. We'll just revert everything to like whatever our code word would be. It's just like cars. Yeah. Well, how many day warranty is that? Oh, this car right here, that Lemon Jeffrey model. This warranty extends 75 days.
What transmission is that, sir? Auto.
Man, I tell
How
you,
many gallons per day?
With autos, I've been seeing crazy results in DWC. I haven't done it myself, but I just think they do really well in them from what I see. I don't know. Mine are so varied. Mine's like great, one's bad. I got 2 going right now, and I had 3, but when I went to go up to Michigan a couple weeks ago, I accidentally blocked my litter box, so my cats just adapted the pots, and
Especially if they're
Live and
fast,
learn.
right? If they're fast autos and they flower in week 3 or something, it's like, man, you better have a good root system up there going. So to me, it's like DWC will get you there as fastest, I find, if you do everything right. And give it its best chance, to get going. And you can see the roots. You know what's going on.
Kilowatt's going to send me some seeds.
Oh,
some autos. I'll try them again.
I've tried, man. All right, so the very first thing I ever did was an auto from Mephisto. And that was some of the dankest bud, man. That shit was so fucking fire, danky, just, and then I grew some other ones that I just was like, whatever, you know.
And it was good.
But I only got, I mean, but I only got like what 2.5 ounces off of it, and that was like good for that auto. Some people were getting crazy results off autos. I just cannot get any yields off of an auto, and like for my space right now, I just don't have it. Like I can throw 1 or 2 in with my beds or whatever, you know, get some cool smoke every 60, 70 days or something. But I just haven't found reliability of yield for it.
I mean, I've seen big yields, but just meh as far as
Consistency
the
of
terps, you know what I
creating
mean, and all that.
Yeah. So hypothetical gardener, he does autos. He breeds autos, and he's gotten some really nice terps. He gets a lot of like limes and funks and stuff like that. Yeah, some of the older stuff I found is harder to get the terps. You know, stuff that was bred through like the low riders and stuff like that.
Yeah, they were
the early autos.
too much Rudy in it there. Yeah.
Yeah. But I don't know. I like I'm enjoying hunting. I got, I had the lumpies cut and the breeders cut of the Oreos and stuff like that. But I enjoy the kind of the hunt going through and like, ooh, that's cool. What's that doing over there? So I'm gonna be excited to get some stuff back in the flower. It's been a little bit, been a couple little thought I was moving, and I did move, and then had to come back here real quick and stuff like that. Pearl had other plans for me, so yeah. It's nice to have at least I got another 5 months here, so I got these next 2 harvests to rock out and pack up and get the fuck up out of Illinois.
Right on, man.
Oh yeah.
Godspeed on that. That's gonna be cool. Moving's always fun, man. You know, you dread it, but it's fun. Change is good.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm just gonna grab.
I'm excited to get a place where I can get like a dog. I want a dog again.
No, really have at least space for one. Shit.
Yeah, I'm in the studio right now. I got these 2 cats, and one's old as fuck. Piece of shit. I love you.
Tight spot for him.
He's a good cat.
Yeah, me too. There, I need an upgrade as far as space is concerned. It's getting tight in here. It was all right when I didn't grow. Yeah, I had a big empty bedroom there. It's nice and tight in there now.
Well, like I said, I'm in a studio. You know what I mean? And it's just like can't bring people over and shit like that. Especially being in the city. So.
Oh hell no!
It'll be
I got
nice.
one spot to sit, and it's I got to clear it off.
Yeah, and I do art too, so it's just like, yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah. I gotta get some art done today. Working on some stuff for Ross for Jeff. That should be pretty cool. A couple of his strains. So.
Oh, right on.
I need to get that over to him.
I'm just gonna grab a coffee. There, I'll be right back. Should I make someone co-host maybe, or just in case someone comes in there?
Oh, they can wait 5 minutes. They can wait 5 minutes, man. They
I'll be
weed
right back.
nerds. They can wait. Yeah. Can't say I ever tried any of Jeff's gear yet, but that Morning Dew, I want to try his.
I got that going right now.
Outdoor.
Yep. I got. I picked that because it had a lot of that OG in it. A couple of different of the OGs deep down in there. So that was something that I wanted to run. I haven't flowered it yet. My friend, I vegged it out forever. I mommed one and I was going to flower it out, and my friend is taking care of that one right now. So I got a couple of the clones. I got that in there with my fritters and the double dose and the Machiavelli. So I've got 2 of those. I'm excited to see what it does. A lot of people, I've heard a lot of good things about the Morning Dew.
What's a Machiavelli? I've never heard of it.
I didn't want to say it because I can't remember right now.
It's all
Mac
good.
one crossed with the Scotty, I think.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
it's unique. Astro Charlie Shout out to him. That's my buddy. He got gifted that clone. That one's nice. Oh, I don't have the Machiavelli. No, I'm sorry. I got the Citrique. He has Machiavelli up there. I got the Citrique down here. Yeah, I got a Citrique from Exotic.
You get that from Red?
Yep.
Is that the
He got that
center
from Red.
cut?
Yeah. Yeah.
Ooh, motherfucker.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm excited, man. That shit's dope. So, got a couple of cuts going right now to get rooted. That one had, that one gave me the worst on the transplant. It was the largest of all of them I got. It was pretty established in some cocoa, and I just don't run cocoa, so I put it down into my soil and stuff like that, and it got a little upset at me, but she's back and ready to come out. So that'll be nice. Red's a good cat. Red and Becca, they're really good people. They really care about their medicine and stuff like that they produce. So shout out to them and the work he does on Polarity Science. That's a great channel.
Yeah, I've been bugging him about a pack of Sunday Driver he still has. I told him to keep that, man. When I come to Michigan, I want that.
That Sunday Driver.
He said he will, but I don't know if he's telling the truth, man.
That Sunday Driver. That's one of the ones that at the sesh, like when the joints are going around, I always kind of pause and I'll have to look down. I'll be like, yeah, because they'll like initial it or something like that. You know what I mean? And I'll just be like, yeah, that's the one that's most common that I'll pause on.
Yeah, that's good shit.
That Donnie Burger Spartan Grown was growing. That one's nice. That one is definitely funky.
Yeah, I gotta get that in my arsenal.
It tastes like a burger.
Donnie Burger, yeah.
It does. Tastes like burger.
It tastes like burger. No, it's just it's a GMO cross. It's funky, so it's got like that. Yeah.
Oh, I got mac and meatballs. I can't wait to see what that is.
Mac and meatballs.
Mac one cross with meat breath.
Yeah, I don't know what the lineage is on that one. I'm gonna have to ask. That's interesting.
How do you go about selecting what you want to grow? Just something that perks up your interest a couple of times, and you're like, "Fuck it, I'm gonna do it."
Yeah, well, me, I'm because I'm East Coast up north there. I don't think I really got to try anything that was really out there. So when that was offered to me, this guy's from like South California there, Orange County, so. And he has access to a bunch of really good genetics, and he knows Capulator and all them. So I was like, yeah. If you want to send me anything there, I'm open. Whatever you think I'd like, And so far, it's been fire. So,
I just sent off a bunch of shit to a couple people. I love getting gear. I want to run these. Yeah, I'm supposed to find a really good washer with that. From Raw Genetics.
Nice.
I'm excited for that one. But here was Smiley's. The Sky Stopper's running those. I want to run his hippie goggles. Sunset Impressions crossed with the.
Yeah, I'm definitely dropping
try to get it just on focus and stuff. But yeah, I don't know. It's just so hard to try to pick something. Like every time I'm like, all right, I'm gonna run that next. I end up doing something else, and I'm like, well, fuck.
Well, now I got some real good picks. You know what I mean? So I don't feel bad either way. It's gonna be good. I just I want to do them all.
Blooms was so fire. The Dosey liquor.
Oh, nice.
Man, that was just like some belly button, funky lime nastiness. Definitely got to get those going again. I need more space. That's exactly it. But
no, I'm a strain virgin, to be honest. Like, I haven't even dipped my toes on the
virgin.
pool of what's out there.
So
Pretty much.
Too many now.
so much.
You should just try to lock down the flavors, man. Just be like, oh, I need a strawberry. Oh, I need a pineapple. Give me that blueberry. Give me that gas.
Yeah.
Give me that chemi weirdness.
Ooh, man.
Give me some garlic.
I think
I like
probably
that
grape.
Mag
Give me
V2,
some
man.
banana.
The Mag V1 was very nice, and so I figured, okay,
Pine.
Mag V2 is going to be similar.
Gas pine.
But man,
Gas
can't-
fruit.
there's no single
Chicken.
terp.
Chicken soup.
You know what I mean?
Chicken
They're all
KFC.
they're all mixed up.
Cheeseburger. Cheesecake.
Oh, KFC
Cheese.
You name it,
gravy.
Old
genetics.
cheese. New
My
cheese.
mouth is watering.
There's just too many. There's too many terps.
Well, it's
Terp
crazy.
City.
It's like we can be growing the same cut and it'll be different, you know.
That too, yeah.
Like,
And some terps are just different for some people. Like you just, for me it'll be a fuel, but for you it might be a citrus or something. I don't know. It's weird,
I don't know, man. Banana's banana, right? Come on now.
Yeah.
Yeah, banana's hard to. Sure, you can get banana
Some things
with a
are
little
more subtle
berry
than
or.
others, I guess.
man, I ran that banana
you
daddy from
really narrow.
Thunder Dan. That shit was fine.
Yeah, I gotta try that. I'll be hounding
You
him
know,
soon.
you already know the word, man. You gotta hear the word, though. You know what, Eagle? The Eagle and me laid it down heavy for you weed nerds. But you want the Megro ones, Gorilla, banana OG mix that he made. What is that shit called again? Gorilla Punch? Nope. I'm bypassing it
Purple
now.
punch.
Oh,
Purple
no.
punch.
Primal Punch. Primal Punch.
Punch.
V2, man. F2s. V2 F2s. That's banana. There's green banana flavor in there, and there's also banana, ripe banana, baby food shit. That's what you want. And after a 9-month cure, that turns into fucking juicy fruit. The old school juicy fruit. Back in the day, that's what it was. That's the banana
You said
turps
9 months?
season into that fucking juicy fruit. Fuck yeah, 9 months cured natural for the major, baby.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm like aspiring to. You know what I mean? So it's like you don't hear that stuff anymore. A lot of people aren't doing that.
I like to find out.
Cheers, man.
What people say, the shelfability, right? What how long does it last and how does it transfer? What's the? Yeah, sure, it might start off as dog shit, but it's going to end up as like a weird chocolate. So,
My pink kush was like that. It was
that's
like
maturity
gross
of
smelling,
that cannabis, right? So you
Yeah.
got to know those interpretations. What does it transfer? That's what you're.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's what you got to know for these people who demand elite clones, is that information.
Yeah, Uncle Trip's got a blue dream, and blue dream is blueberry times super silver haze. And if he just does a 1 week cure, well, when it's alive on the plant, it just smells fruity, fruity. And about a week after you harvest, he says it smells still fruity, but a tiny bit berry. But as you get to about week 6 of, constantly burping and fucking. It's actually about week 4.5, 5, just before 6. It really starts getting the flavor of the blueberries, and about week 8, it's just straight fucking blueberries, So yeah, you're right, man. Just that simple burp and preservation. I don't. What do you think it is?
Blue dream.
Gassing.
Exactly. Some
just
stuff
a
melds
ripening.
together there, and it's like
Yeah.
Complex biochemistry, man. These things are transforming into different elements that don't even have names yet. Right? It hasn't been studied. Hasn't been. Yeah, exactly. It turns into a bit of this now and a bit of that transferred into this, and there's a transfer point that doesn't have a name yet, and it's turned into this, and it's just not there, right? Time scale is just
And that man, that equates to like I've been watching a lot of stuff on. I'm about to kill my cat. Oh, they're trying to eat my clone. Hold on.
That's what he calls it. She's just trimming it for you, man. She's just trimming it. She's turning on some epigenetics. Now the plant knows it's under attack, and genes just got turned on.
Well,
right? Now
it
just mutated. It just mutated because of that.
Like
now
we
it's a
just
better
talking
plant. Boom. Mother Nature, your cat just made that better plant. Now you can call that like pussy willow or something, man. Now
The
it's a
old
better
kitty
plant.
saliva trick, eh?
No saber-tooth kush.
There you go. Brand new genetics.
Gotta
Terp
love it.
trick. Terp trick number 1.
Of course, it's not brand new genetics. It's just the way it's read, right? The sequence isn't changed. It's just read differently.
But you're saying it's read differently. It's not the sequence that changes. Did I hear that right?
Exactly, right. It's not mutation. Nothing's changes. It's just read differently. Like something entwines. It's not so. It's just transforms.
So Ryan,
So genes turn on.
wrote moldy buds ? So yeah, you'll get moldy buds if you don't burp the jars or buckets, whatever you're using. And of course you have to do the initial dry period, and that burp, what it does is it's just redistributing the moisture from the outside back to an even distribution. And that's why when you first hang dry and after however long it's dry, then you trim them, put them on trays. This is Uncle's Trips way. There's 1,000 different ways. And then he puts them in buckets and he'll burp them for like 8 hours. And normally, you'll put them in there dry, and after 8 hours, they'll come back a tiny bit pretty wet, So then you put them out on the screen again for another 4 hours until they go dry on the outside, and you just keep repeating that process, but you're slowly reducing the hours. The first burp will be 8 hours, the second burp will be 4 hours, and then there'll be a few little 2 hour, 1 hour, not even, and then after about the third or fourth burp, you're pretty much to keep it burped. You're pretty good to keep it burped for about a week then, but you still have to open it because you need to regas it. That's when you'll get moldy. So if you do that once it's properly dried and everything, then you can just open it once every week, and not even for long. You literally just got to open it, fan the lid of the bucket over or the jar, you just need to exchange the old air, and that's it. You'll never. I've heard of people holding things for 12 months. So
That's the beauty of Canatrol. Is they tell you after
that's
at
too
8
much
days
work,
there,
man.
you can jar it without burps, meaning they dried it and they got all the moisture out. Now it's just a matter of curing.
I was gonna say
I
for
would
like
still
long
burp
term,
it
right?
in that
You can
first
get it
3
down to
weeks.
where you don't.
I would still burp it just because there's like that process there of like the chlorophyll breaking down and all that. So that's off gassing a bit. So you want to kind of vacate that chlorophyll gas or whatever. But aside from that,
Yeah.
it doesn't really need to burp anymore. It's just a matter of curing, right? If you get it at the right RH, then those burps are less needed, I guess. You can do it once every 3 days or whatever, as long as you, like you said, there vacate the air out of there and like get some fresh air in there, so it can do its thing. Because it
And you
needs
just
that
want to make
oxygen
sure.
to have that process happen, right? Some people vacuum seal it. It's like, man, I don't know. It's got nothing to work with.
No.
Right?
Can you get it
mold
down to
needs-
like a nice enough? Like I think I don't know if I heard this right or not, but so for you, Major, like if you're doing long term, right? You're talking about 9-month cures and stuff like that. You can get it down to a nice dryness and a nice of a cure to where you don't got to go in there every fucking what? How often do you got to go in there to exchange that air? Because I've heard you can go for long term. You can get it down to a dryness level to where it's not gonna mold up on you or anything like that, but still have the.
I would
I
say
don't know.
2 months. You're fine. Not
all right,
open.
all right. Let's. All right, mold requires water activity level of more than 7.7, right? On that little tiny meter you can buy for less than $800 if you're serious about your cannabis, and you got lots of it. You don't want to fucking get mold or anything, right? You can test this shit, and it won't grow any mold. But if you're worried about it, you don't have that fancy machine, you can freeze it. That freezing process will kill that mold, right? And you take your buds out, go through your bag. You're like, oh, wait a minute, let me see, check it out. Boom, boom, boom. Go through it. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, wait a minute, that one's moldy. Shit, this bad boy is moldy. We'll just toss them. It's no good. It won't spread to your other buds, right? There's
If you
no
froze it.
Well, that helps for sure.
Yeah.
Right. But the thing is, the water, the activity, there's not enough atmosphere conditions aren't there for mold to grow.
Yeah.
The freezing process helps, but you get to a dry level, which is damn close to 60%. So you don't even need that fancy machine to just get your weed at 60% and keep it there, okay?
Yep, exactly.
And
Just
worry
to
about
get it
mold
to 60
spreading.
for me.
You can even smoke that mold too. A little bit of moldy butter gets in there. I wouldn't suggest it, all right? But the burning process, I never heard of anyone getting some kind of lung infection of some
Yeah, if you have an autoimmune
molds in the
disease or
air right
something
now
wrong with it,
as we're breathing. There's live spores. Our immune system handles it well. It's nothing to worry about, but it wrecks your flavor of your cannabis. But
I'm sure I smoked a lot of PM in my days.
it's still not a concern for the modern cannabis consumer. Don't worry about mold. If it happens to you as growing, yeah, that sucks. You'll learn your lesson, and then you'll find a cultivar that can handle those environmental conditions. Right?
I think
Some
that's
shit
huge.
just sucks. Molds out. Oh shit. Oh, for sure. You got like probably maybe 7% will make the cut this year out of all the cultivars I ran. Like just 30 plus new ones this year. I'll be lucky if I get 5 and make the cut.
Man, I'm really excited to be able to get some outdoor stuff going. Even in like the hash game, they're finding that sun-grown cannabis is just expressing these terpenes that people you just can't get indoors and stuff like that.
I
pretty nice. I
that
like
magic UV, combination there. It's just
space
the right
dust.
percentages
Space
of
dust.
everything. Yeah.
Don't forget about the space dust.
And the crystals reflecting, you never know.
Yeah.
Like we said, we don't have the ability to measure everything yet, right? And there's something outdoors that if you're experienced enough cannabis consumer and you have the options of having that mature whatever strain you like, I assure you, you'd be convinced that you gotta go with that sun-grown cannabis, and that's what I
Let me tell
smoke.
you something, man. Here for Uncle Trip, I'll tell you the difference on finishing times on the exact same cut, on the same genetic, indoor and outdoor. Listen to this, the difference. And they both got harvested, Uncle Trip said, at about 30% amber at all times. So GG4, indoors, 8 weeks. Outdoors, 6 weeks, like 6 weeks and 2 days it was done. I thought Uncle Trip thought that was impressive. Blue Dream was 9 weeks indoors, 30% amber. Outdoors, it was about just under 7, 6.5. This is a winner. Girl Scout cookies, 10 weeks indoors, 30% trichomes. Outdoors, 6 fucking weeks, and they were about 40% trichomes. So I don't know what, man, but there was a big fucking difference in finishing time on the exact same cut, same clone, just ran in and outdoor.
Because you'd
And the
think
same
inside there's
clones,
more light, but really there's more
and
intensity during the day, right? From the sun.
yeah. And what else was I gonna say? And also side by side with the same cuts, they were all done in soil, in and out at Uncle Trips. And then he did a hydroponic indoor, and the yield was maybe like 5-10% more than the soil, but that was his first serious time at hydroponics, But yeah, there was difference in the genetic expression, like the Girl Scout cookies, he said outdoors and indoors in soil would just bud flop. It had little fucking, like as thin as well, not really, but it had super thin fucking stems, and 2 weeks before it was ready, it was just fucking, just straight bud flop. But as soon as you change to hydroponics, he said, because it had the silica, man, you need a fucking chainsaw to fucking bend those stems. You couldn't bend them. They were bamboo. So things like that you can use to your advantage, where it's an absolute cunt to work with when it's just bending, trellis netting and So yeah, different things you can use to your advantage, I guess, too. Have you ever experienced anything like that, gentlemen?
I'm starting to, you know what I mean? I'm just dipping my feet, man. I'm only 2-3 years in there, and I'm really starting to experiment with all these, things that you guys talk about there, because I can do those tests and see results fairly quickly with DWC. You know what I mean? I could even fuck around with the mix there. I can take everything out, put a heavy silica mix in there, and just see what happens. You know what I mean?
It's the most quickest fucking growing, like vigor, isn't it?
It's my little
DWC.
lab.
Just
experimentation lab.
You are in control.
There's zero forgiveness. That's the only downside, There's
Can
no
you
buffer.
leave at all? Like, are you able to?
Nope.
Can you go
I'm a
on
slave,
a weekend
man.
vacation? No,
No, it's out of the
see,
question. Overnight there, I
rough.
got to be back by feed time tomorrow morning. You know what I mean?
See, yeah,
That's
one good
as
thing
far as I'll go.
with
I
soil
could,
and
but
stuff.
I'll pay for it. If something goes wrong or whatever there, it'll be drastic. So.
Yeah.
Oh, you just need a bigger reservoir and a bigger bucket system, right?
Well, I tried that too, but it's not just the water. It's everything in there. I just don't, when things like the power goes out or whatever, like
Anything.
like I just have it set up for the air. Like
how often your power
right?
goes out, man? What part of Canada are you in, boy? Shit.
Everything else is dead. You know what I mean? But the air is gonna flow in the air in the water. So as long as that's going, the plant will survive. But then the tent's got to be opened, right? There's no fans running, so it'll die from suffocation in a few hours if I don't open the tent. Then I gotta MacGyver the whole room so that the air can actually flow through now.
And
You know what I mean? It's just you're running like an idiot. And what I hate is when they turn the power on, it's like, all right, start putting everything back together, then it goes back down. It's like, you fucking bastard. I gotta redo everything I just did. Put it back, and when it comes back on, I wait a bit, flick it back off.
The joys of DWC.
Yeah, man. But it never happens. It's very rare. So if it would happen more often, I'd probably not be growing DWC. But I'm starting to get sick of it there. I'm looking at living soil, dreaming of those 3-day vacations.
Do it. It's fun, man. I don't know.
Surely.
I'm getting drafted into the KNF way of life right now. I'm enjoying learning about that stuff. I just got my first set of labs.
IMO means.
Yeah.
I like it.
So I'm really enjoying that, and it just makes sense as me myself. I'm trying to not use as much of a footprint and stuff like that. You know what I mean? I would like to get into the more naturalistic way of life and stuff, and that just goes with the cannabis production should follow the same. So yeah, I don't know. I think it's I like being
it's a
able
life
to
skill.
use what's around me for sure. Like if you want to ferment your leftover trim or whatever, defoliation and stuff like that, you can just use whatever you want.
We may all be forced into it. You know what I mean? If shit hits the fan there, you're gonna have to live off the land there. So if you don't know your KNF and JDAM and all that stuff, you'll be up shit's creek there. Looking at your neighbors.
Come on now. Let's back it up a bit. If you got soil, you don't need to add anything. This is the whole concept of big egg saying, hey, you guys can't grow. You need my bags of stuff here, boys. Part A and part B.
Man.
Exactly.
Are you telling me the rain? Are you telling me no one fucking went and fed the rainforest with
Exactly.
3-part?
What's the EC there in the rainforest?
At night, that's what Big Egg does, right? They spread their fucking junk and shit. Yes. That's how it grows.
It's fertilized by
I
the
just
Sahara.
try to get as much.
But we don't need, once we get soil, and of course we can amend it, we can play with that shit. But if we get soil, which is, $400 a yard, cheap. It's expensive.
Yeah.
If you got to buy it. And if you're not lucky enough to have land with soil, move.
Oh, Dr. Leby. I just need an employment invite and I'll do it, man. I'm telling you. I got money
have
too.
soil at your house, steal some fucking soil from steal someone else's garden. Well, not garden, but their soil. from the garden bed.
No, that's part of
Okay.
the fun. Don't get me wrong. Is finding that little recipe and playing with the plants. Yeah, that's what we do, right? We want to see how we can influence it.
Yeah.
But if you're a poor motherfucker, you got nothing but a seed. All you need is soil. You don't need to mend it. You don't need nothing.
Yeah.
Just some.
Shit will grow.
Yes. Get back
That's
to
the
the
thing. It's a
basics.
weed, right? It'll grow anywhere.
Man,
It's just
I've
gonna grow
seen some
well.
hippies grow weed with nothing but dirt, fucking literally the shit soil, nothing amended. They literally just fucking put a pick in it, just tilled it up a bit, put a seed in there, and when it started yellowing, they would just literally piss in a fucking half-gallon bucket, and then just fill the rest up with water, and they'd feed it that once every 2 weeks, man. And you think, ooh, it fucking looked like GH3 part to me, you know, when it finished, green as fuck, big, yeah. And I was like, no shit, yeah, it was just piss. And the first hydroponic nutrients, man, they were fucking dried animal piss. That's how they did it. They used to get the animal piss from the truss, and they used to dry it, crystallize it. That was the early stages of hydroponic mixes. So, you know,
Smelly salts.
So that's
that
what's
cat piss came
compost,
from.
piss and shit. I can tell you, I've got I don't have plumbing here because we're on rainwater, so we got one of those, you know, the
We know where
poopy
dog
fucking,
shit came from, right? That pile of dog shit.
yeah.
Cat
So
piss.
we got that underground
Strawberry.
fucking, we got that underground shit fucking barrel thing, you know, that collects it, the sump, what's it called,
Oh yeah, the septic tank field or whatever.
the septic tank,
field.
yeah, and the septic tank has like a little thing where it lets it drain off. It's got like a little, I don't know, probably 20 foot by 6 foot fucking thing that it lets it drain off through rocks under the ground.
Yeah, the septic
And
field.
then,
yeah,
and that fucking
Weed
part of the
pile.
grass is just fucking lush green, like everything around it is dead, and that thing is just like you're pouring fucking seaweed solution on it every day. It's ridiculous, and just
it's
grows
fish
like
shit, but it's our shit.
yeah, it's just literally my shit, and I drink a lot of milk, so it's got fucking heaps of calcium. Yeah, it's got fucking everything. I'm a meat eater, so you know, amino acids. It's got everything, man.
Got it all. Well balanced.
Yeah, and I don't.
Well, we all
fucking
know where
grow it.
all this new
I don't
this stuff
grow
came
any
from plants
plants
anyways, right?
on it, but I should
You don't need
probably
no
fucking
meat.
put a veggie patch or something on it.
That's
Be eating
true.
my own shit. Yeah.
Compost, man. That's just nature recycling everything, right?
Man, I had a grain bag I had inoculating, get some bacterial growth on it. So I was like, I got rid of it and threw it in my worm bin. Man, that shit got so fucking hot. And so my cat wanted the heat, jumped on top of it, and I had it propped open for some airflow and closed the lid. So I saw that it was closed when I got up the next day, and I went to open it. And every single fucking worm and its cousin was coming out of that fucking bin. Oh my God, yeah. And I had just started with just a little tiny fucking little handful of worms, man. It's pretty cool to see that I had that many. I was able to get them all out and rectified and stuff like that. But holy shit, I'm starting another bin now.
Nice.
Oh, yeah, 1 pound in a year will turn 1,000. Do your bins, right?
Man, it's cool. I just have it sitting right there, and people were always scared it'll stink or this or that. I've never really had problems with it smelling or anything. And I get a compost. Like I don't have to go buy worm castings. It's pretty dope. You know, that shit. They're starting to get expensive these days. So, yeah.
They were always expensive for what you got.
Yeah.
Worm castings, yeah, that's an expensive product. It should be. Takes what, a good 2 years, really, right?
That's it. Shit.
Thought I was losing my internet there. Damn.
In my process, right? You gotta make the compost, take the compost, feed that to the fucking worms. The worms compost that, and then you get your compost, your vermicompost. And then I want to start growing those fucking some kind of mealworms, because apparently they can eat anything. So that's going to be my next
isopods.
adventure.
Have you messed with isopods or anything?
No. Yeah, I heard those can get out of control really quick, but if you do it right, it's a pretty cool little system to have in there. These little critters.
They like churning stuff.
Oh, there's a bunch of like little critters I come to with the worm bin for sure. Whole bunch of soil mites and a whole bunch of shredders and shit that get in there. Little, you don't know, little microbes.
Yeah. I guess it all depends what's in it, right? It'll attract what it needs and get it done.
Nature will take care of it, that's for sure. Well, I'll tell you what.
You just gotta keep track of your like carbon to nitrogen ratio.
Yeah.
I gotta get going though, fellas. I gotta get a bunch of shit done today, but I just wanted to jump on. It's cool hanging out with y'all, and that I was here in the morning. So hell yeah, guys, appreciate it.
Thanks for dropping on, man.
Nice talking to you, brother.
All right, good.
Take care, dude.
And cheers to Smiley. Smiley's garden. Right on, brother.
Where is he? Is he coming on?
He's been missing some weed nerd stuff lately, eh? He's been busy, man.
Yeah, he's got a lot on his plate there. Yeah.
Packing up
Smiley's
all
Angels
those
there and
seed
all that.
orders, man.
Doing shows, live events and stuff. That's pretty cool.
Up and about now.
I know I'll be showing some Smiley stuff.
And
soon.
he has quite the garden. You got me. He has quite the garden to take care of too, right?
Hell yeah, that's kind of the dream there. You know, I look at that, I'm like, yeah, that's what I want to do. Yeah, you got room to hunt, you got room to really do what you want to do. I love that.
Yeah,
Pretty-
nice
it's pretty
20
big
lighter is
space.
always nice to have, right? My space is outdoors. It's even bigger.
Yeah, exactly. Unlimited. You can expand all you want. Well, potentially.
Well, almost. There's still a lot of country up here.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard something about there's not enough trees and this, that. Take a plane. I took a plane just from like Montreal to Thunder Bay there, and I was like, man, it's all trees. Just little patches where there's the cities. Everything else is trees, like trees and trees. It's like, holy shit, there's no lack of trees.
Well, I
Go
guess
up
you could
north,
say there's
though.
no old growth trees, right? They're
yeah.
rare.
Yeah. No, you're right. They're not
Rare.
sequoias or
They're still
nothing.
around.
But,
Don't get me wrong.
but you go up north, though, with
Well,
Google
just
Earth, and you
old
can see the patches there.
cedars and old oaks.
They take out big chunks of forest everywhere, but they're replanting, so I guess that's all right. Man.
Oh shit! But to bust up some Primal Punch.
Oh.
Primal Punch S1G.
Let's
G
get the
cut.
review on it. We would need a
on a
smoke
mission.
review.
Oh, look at that bonus seed already. I see a seed.
Hey.
I took the S1s. I crossed them with the V2 dads that I kept. So that's going to be an interesting cross.
Oh, yeah.
Whatever you want to call that. I take an S1 and cross it with a regular.
Yeah, what's that gonna do?
But it's still all Primal Punch, right? Well, it's all Primal Punch. I'm
Like
just
a
interested to see where it
back
means to now.
Yeah.
That's a
Sort
back
of, I
cross,
guess.
kind of.
But the S1 with a V2 F2.
Made you be back crossing and shit now.
Hell yeah.
Motherfuckers better recognize.
I kept that Primal Punch S1B, the B cut, man. Oh, that was crystallized. That was one of those where you're like, what's up with that motherfucker? Right over there, that guy. You go and you check it out. Primal Punch
Oh
B.
yeah. Some of them are just insane there. It's like, what the hell? There's more trike than plant matter there. It's like you can't even see the plant. It's like they dipped it in sugar there. Really sticky.
Yeah,
you think it-
thought it was some are purple. Yep, definitely. They have a purple tinge to them. They all have that purple punch in them. So they have a little bit of purple. They just have enough purple that where the market is happy, as you would say, with it.
Hindu root beer for me.
Yeah, how's that Hindu root beer doing, bud?
It's getting better and better, man.
How's the terps?
Oh, it's It's delicious. There's so many, like it's, you know, it's got the kush there. The Hindu kush is definitely there, but it's got some like, I guess it's the like the sassafras from the root beer there. That kind of like licorice kind of flavor to it, sweet licorice, black licorice,
Ooh.
and then there's some garlicky kind of aftertaste. It's complex, man. There's a lot of stuff going on in there, but it's tasty, man, and it's good. It's a good daytime too. So it's, yeah, the flavors have just been getting better and better there. Because
You had me
I
at
dipped in
licorice.
it a little early there, but now it's had its time there. So.
Yeah, imagine if you gave it a long fucking cure, man. It'll probably totally change the taste up.
Well, I think that's what's happening there. I think I'm in month 3 or something there. Because I had like
Oh shit.
4 or 5 harvests there so far, or 3.
Yeah.
So I'm on the 3rd one.
You've been
yeah,
cured for 3 months almost. Damn, that's good.
yeah. Well, I just started smoking it there maybe a couple months, I guess.
That's
But,
probably why they're so complex. The fucking smells.
it's evolving, right? And I put some of
Mm.
the second harvest in with the 3rd harvest in the same sea vault there, so they're all kind of melding together.
So you can answer previous question directly. How often would you open your container to burp it now that you're 3 months deep?
So
Once
once
a
it comes
month?
out of the canitrol, I just leave it in there and I don't burp it at all. It burps when I go take some out. You know what I mean?
All right.
To refill my
Right.
jar, but that's about it. I
Right.
don't burp it. I have a WEedNerdWorld in there and it keeps it nice and stable.
Oh, great.
Yeah. I like to let it dry a bit because 62 is a little damp, I find. It's good for storing, but it's not necessarily good for smoking. It's good terp preserving, but not necessarily smoking like RH.
What's-
So I like to let it
What's the
dry a
other
bit
one?
in the jar.
58. All right. And